September, Monday. It's been years since I've written this. I'm all grown up now. I'm a 40-year-old man who's been through high school, college, and has a stable job for the past 20 years now. I don't have a wife or any kids. I live mostly alone. A lot has happened since middle school. Things have changed. Roderick and his band, Lily Diaper, have had good things happen to them. Now I wouldn't say they're exactly famous, but they've gained a good following. Mom and dad are doing fine too. They're old, so they're not exactly living it up, but they aren't doing terrible either. You get the sense they don't like each other, but they can handle each other fine. And Manny, he's the whole reason why we're here. So, Manny died, but before you get your condolences, let me explain to you the manner and how he died. So it's been revealed that Manny was a serial killer. People had been missing all over Plainview for years. Nobody put things together. People knew that people were going missing, but people didn't know if it was linked, if it was separate incidents or what. That is, until a collection of bodies were discovered in the woods behind Manny's house. The bodies were identified as those of the missing people. DNA also linked it to Manny as the culprit. The police came to issue an arrest at Manny's house. Manny didn't go quietly though, and shot a .22 caliber handgun at the police officers. The officers fired back, and Manny was killed in a hail of bullets. Now, we're here for the funeral. I'm not gonna lie, it's uncomfortable celebrating the funeral of a serial killer, but he's our brother, so I guess we have to do it. The funeral's tomorrow. Most of us don't live in Plainview anymore. That's why we came. Right now I'm staying in a hotel. We're supposed to meet up before the funeral tomorrow. None of us met up today. To be honest, that's kind of for the better. I don't think I'm ready to handle this yet. I'd usually watch the news, but I just know they're going to be talking about my brother. I don't want to hear that. I want to get some sleep, if I can. The day is already going to be long enough tomorrow. Tuesday. Today was the day of the funeral. I first met up with Roderick and the rest of the family. It was super awkward. I mean, imagine if you found out your family member was a serial killer and you're seeing each other for an event centered around him. Nobody wanted to talk about it, but everyone knew it. At first, we got brunch. It was the most sad, awkward brunch ever. Nobody said a single thing. I just wanted it to be over. Then, we got to the funeral. Now, that was something else. During the funeral, the priest is supposed to read a thing about the person's soul passing into heaven and being with the Lord. Well, the priest had a hard time saying that. It looked like he was practically forcing himself to say it. During the middle of the funeral, Mom broke down crying and started saying that he'd come so far. In case you don't know what she means by that, let's say that Manny's no stranger to getting in trouble with the law. Manny had to do a whole stint in juvenile hall because he stole a car when he was 17. He keyed it when it was in someone's driveway during the winter. When he graduated high school, it seemed like he changed his act and he went on to start multiple businesses, from car washing to sales insurance. He really didn't though, and he had charges for a bunch of things like fraud and embezzlement. He even went to therapy when he was ordered by the court and was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. Mom just never knew about it because it was easy to sweep under the rug. Someone even said he tried to hit on a minor outside the high school, but that never got anywhere. Basically, this guy has a long rap sheet. Some people would not be surprised that he managed to do something like this, and others would never suspect he could do such a thing. That's because he could manipulate some people into thinking he was friendly. But if you knew him long enough, the mask would fade out. That's why you hear a lot of conflicting things about him. Some will say he's a sleazy weirdo, while others will say he's the nicest guy you'll ever meet. Everyone knows the truth about him now, though, so I guess it's out in the open. As to what he is, a monster. During the whole funeral, I had a weird feeling like there was some evil presence in the room with us. The priest did his thing about how the soul never dies, and how those we live on forever. I don't know if there's an afterlife or not, but if there is, then I'm sure there's a lot more people going to heck than we realize. Because if people thought Manny was a good guy, then who knows what someone else out there has gone away with that we don't know about. Eventually, the funeral ended. When I was walking to the exit, I heard something behind me. I turned around and saw that the cross hanging up there was upside down. Now, it probably didn't even mean anything. I was just the wind turning it over, but it still freaked me out. I just wanted to get out of there. Eventually, we said our goodbyes outside before we drove back to where we were staying. The rest of the day wasn't very eventful. I watched some TV and went out shopping until it was dinner. And after I had dinner, I fell asleep. That's when I had the dream. In the dream, I was walking down a dark alleyway. There were trash cans everywhere. It was hard to see. That's when I heard something. I walked further down the alley to see what it was. As I got closer, I saw something, but I couldn't make out what it was. Then, I took a good look at it. I saw something. Some sort of creature with sharp teeth and claws, with burnt flesh standing over the body of a woman. The woman's body was completely mutilated. I just stood there in shock. I didn't know what the creature would do next. Had the clothes of a man, but looked inhumane, demonic, or more accurately, a mash between a human and some other thing. Then it turned around and looked at me, and it said,
"Hello, Bobby."
Then I woke up. I didn't know what all that was about, but I knew it was nothing good. I turned on the news to get my mind off of it, but when I turned it on, I was greeted by a report of a dead body found in the alleyway downtown. Then, they showed a picture of the victim. Now, the girl in my dream was mutilated beyond recognition, but it didn't take a genius to recognize that that was her. Same face, same hair. Then, they show a picture of the crime scene. It was the exact alley in my dream, every bit down to the last detail. They brought up the fact that this was in the wake of Maddie's death and said that the police suspect there might be a copycat killer. I thought back to the creature in my dream, standing over the dead body. Did it kill her? If so, then what is it? Why am I dreaming about it? I really don't have a good feeling about this. I'm going to be on the lookout. And if something strange happens then, well, I'm going to have to do something. Wednesday. Well, I got as much sleep as I could last night. I went to a local restaurant for breakfast. I got pancakes for my meal and tried my best to take it all easy. It was all going smoothly, or at least normal for a while. That's when an old face walked in. It was Bailey Anthony. Well, not Anthony anymore. In case you didn't know, Bailey was a girl who went to my school. She was also one of the popular girls. The only time I ever interacted with her was when we were square dancing partners in gym. And believe me, she made sure to let everyone know how thrilled she was about that.
Just so you know, I didn't pick this loser, okay?
After high school, she married Bryce Anderson. Bryce managed to become a successful businessman, and now as Bryce's wife, she thinks she's better than anyone else. Basically, it's the same girl from middle school and high school, just replacing nerds with poor people. Thing is, she was acting really unusual. She's a B, obviously, but she was a lot more tense than usual. She seemed on edge, like she was nervous. I didn't know what it was, but something was on her mind. She kept looking around as she ordered her meal. When the waiter came with her meal, she freaked out and told the waiter to stay back. Apparently the fact that the waiter came up behind her scared her, and he just said that he wouldn't do it again. The whole time she ate, she was looking around her. She eventually got up and left. I didn't think too much of it. I just ate the rest of my pancakes and went back to the hotel. I didn't eat too much there until it was time for lunch. I went to a burger place at the side of town. I ordered a hamburger with lettuce. As I went to sit down, that's when I saw Shirag. We talked a bit and got up with each other. Apparently Shirag had become a carpenter after school. He actually makes a lot of money and lives in a pretty decent house. He said that it makes a lot more money than some of the more prestigious professions. Apparently Tyson went on to become a social media influencer. Shirag said it started when several people recorded him peeing with his pants all the way down. He became known as that butt guy. So he made his own channel where he filmed people's reactions to him peeing with his pants pulled down. Hello there, boy. Oh. Also, turns out Greg actually meets these Tyson and Shirag in this early in the franchise. I thought he first encounters them in Evil Returns after getting out of. Actually, I won't say too much compared in case guys haven't seen that yet. But yeah, apparently there's not much else. Obviously, there are other people who went to our school and have lives now, but Shirag doesn't know much about them. He obviously knows about Bryce, but everyone knows about him by now. Heck, he's more popular now than he was in school. Anyway, Eventually, we both went to eat and we parted ways. When I was done, I went back to the hotel again. I didn't do much at the hotel this time either. When it came time, I got myself dinner. Then, I waited a while before I went to bed and tried to get a good night's sleep. That's when I had another dream. This time, I was in a mansion. I was on a balcony in front of a set of stairs. There were pictures on the walls. Then, I saw Bailey. She was huddling up against the wall. She was screaming for something to leave her alone. Just leave me alone. That's when that demonic, horrifying voice started singing.
5 named alive, 5 named alive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named alive.
Bailey just kept begging to stop. The singing got more intense and Bailey panicked more. Just then something got Bailey's throat open. And when that happened, the singing got louder. The pictures changed to each be the face of the thing that was in my dream last night. All the faces were singing that song in unison.
5 named alive, 5 named alive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named alive.
If that couldn't get any worse, whoever slit open Bailey's throat sliced open her stomach. Then her intestines crawled out of her. And they all had the face of that thing.
5 named alive, 5 named alive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named alive.
Then they started eating her face. She squirmed for minutes, and they just kept eating her face. Eventually, she just went still. The things kept eating at her face, even after she dropped dead. The singing kept getting louder and louder as they ate at her face. Eventually, the whole room echoed.
5 named alive, 5 named alive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named alive.
With the singing of whatever this beast was. Then, in a split second, I woke up. I looked around and sure enough, I was in my hotel room. It was all a dream, but how much of a dream was it? I could still hear that song ringing in my ear. I took a while to process my surroundings and catch a breath. When I pulled myself together, I got a glass of water. I took a sip, sat back down, and that's when I noticed the TV. I dreaded to turn it on and see what I would find, but something told me I should turn it on. And sure enough, there was something on the news. Belly Anderson had just been murdered. The news said that she was found in her house and that her face was mutilated and her stomach was cut open. They said that they suspect it was a break-in and the attacker has not been identified. I don't know how this is happening, how I keep seeing actual murder victims in my dreams, but this is not normal. I don't know what it is, but this is not the end of it. I'm going to try to get some rest, since tomorrow is probably going to be bad enough. Thursday. Okay, there is something seriously wrong. I decided to try and figure out what was going on. I knew by now this wasn't anything ordinary. I got breakfast and took a walk, I think I'm supposed to say. I was thinking that maybe I'd have the time to think about it and figure out what to do. When I was walking, I stumbled across something interesting, something strange going on. Called Albert Sandy, paranormal investigator. Address is 231 Craver Street. Apparently Albert Sandy became a paranormal investigator. I mean, it's kind of his thing, so I'm not that surprised. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to trust a kid who claimed that a man dug a hole and came out the other side in China. But if there's even a chance that he can help me find out what's going on, then I'll take it. So, it turns out it's even worse than I thought. Paid a visit to Albert Sandy. I don't know how I was having dreams of people being murdered and how it happened in real life. To be honest, I half thought he wouldn't believe me, but he did. Bobby wishes that he had just laughed me off and called me crazy, because what he said didn't make me feel any better. Greg, there's a demon residing within you. He said, I have a demon. Albert said that demons attach themselves to specific people and cause them to have things like nightmares. He said he didn't ever see anything like this happening where they would make things happen in the real world with the nightmares. He said that demons usually just want to break people so that they can possess them. Albert said that negative entities are something to take very seriously and that he had a friend who can deal with this stuff. He said he tried to get in contact with him, but until then, he tried to take care of it himself. He said to contact him if I had any strange dreams again, and that as soon as he found out anything else, he'd call me. Well, I had a strange dream. I was on an apartment balcony looking out over a river. Then, I heard a scream coming from one of the apartment doors. Then a woman ran out of the apartment and stumbled onto the floor. She looked terrified. Another door opened and Albert stepped out. He asked her if she was alright, and she said that she saw a demon in her apartment. Then she convulsed and blood started to leak from her eyes. Albert didn't seem to know what to do, but then he seemed to put something together and started calling my name. Greg! Greg! He told me to wake up. I couldn't, and the woman began to ooze blood from her mouth. Then, the woman began to levitate. As she began to levitate, her stomach was sliced open. Eventually, after a while, she fell to the floor and went still. Then, the demon appeared.
Albert Sandy, cotton candy.
When the demon appeared, Albert began floating before he was thrown off the balcony. Then, the demon looked at me before I woke up. After I woke up, I turned on the TV and sure enough, a woman was murdered at an apartment building. Furthermore, her neighbor, Albert Sandy, is missing. So now, Albert Sandy's dead. This thing is still out there ready and waiting to kill more people, and I still have no idea how to stop this thing. I turned off the TV to try and think, but I couldn't think of anything. This was an immortal being, and I was just a man. It could probably walk through my wall and kill me if it wanted to. That's when I heard voices outside. It sounded like a couple arguing. I took a listen to what they were saying, and sure enough, I recognized the male voice. It was Bryce Anderson. Relax, babe. We'll be fine. Ugh. Apparently, Bryce and the woman were arguing about something. The woman said he can't leave now that there's another serial killer on the loose. Bryce said she'll be fine, and she retorted saying that his wife wasn't fine. Bryce said, well, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. And then he said, besides, now that she's gone, we can do whatever we want more often. She asked Bryce if there was any security footage, and he said that there was none, and that it was all burnt out. He mentioned how Bailey was acting weird, and that she probably had a stalker. He said that he didn't care that much since she was a nag. The woman said that she knew Manny and that he was a creep. She said that he was super awkward and he freaked out her friends. She said that she and her friends went to the bar one time and she saw Manny sitting there at the booth just staring at her and her friends. She said that she went up to confront him about it and he was, what the flip? He was gooning. Yeah, Manny had to go, man. She said he got kicked out of the bar and after that, and that he stood outside staring at them for the entire night. Bryce said not to worry because he'd protect her. Bryce said he needs to go to his car real quick to get something from it. He didn't come from back though. Eventually, I heard his girlfriend open the window and scream at him as he drove away. Bryce, you flipping asshole! Bro, Bryce is such a L guy in this series, bro. After all the commotion was gone, I got tired and fell back asleep. That's when I had another dream. I was in Bryce's girlfriend's room, and as soon as it started, the demon threw her across the room. It started slashing her violently. This time, there was something different. Usually the demon liked to toy with his prey, but this time, the demon seemed angry. She lifted it up in the air, and her arm twisted behind her back. She screamed as her entire body was torn apart. Her limbs were ripped off and then tore the rest of her body apart. Then her gums ripped out and started eating her face. Eventually, she fell down in a pool of her own blood, and the blood started forming hands. That's when the hands were finally done tearing away at her. The demon appeared. It stuck its hands in her open chest, took out her blood, and wrote on the wall.
Who's the creep now, bitch?
I remembered her calling Manny a creep, but what does any of this have to do with... Oh crap, I think I know what or who this thing is. The demon first appeared after Manny died. The demon hunts and kills people periodically like a serial killer. Like Manny. And what was the first thing it said to me?
Hello, Bobby.
It's clear as day now. It's Manny! Manny looked at me. He could tell I realized it was him.
So you finally wising up, eh, Bobby?
He said. He laughed and continued.
This is only the beginning, Bobby. I'm going to spread my carnage all across Plainview. I have big plans, and I can't wait for you to see them.
When I woke up, it didn't take long for the police to show up. Soon into the investigation, they began knocking on my door. They asked if they could come in, and I said sure. And they said they wanted to ask me a few questions. I said that I was okay, and he started off by asking me if I had ever heard any screams coming from the other hotel room. I said I didn't, because I was asleep, and the other cops said that it was a pretty loud thing to sleep through. The cops told me that they needed me to come with them for further questioning. I was outside the hotel and we walked until we got to a police car. I was told to sit in the back, and soon enough, I was being driven to the police station. When we got there, they took me to this room and they asked me a bunch of questions. They asked me my name, and I said that it was Greg Heffley. They asked me if I was related to Manny Heffley, and I said yes, because he was my brother. Great. I'm already suspicious enough, but being the brother of a serial killer certainly doesn't help. They asked me what I was doing in the hotel before this all happened. I said I was sleeping. They asked what I did earlier in the day, and I said I went to Albert Sandy. They asked me why, and I said I went to see him for his paranormal work. The whole thing continued for what felt like an hour before the police chief came to the room we were in. He said he needed me specifically and said that the other officers could be done with me tonight. He led me through the hallway until we got to a flight of stairs leading to the basement. I didn't know what was going on, but I didn't get a good feeling about it. He led me through the basement until we got to one room with a light on inside it. He said there was someone there who wanted to see me. So I went in and I saw someone I didn't expect to see. It was Fregley. Fregley said that Albert sent him a message about my situation with the demon. He apologized that he couldn't reach out to me sooner. I told him that I found out Manny's the demon. I asked Fregley if he knew how to stop a demon. Fregley said that he figured out how Manny makes things happen in my dreams and how to stop it once and for all. Fregley admitted he was stumped at first when he received a message from Albert, because demons usually are unable to affect the real world without possessing a body. But then, he realized that this demon is using a vessel just like any other. Fregley said that Manny was using my dreams to be what he wanted in the real world. Fregley said that Manny, just like any other demon, attached himself to me, but instead of using my body as a vessel to carry out his deeds, he used my dreams as a way to link together the world of the living and the world of the spirits together and do things that would be possible otherwise. Fregley said that his attachment to me is particularly dangerous because while demons mostly use bodies and any harm that they cause is limited to the harm a body can cause, Manny's vessel is not a body, but dreams, and in dreams, there is no limit to what a person can do. Fregley said that there's a way to defeat him though, and it's to do with the same medium Manny uses for his evil deeds. The plan was for me to go to sleep, then once I'm dreaming, I take a crucifix given by Fregley and I hold it up to Manny. This will defeat Manny and he will never be able to use my dreams again. He put some blankets on the floor for me to sleep in. It wasn't the most comfortable, but I was really tired, so it worked. I felt myself drifting to sleep. This was it. I was going to defeat Manny. I held my crucifix as I drifted out of consciousness and fell asleep. When the dream started, I was in a bathroom. I saw a woman pleading for something to stop. Then Manny showed up and stood in front of her. I had my crucifix ready, so I got Manny's attention. As soon as Manny looked over, I held up my crucifix. This is the end of the line, Manny. Be gone! I thought this was gonna be it, and that Manny would go back to hell or something. But I didn't do anything and Manny started laughing. Then the crucifix started burning up and eventually crumbled to the floor. Manny said that was hilarious. Then the girl started screaming and Manny said she was having a baby. A gnarled, fleshy hand burst from her stomach, followed by more fleshy hands coming out from all over her body before her stomach split open, revealing teeth. It began to eat the woman's flesh, and it grew as it did until it became the size of a small dog. Manny said it was adorable and told it there was plenty of food outside. Then he opened the door and laughed as it ran outside. Manny said he wanted to show me lots of things and dragged me by the arm until we got to a room with a bunch of security cameras, and he slammed me to the ground and stood over me. Manny said that he was going to put on a show of carnage. He said that none of this would be possible without me and thanked me for my contributions. Manny told me to watch the cameras. He said there was a party going on and that soon things were about to get really spicy. Then screams were coming from where the party was, and I could see on the cameras that the flesh monster was eating people and growing bigger the more people it ate. Manny laughed and said that he was going to spice it up more by bringing back the worst of the worst, and I heard screaming around me. But it wasn't the party screams, which were already horrifying. These were way worse. Thousands of souls screaming all at once in complete and utter agony. It was something the movies could never replicate. That's when the spirits of violent offenders started appearing. These were all kinds of deranged people whom Manny had let out of hell to cause harm. Each of them had been sent to prison in life for committing some kind of violent crime. It seemed they weren't stopping in death. The spirits began to wreak havoc, and pretty soon things got even worse. I saw people get eaten by paintings, and the flesh monsters thing was growing bigger and bigger. It was something you would have to see to believe. The police chief showed up with Fregley and he shot at the thing, but it didn't do any good. Crap! Let's get out of here, man. It's no use. Uh-oh. It started to attack them and they backed both of them into a corner. I thought it was gonna be it for them. But then, someone came and saved them, and you wouldn't believe who it was. Rah! It was Albert. I don't know how he survived the fall, but he apparently did. And he came running up to the flesh monster. And he started wrestling it and managed to hold it off. Maddie laughed at the whole display and said it was entertaining, but that Albert wouldn't last for long. Manny said that he controls the dreams and that as long as I'm asleep in it's his world. Manny said that all he needed was my body asleep and dreaming, which means I had to be alive. But just because my body was alive, it didn't mean my soul had to be in my body. He said that he was going to take my soul to hell and that we would spend eternity having fun together. I didn't want to know what Manny's idea of fun looked like, so I took off and ran. Manny chased me and said that this made it even more fun. I ran until I found an exit and went outside. When I went outside, I saw a church. I remember this sermon I heard while going to church as a kid about how the church is the house of God and how in God's house no evil prevails. I figured that maybe I could be safe from Manny in the church, so I sprinted over there and didn't look back. When I went inside the church, I thought I was safe, but I guess I spoke too soon because I was quickly proven wrong. Manny laughed and inched closer to me as I backed away. This was it. I tried everything I could, but in the end, it all came to the same conclusion. Manny said I had nowhere to go. I kept backing away until I stumbled and fell into a thing of holy water. When I fell in, Manny shrieked in pain. Manny screamed at me to get out of the water. I realized that since I was the source of the dreams he used to affect the living world, me being in the holy water must be incredibly painful for him. I splashed around in it, and soon Manny started burning up. Stop! He said this wasn't the end of this, and that he'd be back, and when he was, I'd be sorry. Then, he disappeared, and he was no more. I felt a sense of peace and relief. I felt like Manny could invade my dreams no more. Manny was gone along with all the nightmares he brought with him. I knew he wasn't really gone, and that he was still out there, but he certainly wasn't entering my dreams again. I woke up, and I don't remember too much of what happened after that, but I remember Fregley came back with the police chief and Albert. Apparently the flesh monster disappeared along with all of the other stuff once I defeated Manny. After a while, I was allowed to go back to the hotel, and now I'm about to go to sleep. I know I'm gonna sleep well, especially since this time there won't be any demons in my dream. Friday, for the first time in the entire week, I had a good night's sleep. After I woke up, I went to get some breakfast, and while I drove, I passed by a building called Darren's Cheese Factory. I got breakfast at a pancake place, and after I was done, I went back to the hotel and relaxed a bit before I packed my bags and got ready to leave town. I visited Albert before I left and thanked him for everything that he did for me. He told me it was no problem, and we said our goodbyes before I did out. As I drove away, I decided to leave what happened in Plainview. I don't know if Manny will come back one day, but until he does, I'm not going to bother with it. Manny won't be able to do anything to me anymore. So as far as I'm concerned, he may as well be truly dead. The end. Okay, now we finally finished the whole trilogy. So now we can move on to the In-Between Worlds part or franchise series now. Of course, we finished the main Evil trilogy. But yes, it's a good trilogy, 10 out of 10. From beginning to the end. I like the whole story, man. Very, very good. Monday. My life is crap. I got fired from my job. I got evicted, and now I'm practically living in my car. Now, I could blame it all on a certain incident, but the truth is, my life has been crap long before that. I know I shouldn't be spending the last amounts of money I have on booze, but flip it, drown out my sorrows.
I haven't written in this thing since the thing, but if you thought things were gonna get better, then you must be thinking of another story. I don't remember how many drinks I had, but when I went to get to the car, I barely kept myself standing. It was hard enough keeping myself afloat. I stumbled into an alleyway before long I lost my balance, and I was out cold. I must have blacked out for a while, but when I woke up, I heard noises. It almost sounded like chewing and it was coming from behind the building, so I walked down to see what it was. I knew I must still have been drunk or something, because what I saw was not something a sober person would see. It was a weird cheddar cheese thing standing by a pile of body parts. I remember thinking it's gonna come after me, but it just left. There's no way any of this is real. The cheese thing went away, but the corpse is still there. I'm just standing there waiting for the corpse to fade away, but it won't budge. I can hear the police sirens and I don't even know where to start. So much happened, but I guess I'll start with the fact that the corpse was real. Hands in the air, you're under arrest. The cops put me in handcuffs and told me I was under arrest for suspicion of murder. They read me my rights, and the next thing I knew, I was in the back of a police car on a ride to the station. When we got there, they had me step out of the car and walked me through the police station. I was officially a murder suspect. Now I didn't know what I was gonna do, but I sure wasn't gonna get them to believe that a piece of cheese did it. The cops wrote down my name and information. If my fate as a convict wasn't already sealed, then there was no question when they took my mugshot. After that, I had my fingerprints taken and the cops walked me down the hallway until we got to a room and they had me sit down. After the cops sat me down, they said they wanted to ask me a few questions. And at first they weren't that bad. But then they started asking me things like why I was standing in front of a dead body. There was no way I was going to say that a giant cheese monster killed the guy. So I told them that I found the body when I was leaving the bar. And apparently that just made them even more suspicious because they said that people don't usually stand around after they see a dead body. After they were done, they walked me out of the room, and when we got to the lobby I could see that I was all over the news. Murder suspect apprehended. I knew Greg carefully. He was a manipulative, selfish, narcissistic sociopath. It's no surprise that he did something like this. The cops kept walking me until we got to a room where they had me change into a uniform. They told me that I'd be spending my time in jail until my trial, and I'd have the chance to make phone calls during that time. I never thought I'd be the type to see the inside of a jail cell, but soon enough, that's exactly where I was, and I wasn't alone either. There was a guy with me in my cell, and he didn't look friendly. He said that I was looking at him funny. I said that I wasn't, and he said that someone in here was gonna get hurt real bad. That's when the laughter started. I turned to look and I saw a guy sitting in the back of the cell. I don't know what he was laughing at, but apparently my cellmate didn't share his sense of humor. The f*** you laughing at? At first, the guy didn't say anything, but when he did, he said he was PT, and my cellmate wasn't exactly impressed. Oh yeah? Well, you're about to be 6 feet in the pavement. He went up and punched PT in the face, and usually that'd be enough to knock a person out, but it didn't faze PT at all. He kept laughing, and eventually he said that it was his turn. I don't know how this is even possible, but when PT punched my cellmate, his arms stretched out like rubber. He sent my cellmate flying across the room, and I could barely believe what I was seeing. PT walked across the cell, and when he did, his legs and arms moved around like a cartoon character. He went over to my cellmate, and that's when his whole body started to get really elongated. He opened his mouth, and what happened next was absolutely horrifying. PT ate my cellmate, and all I could do was watch as my cellmate got torn apart by the teeth of whatever that thing was. I don't know what PT was supposed to be, but he sure wasn't human. When PT was done, he looked at me, and then just vanished into thin air. I was left looking at this absolute mess of a scene, and my cellmate's corpse laying on the ground in pieces. And I was pretty sure the cops weren't going to believe that some weird guy just showed up in my cell and did it. After a while, the cops eventually did come to my cell, and I'm sure you can guess who the number one murder suspect was. It wasn't long before I was on the ground with a gun pointed at my head. The whole time I was just hoping that I wouldn't get my head shot off, Eventually the cops forced me up and took me out of the cell. I could feel all the other inmates staring at me from their cells in a mixture of fascination and terror as I walked down the hallway. We got to a room and the cops had me sit down. I tried to tell them that I didn't do it and they just asked me who did it. I didn't know how to explain what happened to them, so I said that there was someone else in the cell with us and they said that they do cell checks and that only me and my cellmate were in there. I started to think that it was no use and that there was no way I could prove that I was innocent. And I remember they had cameras and if they caught what happened, it would be proof that I was innocent. So I told them to look at the camera footage and they'd see that I didn't do it. I guess they thought I was bluffing since they said that they certainly would review the footage and that they'd make sure to tell me exactly what they saw once they're done. I honestly wasn't sure this would even do anything, since PT could have the power to edit the footage, but I figured it was worth a shot. I waited for the cops to get back and when they did, they had the 2 other cops who were in there watching me come out of the room so they could talk. I didn't hear much of what they said, but I did catch something about a malicious stalker. When they did eventually come back in the room, they told me that they had seen the security footage and that I wasn't lying. They said they would try and find out who the man was and that it was possible that I was being deliberately targeted. They asked me if I knew who the man was and I told them I didn't know him personally, but that he said his name was PT. They thanked me for giving them that information. I said that it wasn't safe for me here and that I was going to be relocated tomorrow. They said that since I have no job, it would be best for me to be someplace near my family so that I'd have support. Then they revealed exactly where they were going to relocate me to. I was going to be relocated to Plainview. I swore I would never go back there, not after what happened last time. But the cops were right. There was no way I was just going to be able to support myself or even have the money to live on my own. Honestly, I didn't even know who would be able to support me. Mom and dad are in the nursing home. The last time I saw Uncle Gary, he was saying that the earth is flat. I guess maybe I could live with Uncle Joe, but I kind of just want to let him enjoy his grandkids and his wife making cookies. Then the cops said they can try getting in contact with my brother and see if he would let me stay with him until I was able to get back on my own 2 feet. Now that took me by surprise, because last time I checked, Roderick wasn't living in Plainview. I didn't think Roderick even lived anywhere since he was always on tours with his band, but I guess he came back to Plainview for whatever reason. After what felt like an eternity waiting for him to answer, he finally picked up the phone. He agreed to let me stay with him and said that he wouldn't always be around the house, but that he trusts me to handle myself. After that was settled, the cops took me to another cell, and this time around I don't think anyone's gonna mess with me. Now I'm just here ranting about all this. I'm not sure what it's gonna be like going back to Plainview, but it's gonna be something. I'm gonna try and get some sleep soon, because I'm definitely gonna need it for the trip back to Plainview tomorrow. Tuesday. Well, today's the day. After I was released, I changed back into my normal clothes and left the police station. I went over to my car, which I guess the police took to the station the night I was arrested, and soon enough I was on the road. Now the police believe I was innocent, but I guess the public didn't agree, because when I drove through the streets, I saw a bunch of people holding up signs and they did not look happy.
Murderer, take a life, pay the price. We want justice.
After I was done driving through all of that, I got on the interstate and headed towards Plainview. I was on the road for hours, and I'd already eaten lunch by the time I was even close to where I was headed. But in the end, I didn't make it to where I was going, and sure enough, I was in Plainview. I went to go to Roderick's house when I got there, and that's when I realized that Roderick never gave me his address. So I pulled over and tried to call him. It took forever for him to answer, but eventually he picked up.
Hello?
I said hi and he asked me what was up. So I told him I didn't get the address.
Oh shit, sorry.
Roderick gave me the address, and once we hung up, I started my car to set off to Roderick's. I got to his house and parked my car before I went to his door to give it a knock. Soon enough, the door opened, and Roderick was there to greet me. You look like Greg. I know. After I got done loading all my stuff from the car and into the guest bedroom, I went downstairs to watch TV. I flipped through the channels, and I found this show I liked called The Bachelor of Crossland High. Apparently it's in the actual Crossland High that I used to go to, and it's about this guy who asks out his crush and the relationship that ensues. I don't know how this guy does it, but let me tell you, it's not that easy. Maybe in another universe something like that can happen to me, but in this one, I'm not as lucky.
Ew, no way.
Now I might have liked the show, but Roderick walked in and he seemed to have a different opinion. You actually like that I guess it makes sense that this wouldn't really be the kind of show Roderick would like. I spent basically the rest of the day watching it until it was time for dinner. Roderick let me borrow some money. I went out to find some place to eat. After a while, I found a chicken finger place called Crunchy Fingers, which I guess is a relatively new place, since I never saw it around here when I was growing up. I figured that would be a good place to get something. So I parked and went inside. When I got inside, I saw that there was a bar, and the guys sitting at the bar weren't strangers. Greg, is that you? It was Chirag and Tyson. They invited me to sit with them, and I'm not gonna lie, it was nice for seeing familiar faces, especially after everything that's been going on. Chirag and Tyson said they come here to unwind every day after work, since they're always so busy. Unwinding was something I could definitely use too, so I suppose we were 3 guys unwinding together. I didn't see a bartender, so I asked about it, and they said he was just back there making them drinks and that he'd be back in no time. Soon enough, he came back, and you wouldn't believe who it was. Now, Dennis Root was another person who went to my school, and he was one of the biggest bullies in middle school until about 8th grade when my school started doing this massive anti-bullying campaign, and it was clear that the message was getting through. After that, and throughout high school, Dennis never messed with anybody. Obviously, nobody messed with him just to stay on the safe side, but it seemed he turned over a new leaf. We talked for a bit, and apparently after high school, he joined the military and did stuff there for a while until he quit. Soon after that, he got a job here as a bartender. That's where he is now. After I got done eating my fingers, we hung out some more and talked until we decided it was time to call it a night and head home. When I got home, I turned on the TV to see if that show I liked was still on, but it was just something else.
He can't even talk. Or can he?
I couldn't find anything, so I turned on the news to see what was going on there. As you all know, when I lost Bailey, I was devastated. I could barely even... Sorry, I'm getting emotional. But after all that grieving, I'm proud to announce that I found a new love of my life, and we're about to get married. Now that seems fairly normal, but just as they were in the middle of the story, they got interrupted. Breaking news, 3 dead bodies have just been found in downtown Plainview. They said the bodies were each found in separate places and mutilated beyond recognition. They also said that they were found around the same time and that there could be multiple perpetrators. Now I knew deep down what was really going on, but I didn't want to believe it. Pretty soon, there would be no room for denial. Furthermore, video surveillance has captured a man walking away from the murder scene. They played the footage and I got a good look at who the man was. Now, that was already bad enough, and I thought it couldn't get any worse, but that was just the icing on the cake. This just in, a 4th body has been discovered along with a stern message at the scene, which authorities still don't know the meaning behind. They showed a picture of the scene, and when I saw the message, my blood ran cold.
Welcome home, Bobby.
So Manny has something to do with this. I don't know what his goal is or how he's related to PT and the cheese thing, but obviously it's nothing good. My worst fear has come true. My demon of a little brother, both literally and figuratively, is back and is now planning who knows what. He shouldn't even be able to do this, but somehow he is. I know a few people who can help, and I plan to go to them tomorrow. No way am I going out in the dark, especially with PT and whatever else going around killing people. I'm surprised they're not on my doorstep by now, but that just means whatever Manny has planned for me is even worse than what they're doing. I'm going to try to at least get a little bit of sleep, because I'm going to need it. Wednesday, I got as much sleep as I could last night, and after breakfast I headed over to Albert Sandy's. When I got there, Albert greeted me and he told me to come to the back with him and sit down. When we got back there, it was clear that he had already knew what was up, because he got straight to business. So, he's returned. Albert said this shouldn't be possible since I broke his attachment to me. He said that demons can possess, throw objects, cause people to have nightmares, weaken you, scratch you, shove you, bruise you, injure you, and even throw you across the room, but they can never do anything like this on their own. I pointed out that I didn't think Manny was necessarily doing the killings, and that while he was definitely behind it, that didn't mean it was him doing it. I told him about PT and what he did to my cellmate, along with how he followed me here and was caught on surveillance footage. I also told him about the cheese thing and how that was the reason why I was arrested in the first place. Albert said that this shed a lot of light on things, but that it begged more questions like what these things are or how they're able to affect the physical world like that. Albert came up with a bunch of ideas and said that it could be a skinwalker taking different forms, or that PT and the cheese thing are aliens that Manny paid off. But none of those seemed like what was going on. Albert said he would call Freddie and ask him for his help on the matter, and that in the meantime he'd look out for any more strange activity going on in Plainview. After that, I decided to get some lunch, so I looked for places to eat and found this fast food place. When I got inside, I went to order my meal, and guess who showed up to take my order when I did? May I take your order? It was Jeffrey Laffley, one of the kids who hung out with Bryce Anderson at the popular table back during middle school, and I think maybe high school too, but I'm not sure. Anyway, it's clear that he's not doing too well as an adult, since I don't know many men in their 40s who work fast food jobs. It was honestly sad to me, but I guess there's not much you can do. I ordered a burger with lettuce and sat down at a table to eat my lunch. Now, I mentioned that Jeffrey used to sit with Bryce Anderson in middle school. Well, as I was in the middle of eating my burger, someone else walked in, and guess who it was? Bryce, and who I assume was his first fiancée, went up to the counter and ordered something to go. I guess Jeffrey didn't see them at first as he was doing stuff in the kitchen. But after they got their meal, Jeffrey got a good look at them. Wait, Bryce. Bryce turned around and Jeffrey walked up to him and started talking to them. Bryce, it's me, Jeffrey Laughley. We were friends in school. I used to do all those funny things, remember? I guess Jeffrey was hoping that Bryce would help out an old friend. But the only thing that happened after that was this. Bryce, do you know this guy? I have no idea what he's talking about, babe. Bryce and his fiancée left, and Jeffrey stood there for a minute until he went back to work. After I finished my burger, I went outside to get to my car and head home. When I got home, I watched some more of The Bachelor of Crosston High until it was time for dinner. I went to ask Roderick if I could borrow some money for dinner again, but I couldn't find him. I went up to his room to see if he was there, but he wasn't there either. That's when I noticed something laying on the ground. As soon as I got a good look at it, I knew exactly what it was about. Now, there's a whole backstory to this that I don't want to get into, but let's just say it involves some very painful memories for Roderick. Now, as I was looking at the picture, all of a sudden, Roderick showed up behind me. I dropped the picture and I don't think he saw it, which is a good thing because he'd be peed if he saw me looking at it. He asked me what I was doing in his room, and I said I was looking for him to ask him if I could borrow some money for dinner again. I asked him where he was and he said he was using the bathroom. After I got some money, I headed over to Crunchy Fingers like last time, and sure enough, Chirag, along with Tyson and Dennis, were there to greet me. When I sat down, I ordered some chicken fingers before I unwound and relaxed. It was just me, Dennis, Chirag and Tyson, along with a group of women, but we never really interacted with them. I got my chicken fingers and as soon as I got them, I dug straight in. As I was eating my chicken fingers, someone else walked into the bar. There was another familiar face. It was Michael Sampson, another guy from my school, and he came in holding hands with a woman. Here's the thing though, remember how I mentioned that there was a group of women here? Well, apparently one of those women was his wife. Michael, you lying, cheating piece of swine. Apparently she and her friends made a plan to wait for Michael here to catch him in the act. Michael said it wasn't what it looked like, but she wasn't having any of it, and it was obvious what was going on. Then she started laying it into him. Remember what we talked about, Michael? 3 strikes. Strike 1 was last week. Strike 2 was this weekend. 3 strikes. You're out. It got pretty heated and eventually Dennis had to tell them to take it outside. The thing is, during all of the commotion, I saw what looked like 2 men staring from outside the window. I didn't know what they were doing there, but I got a really strange feeling about it. After Michael and his wife, along with everybody else in that crowd, left the building, I looked out the window once again, and they were just gone. After that, things settled down and I hung with Chirag and Tyson until we decided to go home. I went to get to my car in the parking lot, and while I was walking, I noticed that Michael's car was still parked there, even though he was nowhere in sight. I got in my car and started heading home, and when I got there, I went to watch some more of The Bachelor of Crosston High, but by then the show was already over for the night. After that, it was just commercials, and I figured I'd just stick around to see if anything else was on after that. As I was watching, all of a sudden, this show started playing. Hello, I'm Charles Tribble, and I'm also Charles Tribble, and welcome to 3 Strikes, You're Out. Now, since it was dark out, I didn't really get a good look at them, but I was pretty sure that these were the guys standing from the window. If that wasn't enough, then what happened next should be enough proof that this was not a normal TV show. Tonight's episode will be featuring our contestant, Michael Sampson, as he attempts to answer a series of questions correctly. I tried to change the channel, but apparently it was being broadcasted to every station. If he answers a question right, then he gets to move on to the next question. If he answers it wrong, then that's a strike. And if he gets 3 strikes, then he's out. They started asking questions, and the first question was the answer to 1 + 1. Now, I'm sure anybody could answer that pretty easily, but wouldn't you know it, being tied up and gagged makes getting words in a lot harder. Come on, Michael, you don't even know what's 1 + 1? The timer went down and pretty soon the round was over.
Time's up.
The results were in, and let's just say he didn't exactly pass the question. No answer counts as a wrong answer, Michael, so that's strike 1. They asked the next question, and it went exactly the same as they did last time. Michael struggled and tried to get out, but to no avail, and pretty soon the time was up. Still tongue-tied, eh? I see what that's strike 2. They went on to the third question, and Michael began freaking out. He tried to free himself by flailing about frantically, but that didn't do anything. The clock ticked until time was up again. Uh-oh, that's strike 3. You know what that means, Charles? I sure do, Charles. It means...
You're out.
They started laughing as they walked over to Michael, and at this point he was having a full-on panic attack. They got closer and closer, and it didn't take long for things to come to a horrifying conclusion. They began eating at his flesh, and all he could do was thrash and writhe as they kept eating him. Eventually, Michael went still, and the show was over. Looks like that's it for tonight. Boy, what a dum-dum, right, Charles? For sure. Good thing we're not having him on again. When the show ended, I turned off the TV. I stood there for a while until I went to get a drink of water in order to calm myself. I took a sip, and it was quiet for a bit. Then the phone started ringing. Now I figured it was Albert calling, so I went over to answer it in case it was. I picked up the phone and it wasn't Albert.
Hello, Bobby.
My entire body froze. I couldn't utter a word and I only heard the sound of my quick, short breaths as my mind went blank. Manny went on.
You didn't really think I was gone, did you? I have so much in store for you. Just you wait.
Manny started laughing and it was the most demonic, horrifying laugh I've ever heard. Then he hung up and I was just left there. Frozen in shock and terror, it took a while for me to pull myself together. And right when I did, I heard a knock on the door. It was so obvious that this wasn't just a friendly visitor, so I went to go to get something to defend myself with. Fortunately, given the type of taste Roderick has, it wasn't hard to find something that would work. I took the spiked bat and stood outside the door. My muscles were tense and my heart was pounding. I was shaking and I didn't know if I even wanted to open the door, but I figured that whatever this thing was would just break into my house anyway, so it'd be best to just get it over with here. I gripped the bat in my hands and took a deep breath and opened the door. To my surprise, nobody was there. I looked around to make sure this wasn't an ambush, but nobody came out. That's when I noticed a present box sitting outside. I dreaded to see what was inside it, but I figured that I should just check it just in case it was a bomb or something, so that I could find someone to dispose of it before it was too late. I took the present inside and opened it, and it was even worse than what I expected.
Heads up, Bobby.
I guess this is Manny's twisted, morbid, depraved idea of a joke. This probably isn't even the worst that he's gonna do, and there's no telling what's coming next. I went to the police with the severed head, and as soon as that was taken care of, I went back to the house to try and get some rest. I'm not sure what tomorrow has in store, but whatever it is, I'm gonna need a ton of rest to get through it. Thursday, I don't know how long I managed to sleep in for, but what I do know is that at some point in the morning, said sleep was cut short by the sound of Roderick's band practicing. I figured I wasn't getting any more sleep, so I put on some clothes and went down to get some breakfast. As I was getting breakfast ready, I spotted a piece of paper sitting on the table, and when I read it, I found out what Loaded Diaper was practicing for. Love is in the air and so is music. See Loaded Diaper and many more at Bryce Anderson's wedding reception. Don't miss it. Save the date. Now, I never knew Bryce very well, but he didn't ever strike me as the kind of guy who'd enjoy Loaded Diaper. I'm pretty sure he's just doing this to get more people there, but if you ask me, it's still a win. After I got done eating breakfast, I turned on the TV to see if The Bachelor of Crossing the High was on, but I couldn't hear anything over the sound of Roderick's band. Eventually, I decided to go get some lunch, and when I was done with that, I went to Crunchy Fingers to hang out a bit. When I got there, Tyson greeted me, and I sat down and had a drink. Apparently, Chirag was at work, but Tyson said he'd come down by once he was done. Then, Tyson asked me if I wanted to go to the movies with him and Chirag tomorrow, and offered to buy me a ticket if I did. Now, after the week I've been having, I could really use a good movie to get my mind off things. Tyson told me to meet him and Chirag there around 6 in the evening tomorrow. It wasn't long before Chirag showed up, and everyone was here. I was there for pretty much the rest of the day, and by the time we all went home, it was already dark out. When I got home, Roderick was on the couch watching a horror movie, so The Bachelor of Crossing the High was off the table. I went to my room, and after a while, I decided to call it a night. I was falling asleep when all of a sudden I heard scratching on the window. I jolted up and went over to look at the window, but nobody was there. Then, I noticed something scuttling in the bushes, but I couldn't make out what it was. I wanted to believe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, and I was just about to go back to sleep when I heard sirens outside. I went to see what was going on, and when I was outside, I saw police cars in front of one of the neighbours' houses. The windows were broken and it looked like their house was wrecked by some kind of wild animal. There were some people standing in front of the house watching the whole thing go down, so I asked them what was going on, and apparently someone broke into the house and killed everyone inside. Now, I didn't take a genius to figure out that this was Manny's doing. I was also pretty certain that the thing that scratched my window was the thing that killed those people. It probably could have killed me too if it wanted, but I just decided to scratch on my window for whatever reason. I ran inside and locked the door before I shut myself in my room. I don't know what Manny's aim is or why he hasn't killed me despite clearly having the chance to do so, but I do know that the location of this newest bloodbath was no incident. I'm gonna go to sleep now, since I want to actually enjoy the movie tomorrow. Friday, it's movie day. At 6 p.m, I headed over to Crunchy Fingers and met up with Tyson and Chirag like we planned. We followed each other to the theatre, and once we got there, we went inside and showed them our tickets before we got popcorn and drinks. We went to our auditorium and sat down once we found our seats, and after a whole bunch of trailers and ads, the movie began. It was a horror movie called Mr. Tibbles, and it was about some kid's imaginary friend who, after he grows up and forgets about him, gets revenge by killing his friends and family one by one. Now, it obviously wasn't Shakespeare, but it was pretty fun and entertaining. After the movie was over, we were walking out of this theatre and talking about the craziest scenes. It was all going pretty well until another familiar face showed up. It was Lionel James, another person who went to my school, and he was running around outside and ranting to anyone he could find. He kept ranting about how he saw this walking cheese and how it's going to kill us all. Now, Lionel's a well-known meathead, so I usually wouldn't take him seriously. But the thing about the walking cheese was a little too close to what I saw back when this all started. Eventually, he went away and we headed to our cars to call it a night. But right as I was about to go over to my car, I heard a voice behind me. "See ya real soon." I turned around to see who it was, and when I got a good look at them, my entire body sank. I ran to the car as fast as I possibly could. I looked back at where PT was before I got in, and it was completely gone. My heart pounded in my chest, and I drove as fast as possible once I got out of there. The whole time I was trying not to black out, and when I finally got home, I locked the car doors and ran into the house and locked the door behind me. I couldn't think straight. I felt like I was going to suffocate as I grasped for air. With a high-pitched ringing piercing my ears, eventually the whole thing stopped, and I managed to collect myself and get a drink. I felt like I should check the news, because PT or something else like him appearing usually meant that Maddie was up to something. I dreaded to see what I would find out on the news, but I figured I should know instead of being in the dark. When I turned on the news, it was actually pretty normal. They were just talking about Bryce Anderson's wedding. Save the date! Bryce Anderson is getting married tomorrow, this Saturday at 1 p.m, followed by his wedding reception at 5:30. It's been almost a year since Bryce tragically lost his first wife, Bailey, who was murdered by an unknown attacker who broke into their home. But then, the story got interrupted. An incident at a jewelry store took place tonight, leaving at least 2 dead. The perpetrator also broke several items in the store, including the glass case around the jewelry being sold. Furthermore, the police say that a disturbing message was left at the scene. Now, it was really obvious that this had something to do with Manny, but what the message said was pretty much the icing on the cake.
Save the day, Bobby.
Remember that Bryce's wedding was tomorrow and the message became pretty clear. I had no idea what Manny was planning, but it was obviously nothing good. I called Albert, and when he finally picked up, I told him that we needed to meet up and that it was urgent. As soon as I hung up, I got in the car and drove to Albert's as fast as I could. When I finally got there, Albert and Fregley both greeted me and told me to sit down. I told them what the deal was and how Manny had something planned for Bryce's wedding. I brought up the fact that Roger was scheduled to perform at the reception and that he and everybody else there is in danger. Fregley came up with a game plan and told me to get Roger to let me come as a VIP. Then he got out a wooden crucifix and went on to say that I wouldn't be looking for Manny himself, but instead I'd be going after the things that are actually killing people. He said that once I found one, I'd hold up my crucifix at them and that'd be enough to defeat them. I reminded Fregley that the last time he said that, it didn't work, and he said that the crucifixes usually work on demons. Apparently Manny's a special case since he's a mortal soul as opposed to something that always existed in that form. Fregley said I could take holy water too, since that's guaranteed to work. I'm honestly not sure about this plan, but it's the best we got. Pretty soon the meeting was over and I headed home. I'm going to try and get some sleep, since I'm definitely going to need it for tomorrow. Saturday. Okay, where do I start? I got Roderick to let me come as a VIP, and when it was 5:30, I headed to the reception. Now, being at a rich people per wedding was something else. It was being held at Plainview Heights, so I was familiar with the place. It was filled with all of the richest people you could find in Plainview, all of the big wigs, you name it. I saw people like Larry Mack Jr., Scott Douglas, and even Darren Walsh. Eventually, when everything sort of settled, Bryce and his wife went on stage and Bryce started giving a speech. "I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming to my wedding." After Bryce was done with his speech, the concert began and the diaper was up. "Who's ready to rock? Yeah, I am." As the band played, I went to look for anything strange or unusual. Besides the concert, there were buffets with all kinds of gourmet foods, a bar with all of the most luxurious drinks imaginable. Needless to say, it was packed, which was probably what any creepy things wanted. I was walking around looking for anything out of the ordinary when suddenly I felt something hit me from behind. Ow! I turned around and I saw Bryce's goons standing there laughing and horsing around. Now, in case you didn't know, Bryce has these guys who've known him since middle school follow him around everywhere. In fact, that's exactly what they did in middle school. They're basically sycophants who always hang around him and go along with whatever he says. Now, they were obviously drunk, and as I was recovering from being hit in the back by a beer can, a worker walked by. His name tag was Joey, and as soon as Bryce's goons got a good look at him, they started yelling at him to get the hardest liquor he can find, so the one goon could chug it. Joey didn't seem too fazed by their behavior and went to get their liquor. Hurry up, man! Get me the liquor! When Joey came back, he was holding a jug the size of a fishbowl. Bryce's goons wasted no time with the liquor, and the one goon snatched it out of his hand before he started to chug it. Chug, 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 chug. When he was done, he threw the empty jug on the ground, and all of Bryce's goons cheered. They kept horsing around and shouting until the one goon got a good look at me and decided to say something. Hey, you! What the flip are you looking at, huh? I didn't want to get in a fight with one of Bryce's goons, so I tried to say that I wasn't looking at anything, but he wasn't going to hear it. He started walking up to me and asking me if I wanted to go, and I was pretty sure it was going to be a full-blown fight. But then all of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and he started screaming in pain. Oh, my stomach. I didn't know if all the alcohol got to him or what, but he let out this agonized scream like he was being torn into pieces. Pretty soon he fell backwards and started writhing on the ground. Nobody knew what was going on, and we could only just watch silently as he continued to writhe in pain. Just then, blood began to ooze out of his stomach, and his writhing became even more frantic than before as he screamed louder and louder, while more blood gushed out. Then it all ended in a horrifying climax when a hand burst from the goon's flesh. The gruesome creature clawed its way out of his stomach. Just as the goons ran and whatever this thing was looked right at me and started making its way towards me. I grabbed my crucifix and held it up at the thing, but I didn't do anything. I splashed it with holy water too, but that didn't work either. With no more options left, I decided to make a run for it, and I decided to stop until I found a big bush to hide behind. I figured I'd be safe there for the time being, but I spoke too soon, and as soon as I got behind the bush, I saw that there was someone else there, and they were not human. It was Joey, the same employee from earlier, dining on a horrific feast. Joey looked up at me with fresh blood all around his mouth, and since I didn't want to become his next meal, I started backing away. But then I heard a voice from behind me. Hey, don't you know it's rude to watch a man while he eats? I turned around and I saw the same cheese thing from when this all started. I froze and I could only stare at the thing as it stood in front of me. Then it spoke some more. Hey Joey, you know who this is? It's the Wimpy D himself. Ha 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 ha. I kept standing there until eventually I came to my senses and ran. I kept running until I stopped beside the pool to catch my breath. There were tons of people there. Some of them were swimming, some in the hot tub and the lifeguard. There was also someone on the diving board, so I glanced up and that's when I got a good look at who it was. He jumped in and I could see him swimming towards a girl in the pool. I tried to tell her to get out of the pool, but I guess she didn't hear me since she stayed in the pool and didn't respond at all. Then PT struck and she was pulled under the water. Ah, help, help! The water in the pool turned red and everyone was screaming and rushing to get out of the pool. PT wasn't done, though, and without warning, his arms stretched out of the pool, grabbing anyone who was trying to flee. His head began emerging from the water, growing bigger and bigger, as it did until it was massive. You know what else is massive? Lotte perfect. Then he opened his mouth, rows of sharp teeth showing, and pretty soon everyone who was trapped in his hands met a horrific fate. Ah! It was complete carnage. I watched in horror as more and more people were grabbed by PT and devoured by him. Then I heard a voice behind me. Checking out the babes at the pool, huh? Wimpy D. I turned around and I saw that the cheese thing had caught up to me.
Sorry, Wimpy. I think Petey's already got to them. The ladies just can't resist him.
I wasn't going to stick around to see what the cheese thing would do to me, so I took off running. When I did, the cheese thing quickly followed suit, and it was clear that the cheese thing wasn't going to let me get away without a chase.
Where do you think you're going, Wimpy? The party's just getting started. Besides, I know there's something special planned for you.
I kept running, and eventually I got to the place where most of the people were, including Bryce and his wife. I figured I'd try to lose the cheese thing in the crowd, so I went over there to try and get the thing off my tail. Soon enough, it seemed to be gone for the time being. But in my haste, I wasn't looking where I was going, and I bumped into some guy.
Hey, the flip, what's that for? You wanna go or something, bro?
I tried to explain to him that it was an accident, but he didn't want to hear it, and he kept rambling on.
Do you know who I am? I'm the state wrestling champion, undefeated. So if you wanna go, I'd be happy to go.
He started getting pretty loud, and more people began to focus their attention on us. Bryce and his wife even turned to look at us, and pretty soon, all eyes were on us. I really didn't want to get in a fight with this guy, since I had no time to be messing around with the cheese thing after me. But then, I noticed someone making their way through the crowd of people, and pretty soon I got a good look at who it was. Joey was looking right at me, and he got closer and closer to us. The other guy could tell I was getting nervous, but I think he got the wrong idea.
Yeah, you better be scared, buddy.
Pretty soon, Joey was right behind him. Joey stood there for a little while before he tapped him on the shoulder, and once he turned around, Joey grabbed him and pulled him towards him. He opened his mouth to reveal rows of sharp teeth before things reached their inevitable conclusion.
Oh, help, help, help!
Screams erupted as everyone scrambled to get away, including Bryce, who pushed his wife into the crowd as he rushed to get out of there. Security personnel came and shot at Joey, but the bullets did nothing. And once Joey was done with his meal, he made them his next.
Help, help!
I made a break for it too, and as I made my way through the panicked crowd, I could hear screaming accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn coming from behind me. Everyone was trying to get to the country club gates, and pretty soon, Bryce was the first one to make it out. But just after Bryce made it out, he went inside into his control booth, sitting out by the gates, and after he pressed a few buttons, the gates closed.
He shut the gate! Oh, Bryce, open it up, Bryce!
We pretty much left to fend for ourselves, and since all of us knew we didn't stand a chance against any of those things, everyone went to try and find some place to hide. I found a table. I figured I might do the trick. I found a table I figured might do the trick, so I decided to hide under there. Now I'm here, writing this. I don't think Bryce is gonna get anyone to come and help us, since I'm pretty sure it's basically nighttime by now. Although even if he did, I don't think it would really do any good. Those things are still prowling around, looking for anyone who's still hiding. Every second there's a new scream in the distance. I'm honestly lucky I made it this long, but I'm not sure it's gonna last. I can hear footsteps, and with each step, they get louder and louder. I can tell they're getting closer, and I'm not sure what's gonna happen next, but I don't like this one bit. They're standing right in front of me now. It's been this way for a few minutes. I don't know if they've found me or what, but they're not doing anything. I'm waiting for something to happen, for the thing to pull the cloth and grab me. I would hope for it to go away, but hope it's a dangerous thing in this situation. I can hear whatever it is starting to move. It's culture. So, I'm alive. That's something, I guess. I woke up in what looked like the basement of some house. I was a little fuzzy when I woke up, but it didn't take me too long to come to my senses. I had no idea where I was other than that it was someone's house. I didn't know if the owners of the house were gonna wake up and find me or what. When no one who took me here, they were probably long gone. I got up and looked around. I saw a hide and seek carry like the one I had as a kid. So there was a few Pokemon cards stacked in a pile. And I saw what looked like a hardcover notebook. And when I took a good look at it, I saw that it was a diary. Out of curiosity, I started reading it. It was written by one of the people who lived in the house. Hi, my name is Alex.
The counselor said it would be a good idea for me to keep a journal as a way of helping me adjust and move into a new place. So I guess I'd give it a shot. So like I said before, my name's Alex. I have a little sister, a little brother, and a baby sister. I also have 2 parents, but you probably already guessed that. It seemed pretty normal at first, but after a few pages, things started getting suspicious. I got woken up last night to someone making noises in the hallway. I tried to ignore it at first, but it wouldn't stop, so I went to check and see what it was going on. And I saw what looked like a giant piece of cheese scuttle away at the end of the hallway. Before he left, he turned to look at me, and he had really sharp teeth, and he looked mean and scary. I went back to bed after that, and I only got stranger after that. And by the time I finished reading, I knew exactly what happened to the people who lived here. I'm not going to explain everything that happened, so if you really want to know, you can read it for yourself. I told my parents about the cheese I saw last night, but they said it was just a bad dream. I'm pretty sure I was awake, but whatever. It's not like cheese can walk anyway. Today was my first day at school. I made a new friend named Adrian. He seemed pretty cool. There's also this pretty girl in my class named Annette, who I think I have a crush on. I don't know if I have a chance with her though. I got in trouble today when someone broke all of the plates in the kitchen. My little brother was at daycare, my sister was doing dance practice, so I was the only one at home. I didn't do it, but nobody believed me, and I got sent to my room. It really wasn't me though. I don't know who did it, but I know it wasn't me. It doesn't matter though, because I'm still grounded anyway. When I took a bath today, my towel was missing. I asked if anyone else took it, but none of them said they did. Well, I know I sure didn't take it. I don't know what happened to it, but that sure is weird. I tried to go to bed after that, but my baby brother was screaming and crying all night, so I couldn't get any sleep. Wah, wah, wah. My little brother refuses to sleep in his room now. He woke up and went crying to my parents in the middle of the night. He wouldn't stop crying about the burned man he saw in his room when he woke up. He said he could feel that he was evil and that he wanted to hurt him. My parents checked his room, but no one was there. My parents told him it was just his imagination, but he insisted it was real. Now he sleeps in my parents' room. He's still scared of the burnt man, and he won't go anywhere near his old room. Last night, I woke up in the middle of the night. For some reason, I got a really weird feeling. I didn't see anything at first, but then I looked at the door and I saw a strange man staring at me from outside the doorway. Something about him was really weird. I don't know what happened. I don't know what, but it really creeped me out. He just kept staring at me until I got so scared I shut my eyes. When I opened them up again, he was gone. When I woke up this morning, his face was still fresh in my mind. I tried to think about something else, but I can't remember his creepy eyes and his smile. Me and my brother were playing outside, and this creepy kid came up and asked us about our house. He asked us if we lived there, so we said yes, and he said that our house was crushed. Our house was cursed. He said that ever since a while ago, there's been strange noises and things happening at first. He said it got so bad that the last people who lived here had to move away. My little brother started freaking out. I told him that sounded made up, and he said I can believe what I want to believe. Then he went away, and as he was walking away, he said to sleep with one eye open. My brother was still scared, so I told him that kid was just making stuff up. Today after school, I was supposed to take in the trash, but I forgot my dad got home from work. When we were eating dinner, and he got mad at me because I didn't take in the trash. My mom made cookies for dessert, and Dad said I couldn't have any dessert until I took out the trash. I went outside and took in the trash, or out the trash. I actually don't know the difference. But when I came in, someone already ate my cookies. I asked both my siblings if they ate the cookie, but they said they both said they didn't. All I know is that someone ate that cookie, and it wasn't me. Guess what? I'm having a sleepover. Adrian said we should have a sleepover, so I asked my mum, and he asked his mum, and they both said yes. Adrian's coming over soon. Mum said I have to clean my room before he comes. So Adrian came over for a sleepover, and it didn't go as I expected. So when Adrian got here, I greeted him at the door. The first thing we did was play video games, and we did that until it was time to eat. After we finished eating, we went down in the basement to play with some Pokemon cards till it was time for bed. After Mom turned the lights off, me and Adrian still stayed up. We watched videos on Adrian's tablet, and then Adrian asked me if I wanted to watch R-rated movies. I've never seen an R-rated movie before. Adrian said there's this website that lets you watch movies for free, and that you can watch whatever you want on there. Adrian said we should probably hide somewhere my parents won't look for us. I said we could go to my little brother's old room. He doesn't sleep in anymore. And Adrian said that sounded like a great idea. We went to my brother's old room and we watched a bunch of R-rated movies. There was bloods, guns, and even blood. There was blood, guns, and even boobs. It was awesome. Eventually we fell asleep while watching the movies, but all of a sudden Adrian started screaming and I woke up. He said that there was a guy with burnt skin, sharp teeth and claws standing there. My parents came in to see what was the matter. He begged them to send him back home. My parents called Adrian's parents and they took him home. He was quiet the whole time, and he was quiet the whole time he was with his parents. He didn't say anything when he walked outside. Mom baked a bunch of cookies yesterday night. But when I woke up this morning, somebody already ate them. Both my brother and my sister said they didn't eat them. When I noticed someone had to eat them, and it wasn't me. Today I was playing video games and I heard something moving in the pipes. I don't know what it was, but it sounded too big for a mouse. I told Mom and Dad about it, but they said they didn't hear it. Tonight I woke up in the middle of the night to loud noises outside my door. I went to check outside and I saw that same cheese thing from before scuttling around. He looked at me and then ran off. I tried to catch up with him, but he disappeared into the darkness. I realized that I was right outside my little brother's old room. Then I started to get a really bad feeling. I looked over at my brother's room. When I did, I saw him. I got really scared. I've been scared before. I've never been scared like this. I didn't even know you could get scared like this, but now I know you can. I could tell that he liked seeing me scared, that he enjoyed every moment of me being afraid of him. I knew he was evil, and I had never seen anything as evil as him before. He stood there and stared at me until he just vanished. I just got a new babysitter. I don't really like her, if I'm being honest. She's mean and I don't think she even likes kids very much. And she doesn't even really babysit. She just has us go in our rooms and then she sits there making TikToks on her phone. I think her dad works for Bryce Anderson or something, but I don't know. I got in trouble today. Someone smashed all the plates again. And since I was there when my dad walked in, I got in trouble for it. I tried to tell him I didn't do it, but he didn't believe me and now I'm grinding for the rest of the week. Okay, I'm scared and I don't know what to do. So the babysitter came over today. She let us go in our rooms and as usual and started making TikToks. At first I just hung out in my room like I usually do. And then my babysitter started crying. So I went to check up on her and I found a bunch of poop in her diaper. I went to go get the babysitter, but at first I didn't see her. Then I heard noises coming from downstairs and realized she was in the basement. I went downstairs and she was there filming a TikTok video. I got her attention and she got really mad. She asked me what it was and I said that my baby sister needed her diaper changed. She told me to do it myself and that she wasn't going to change a diaper. I said that I didn't know how to change a diaper and that it was her job. She got super mad and started yelling at me. Then we got into an argument. While we were arguing, the door slowly started to open. I went quiet when I saw what was behind it. It was a stranger man from the one night when he was standing outside my bedroom door watching me, but this time he was a giant head. His arms reached out of the door and they started getting longer and longer as they got closer to the babysitter. The babysitter could tell that something was bothering me, but she didn't know his arms stretching behind her, and she just got annoyed. Then the arms grabbed her and pulled her towards the door. She kicked and screamed, but the arms just kept pulling her towards the door. Then the man opened his mouth and he ate her. He closed his mouth and then the door was slowly shut. I was really scared and I stood there for a little while before I ran upstairs. I waited for my parents to get home, and when they did, they asked me where the babysitter was. I didn't know how to tell them what happened, so I said that she left. Dad said she's now fired, and that he's gonna look for a new babysitter. The police came to my door today. They asked about my babysitter. They said she's gone missing and that the last place she was seen was our house. My dad told him she left and the cop faked him. He told him to keep an eye out and to tell him if he sees anything. My brother peed his pants today. He won't use the bathroom anymore because he said when he went to use the bathroom last time, he saw two strange men who looked exactly like each other standing in the bathroom. Dad says it sets back his potty training. That's not the only thing that happened though. My sister was screaming because she saw a huge scary bug thing in her room. She said it was standing on two legs and it had sharp teeth. My mom and dad tried to tell her it was just her imagination, but she insists it's real. I went to use the bathroom today and I heard plates smashing in the kitchen. When I was done using the bathroom, I went to the kitchen and I saw that cheese thing there. He was smashing plates and he looked at me. Well, he smashed more plates. Then I heard my parents come in and the cheese thing left. When my parents came in, they got mad and I got in trouble. I tried to tell mom and dad that I didn't do it, but they didn't believe me. Now I'm grounded for a week. I was using the bathroom and when I was walking out into the hallway, I saw a man. He was standing at the end of the hallway and he was just staring at me. Eventually I looked away and when I looked back, he was gone. I saw the strange man again. I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw the strange man stand outside my bedroom door again. At first he just stared at me, but then he started laughing. It was the most shrill, creepy, high-pitched laugh I'd ever heard. Tee 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 tee. His laughter got louder and louder until he just disappeared and everything was quiet. I tried to go back to sleep but I couldn't. He's everywhere now. Whenever I'm alone I can hear his laugh, his high-pitched laughter. Whenever I'm in the house, I can feel him watching me. Sometimes I see him peek around the corner and hear his high-pitched laughter. Tee tee tee. It's not just him now. Last night I saw the two men my little brother was scared of. I also saw the bug thing that scared my sister. Sometimes he sits on the couch when I'm alone. I saw the man who appeared in the hallway. And I can always feel the burn man following me. I don't see him, but I know he's there. And I can tell that he's the most evil. He's the most evil one of them. I saw him. I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw the burned man standing in my bedroom. I was really scared, and I knew he could tell, that he liked it. He stared at me until he disappeared. Then my chest hurt, and when I looked, I saw a scratch on my chest. Then I heard a noise coming from the floor. I looked down, and there was a piece of paper laying on the floor. I picked up the paper, and when I read it, it said, "Tomorrow." I'm hiding. Tonight I woke up to screaming coming from my parents' bedroom. Me and my sister ran into the bedroom, and my mom and my little brother were dead. And I checked my baby sister's crib, and sure enough, she was dead too. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there for a little while, and then I heard laughter. Tee tee tee. The laughter got louder and louder, and pretty soon he walked out of the shadows. Tee tee. Me and my sister ran, and we got out of mom and dad's bedroom and went into the living room. But when we got there, there were bunch of other scary men. The scary men walked towards us and me and my sister were too scared to move. And out of nowhere, the cheese thing went behind my sister and started eating her. Ah! Help! Adrian, help! The cheese thing ripped off her arms and legs as he ate her. And when he was done with her head and torso, he ate her arms and legs. I ran away and I went downstairs to hide. I heard something in the pipes as I was running down the stairs. Eventually I found a closet to hide in. Now I'm hiding, trying not to get caught. I can hear footsteps upstairs, they're looking for me. I can hear my mom outside. I thought I saw her get killed. She says she's alive and the monsters are gone. As you can see, the story of this family didn't have a happy ending. The thing is, something about this house was familiar. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but it was like I had been here all my life. Then I realized what it was. This was the house I grew up in. The basement down to the last detail was exactly how it was when I lived here. Of course, there were a few new things, but overall it was the same room. I understood why Manny took me here now. I still didn't know what exactly it was that Manny was planning, but I understood that this was the perfect place for whatever it was. It was poetic in a way, but more in a way of that was meant to mock me rather than celebrate the fact that we grew up together. As I realized this, the TV began making static noises, and then it turned on. Then it turned on by itself and started playing a news segment. A family of 6 have been murdered in their own. It started to glitch out, and pretty soon the TV shut off. Then the hide and seek Harry spoke. I'm hiding. Can you find me? I didn't know what could have triggered the hide and seek Harry, but I didn't have a good feeling about it. Then I heard banging on one of the doors. The banging got louder and louder, and then a hole burst through the door. I got to see what it was that was banging on the door. Here's Johnny. The cheese fig burst through the door, and I backed away from it, but then I bumped into something behind me, and when I turned around, I saw exactly what it was. As soon as I saw him, I backed away, and when I did, I heard laughter from behind me. Tee, tee, tee. I turned around and I saw exactly who it was. PT punched me right in the stomach, and the force was so much that it felt like a million freight trains were ramming into me all at once. I flew in the air and slammed into the wall, and I was too tired to do anything. As PT and the other things stood there staring at me, other creatures started walking out of the shadows too, like those 2 guys from the broadcast, the bug creature and Joey. Pretty soon I was cornered with all of the horrific nightmares I'd faced throughout the week, standing in front of me all together in one room. Then the hide and seek Harry toy turned on by itself. 5 named Clive, 5 named Clive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named Clive. As the hide and seek Harry toy kept singing, the TV turned on again, and images of horrific monsters flashed on the screen as the song played on the TV as well. 5 named Clive, 5 named Clive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named Clive. Singing got louder and louder, and the upstairs basement door opened by itself. I could make it out something small at the top of the stairs. Then I got a good look at it, and I saw exactly what it was. It was Manny's old tinfoil boil that he made for me as an apology way back then. I don't know how he got it or how it's still here, but apparently it's still here somehow. It started rolling down the stairs by itself, and it continued to roll across the floor. When it got to the basement, the song kept playing as it moved across the floor, and eventually it got to my feet and stopped playing. The singing continued until... eventually got to my feet and stopped. The singing continued until the TV and the hide and seek Harry shut off and the singing stopped. Then he appeared.
5 named Clive, 5 named Clive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named Clive.
Manny stood in front of me, looking down at me. He grinned with his sharp yellow teeth, clearly amused with my fear and shock, and he spoke to me.
Family reunions are the best, aren't they, Bobby?
Manny laughed and went on some more.
Ever since you broke my attachment to you, I haven't been able to affect the physical world like I wanted, so I decided to call up a few old friends and have them do it for me.
I asked him what he meant by that, and he laughed before he answered.
Don't you remember Johnny Cheddar, Charles Tribble, the other Charles Tribble?
Then I realized what they were. Johnny Cheddar, Charles Tribble, and the other Charles Tribble were all the names of Manny's imaginary friends that he had when he was little. And I remembered that PT was the name of one of his imaginary friends too. I told him that was impossible, and that they were imaginary and not real. Manny laughed and went on.
It's called a tuplar, Bobby. Back when I was a kid, they weren't real. They were just in my imagination. But now, they have been given flesh as sentient conscious entities. Now what was once imaginary has become reality, and like me, they can do whatever they want in the real world.
He told his friends that there was much to do and that it was time to head out and get the party started. Manny said that the wedding was only the beginning, and that he was going to spread his carnage all across town, and that once he was done, he was going to turn Plainview into his own personal playground of slaughter. His bloodthirsty friends all hurried out of the basement with excitement, eager to get more blood in their hands. Manny stayed in the basement, and pretty soon, something began emerging from the ground.
Oh, and speaking of imagination brought to life,
the thing began to materialize and take shape, and pretty soon I saw exactly what it was.
You remember the Grouts, don't you, Bobby?
The Grout, the nightmare of my childhood, had been brought to life by Manny's twisted machinations. Pretty soon, the thing fully materialized, and I was face to face with my worst nightmares. It was realer than real, just as terrifying as I imagined and eager to sink its teeth into me and do all the horrible things I was so afraid of it doing to me back when it was merely a teenager's overreactive imagination. Manny laughed as the grout stood in front of me, ready to tear me apart.
I'm glad I could help you two reacquainted. I have important things to do, so I'll catch up. So I'll leave you two to catch up.
Manny disappeared and I was left in the basement with the grout. I knew that I was toast unless I thought something fast, and luckily I did. I waited for it to lunge at me, and sure enough it did. And when it did, I made my escape. I jumped out of the way and sprinted towards the stairs. It chased after me, but luckily I made it up the stairs just in time and shut the door behind me, locking it in the basement. I looked around the living room and I saw someone on the couch. I went up and got a good look at them, and I saw exactly who it was. Roderick was out cold, and I tried to wake him up, but it was clear he wouldn't budge. Eventually I got him up and he began to adjust to his surroundings. Roderick asked what was going on, so I told him we were kidnapped. I said I'd explain more later, but that for now we should probably get going. Just then I heard noises coming from the pipes, and I could already tell that whatever it wasn't good. After a minute or so, the noises stopped, and it was quiet for a while. That's when the grout popped out of the kitchen sink. Now, the thing about dealing with this kind of crap is that you at least somewhat know what to expect. But up until this point, Roderick had no idea anything like this even existed. So to say that Roderick freaked out is a huge understatement. Greg, what on earth is that? The grout lunged at us, and we ran away as quick as we could. We made it out to the door, and we ran out of the house and sprinted through the neighborhood. Eventually, we went into the woods and lost him there. Once me and Roderick were sure that the grout was gone, we stopped to catch our breath. We decided it was a good idea to sit down and rest before we did anything else. Now I'm here writing in my journal. Nothing else has really happened. The grout is still out there looking for us, but I'm sure we've lost it. I just heard something. Roderick can hear it too. It's getting closer.
So, I found out what the noises were. Turns out it was a group of people, but turns out they weren't just any group of people. Because when they saw my face, they recognized me. Well, speak of the devil. Now, I didn't know any of these guys, but they certainly knew me. And it was clear that they were not here to be my friend. They said they were looking for me, and that they were gonna take justice into their own hands. You thought you could run and hide, huh, Greg? It wasn't long before I found out what these guys were. They were people from my old town who thought I killed that guy. So they set off to locate me and deliver vigilante justice. Now that they had me, it was clear that they weren't going to let me go that easy. I didn't want to fight them either since they had guns and I wasn't looking to get my head blown off. So I was pretty much in a corner. I'm gonna enjoy making you beg and scream like a coward, Heffley. Then I heard rustling sounds in the distance. The other people could hear it too, since everyone was on high alert once we heard the sound. Hey, who's there? It was silent, and it stayed that way for a while, and then the howling began. Ow! 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 First I thought it was wolves, but then I realized that it was no wolves making those noises. That's when they jumped out of the shadows. Get 'em, boys! The Mingo clan, once known as the Mingo Kids, who terrorized me during my childhood whenever I was walking home from school, claim pretty much the entire woods as their territory. They're not exactly friendly to anyone who's on their turf. And one thing that nobody ever does is mess with the Mingos. The Mingos attacked and captured people in the group one by one. Despite many members of the group shooting at them, they still managed to dodge the bullets. Those who weren't captured fled, and I watched them tackle members one by one. Then they got a hold of Roderick. Let me go, Greg! Greg, help! I ran as fast as I could, and eventually I hid behind a tree. Now I'm writing in this. I can hear them in the distance. I can hear them getting closer. They're coming. Okay, let's start at the beginning. I woke up with my hands tied behind my back, and I was surrounded by a bunch of broken down cars. It didn't take long for me to realize that I was in the Mingo's lair. Then I heard a scream. When I looked over at where it was coming from, I saw one of the guys from earlier being taken by the Mingos.
No, please, no, someone help, help.
They took him over to a bonfire. As soon as they did, they made this weird noise and a bunch of other Mingos came out carrying a giant skewer. They tied him to the skewer and then they positioned the skewer over the bonfire before they lit it up.
Help, it burns,
The Mingos cheered as the man roasted alive. They surrounded him and shouted and hollered in excitement as he burned to a crisp. I could hear his screams of agony, but they were drowned out by the sound of the Mingos. Eventually, the screaming stopped, and the Mingos cheered even louder as they danced around the man's burnt corpse. Then, one of the Mingos noticed I was awake.
Hey, you.
He got Meckley's attention, and pretty soon, Meckley was standing right in front of me. He said he didn't appreciate me being in his territory. I said I was sorry and I tried to explain that me and my brother were being chased by something bad. But the only thing he said was this. Listen here, the only thing you ought to be afraid of around here is me. Meckley told the other Mingos to bring me to the fire. And one of the Mingos grabbed me and took me over to the fire. The Mingos cheered and their hollers of excitement filled the air as did with the smell of burnt flesh. I got closer and closer and pretty soon the cheering got louder and louder.
Woo, 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 burn him, burn him, burn him.
Then out of nowhere, he came out. The Grout picked up one of the other prisoners and ate his head off to show us what he was capable of. The Mingos launched a full-scale attack against the Grout, and a lot of them got torn to shreds when they charged towards it. The others climbed up the tree and hurled rocks at it by using their slingshots. Obviously, this didn't hurt the Grout, but it kept it entertained enough for me to wiggle my way over to the nearest car and look for any sharp metal objects to cut my ropes with. When I finally freed myself, I dived behind the car and started making my way out of there. I stuck around the site, and while I was doing so, I saw Roderick. I just wanted to get out of there, but he was still my brother, so I figured it'd be the right thing to do to go over and help him. I went over and untied him, but when I untied him, he was still unconscious, so I had to help wake him up. At first, it didn't work, but eventually he woke up. Oh, Greg, what happened? Roderick asked what was going on, so I asked him when we needed to get out of there. Then the Grout got a good look at us and it lunged at us. It ran into the forest with the Grout close behind. Keep running, Roderick. Go, go, go. The Grout chased us through the woods and I ran as fast as I could, since I didn't want it to catch up to me. As we were running, I noticed something in the distance, and when I got closer, I saw that it was a shed. The door was boarded up, but we were both getting tired and we needed to take shelter quickly before the Grout got to us. So I figured I'd run over to the back to see if there was a back door open. Sure enough, there was, and I dodged through the door with Roderick following close behind. But just as he was about to get inside, the Grout grabbed him by the leg and pulled him towards him. Roderick escaped the Grout's clutches, and as soon as he went inside, I slammed the door shut. Roderick was bleeding out, and I didn't know if a locked door would be enough to stop the Grout, so I found stuff to barricade the door with. I didn't know how long it'd be until the Grout broke down the door or something, so me and Roderick hid in a small closet in the shed. Then, I heard something in the pipes, and soon enough, I heard footsteps outside the door. I could hear it pacing, and then I heard my mother's voice. I've cut up some orange slices for you, sweetie. The Grout was mimicking my mother, and I didn't know if it already knew where I was and was just toying with me, or if it was trying to lure me out of hiding or what. But either way, I didn't budge. It stood out there for a while until I eventually heard it slither back into the pipes. I waited for a while to check to see if the coast was clear, just to be on the safe side. And when I did, nothing was there. I went outside to check and make sure that the Grout was gone. And sure enough, nothing was there. When I was done, I went back inside and I heard Roderick groaning in pain. He had bled out a lot and he was barely conscious. I knew I had to get him to a hospital quick, or something quick, or else he wasn't going to make it. But then I realized that we were basically in the middle of nowhere. I went outside to see if there was anything we could use to find our way around. There was nothing. Then I saw something in the distance. It was a woman. She was glowing a bright, whitish light, but it wasn't the kind of light that'd blind you or hurt your eyes. It was somehow both soft and bright at the same time, and it was pleasant to the eye. It was beautiful, and I've never seen anything like it. I knew that it could just be some trick by Manny, but something inside me was telling me that it wasn't. The woman beckoned for me, and that's when I realized that whatever she was here to help us find our way out of the forest. I went back inside to get Roderick, and I helped him up and walked him outside. When I got outside, the woman was still there, and she gestured at me to follow her. I followed her throughout the woods with Roderick, and I don't know how long I was following her for, but eventually we ended up behind a building. I looked around to thank her, but when I looked, she was gone. It was somewhere in town, so I figured maybe I could find a phone and call an ambulance there. I got Roderick and walked him up to the front of the building, and when I did, I realized exactly where we were. It was Crunchy Fingers. I went inside Crunchy Fingers with Roderick, and sure enough, Shrug, Tyson, along with Dennis at the counter were there. They noticed Roderick's leg and asked me about what happened, so I told them that Roderick needs to get help immediately. Dennis said he could help, since in the military they taught him how to pack wounds. Dennis got out a gauze, cotton balls, and bandages. Once he was done with Roderick, he had him sit on one of the stools and take it easy. Dennis said this should help stop the bleeding, but that he needs to go to an actual hospital. Dennis got out his phone to call an ambulance, but just then an emergency alert was broadcasted to TV.
A safety warning has been issued to Plainview.
And none of us knew what all of this was about, but if this was being sent all across Plainview, then it must be important.
Anyone in the Plainview area is ordered to remain indoors. If you are outside, go inside to the nearest building. If you are driving, park in front of the nearest building and go inside.
Now, I had no idea why we needed to be inside so bad, but pretty soon I found out why.
A group of dangerous individuals are currently targeting people in the Plainview area. Several people have been killed.
I had a sneaking suspicion of who those dangerous individuals were, especially since the police would have probably been able to take down a group of normal people by now. The broadcast continued.
If you are currently in a house or other residence, turn off all the lights. Gather all occupants and take them to the basement. Find a room with no windows and hide there. If you do not have a basement, find a room similar to the one described. Do not go near any windows.
The broadcast went on.
If you are in a public building, turn off all the lights. Gather everyone and take them to a room without any windows. Stay quiet. Do not go near any windows.
Then, my suspicions were confirmed.
And most importantly, if you see any of the following individuals, do not interact with them. Do not engage with them. Do not make any noise. Do not let them see you. Find somewhere to hide. If they've seen you, it's already too late.
After the broadcasting ended, Dennis turned off all the lights and had us hide in the bathroom. But as we were all getting up to head to the bathroom, I looked out the window and guess what I saw? I tried to tell them I didn't think it was a good idea to hide in the bathroom, and they asked me why. I realized that they wouldn't believe me if I told them, so I just went along with them. Dennis had us sit down against the wall and told us not to make any noise. It was completely silent, with the only sound being a faucet dripping every other second. We sat there for a while, completely silent, the only sound being a faucet dripping every 10 seconds. Then, out of nowhere, he jumped from the sink. Shrug and Tyson started freaking out, and Dennis took Roderick and told everyone to get out of the bathroom. Once everyone was out of the bathroom, Dennis slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it. He told everyone to get out of the building, and once everyone was out, he shut the front door and locked it. He told everyone to hide in the trunk of his car, and once everyone was in, he closed it and said he'd be hiding under the dashboard. Then, I heard him walk over to the front of the car before he opened it, went in, closed the door, and locked all the doors. After that, it was completely silent, and not a sound could be heard. Then, I could hear the footsteps outside, and they were getting closer and closer. Pretty soon, they stopped right in front of the car, and it slowly circled around the car until it stopped right outside the trunk. It just stood there, and I don't know how long it was, but the whole time I was just hoping that it wouldn't rip the trunk off and eat me alive. It was who knows how many minutes of not knowing whether in any second the trunk would be torn off and I'd be brutally torn to pieces. But eventually, It started walking away. Pretty soon it was quiet, and after a while, I heard the front car door open, followed by Dennis walking over to the trunk. Dennis opened the trunk, and after everyone climbed out, he told us to get in the car. He helped Roderick and sat him in the front seat next to him. And once we were all inside, he told us that Plainview wasn't safe. He said that he didn't know what was going on, but that it was clear that it wasn't safe to be in Plainview. So he was going to drive us to Saxville so that Roderick could go to a hospital and we would be somewhere safe. Dennis started driving and we made our way through the streets. We drove a few miles through town when we saw something in the distance. As we got closer, we saw exactly what it was, and it was horrifying. It was a bunch of corpses strewn across the street, and they were all mutilated and disfigured in horrific ways. Then, all of a sudden, something appeared in front of our car. He punched the car and we crashed onto the side of the road. We got out of the car, but then we came face to face with him. We just stood there in terror as he stood in front of us, and then I heard a voice. Well, look who it is. Then he crawled out of the shadows. Long time no see, Wimpy. I see you brought some friends with you. 2, the more victims the merrier. It was Johnny Cheddar. I thought we were gonna be done for, but then I heard another voice. Help, someone! It was a woman calling for help. Now, I didn't see who it was since he was off in the distance, but I knew that calling out like that was basically unaliving yourself. The one guy went straight over there to where her voice was coming from, but Johnny Cheddar stayed back here. That might have worked on Danny, but I'm not falling for that. Then Johnny Cheddar went on. There's only one of you who I'm not allowed to kill. The rest are fair game. We took off and ran. Johnny Cheddar lunged at Tyson, and he didn't manage to grab him or injure him, but he did tear off his pants. Pause. We kept running and we looked for places to take shelter, but every building was closed. We saw that one of Bryce's restaurants was open, or at least all the doors and windows were smashed open. I didn't exactly have a good feeling about this, but we didn't really have many other options, so we figured we'd take what we could get. We went inside of Bryce's restaurant, and there were corpses scattered across the floor. We found a room to hide in, and when we got inside, there was a corpse in there, so we made sure to stay away from it since we didn't have time to find somewhere else to hide. Not long after, we heard Johnny Cheddar. Wimpy D, come out wherever you are. Johnny Cheddar went on. You know I'm gonna find you eventually, so come on out so I can cut you up into tiny pieces. Eventually, he gave up. Whatever. I'm getting bored of this. You win this round, Wimpy D. We waited for a while, and once we were sure he was gone, we decided to check to make sure the coast was clear. But before we could get to the door, fluid started gushing out of the stomach of the corpse, and then a gnarled hand burst out of the corpse's stomach, and that horrifying bug creature clawed its way out of his stomach. Or blocked the exit, and it inched closer and closer to us. Just then, the door flew open and a hooded figure came in and stepped on the bug creature. Then, the figure pulled down his hood, and we saw exactly who it was. It was Fregley. Fregley asked us if we were okay. Asked him if he actually killed the bug thing, and he said probably not. Fregley said that it wasn't safe out here, and that he had a place where we would be safe. He said he came out here looking for survivors, and that we were lucky we weren't torn to shreds. He said that he's been going around setting up devices that make fake audio to lure the unholy creatures away from any potential victims. Fregley said we needed to get out before the bug thing starts to regenerate. I didn't like the sound of that at all, and apparently neither did anyone else, since we all followed Fregley out of Bryce's restaurant. Once we were out of the restaurant, we snuck through the streets, careful not to be seen by one of Manny's imaginary friends. It was all going well at first, but then we heard laughter in the distance. Tee tee tee. We darted behind the dumpster and hid there. Then we heard footsteps. The footsteps grew louder and louder, and then he came. He walked slowly through the alleyway and scanned the area, looking everywhere as he did so. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I didn't have a good feeling about it. Then he stopped in front of the dumpster, and I was certain that he was going to lift up the dumpster and eat us all alive. But then he started walking away. Once he was gone, Fregley checked to make sure that the coast was clear, and sure enough, it was. So we continued to sneak across the streets of downtown Plainview. We continued to sneak through downtown Plainview until we got to the building Albert Sandy works at. Fregley told us to follow him, and we snuck around the building until we got to the back. There was a forest behind the building, and Fregley told us to follow him before he went into the forest. Now, I wasn't exactly too thrilled with the idea of going in the woods, especially after what happened last time I ventured into the woods. But it wasn't like it was any safer than Plainview, so I figured I might as well follow him into the woods. We walked through the forest until we got to a hill with a metal door built into it. It looked like an old blast-resistant military door, and Fregley told us to wait before he walked up to the door. "Albert, you in there?" Fregley knocked on the door, and pretty soon, the metal speak-easy window slid open. The window closed after the person behind it got a good look at him, and then the door opened. And standing behind it was Albert. Albert told us to come in, and when we got inside, Albert led us through a hallway and into the main room. Albert said that this was his secret bunker he made in case the world's stock market collapses. He said it works perfectly for this situation, and that we'd be safe here. And Chirag asked this, "Okay, so what on earth is going on, guys?" I figured after all this, they deserve to know the truth, so let the cat out of the bag. So I'm sure you're familiar with my younger brother, Manny. I told him about how after Manny died, his spirit lived on and attached himself to my dreams. I told him that the string of murders following his death were his work, and that he used my dreams to make things happen in the real world. I told him that I defeated him and rid myself of his attachment to me, but now he's managed to get other beings to do his work for him. Then, I looked at Fregley and Albert and said that I found out that these beings are actually Manny's imaginary friends he had when he was a toddler, that he somehow managed to bring to life. I remember Manny said something about a tulpa, so I mentioned that, and Fregley said he was familiar with tuplas. Albert went on to explain that a tupla is created when a person brings an imaginary person, character, or concept to life by intense concentration, visualization, and belief. Albert said that tuplas are typically thought to be created by the living, but that there's technically no rule against a dead person doing it. Albert said that at first, a tupla is just imagination, no more real than your imaginary girlfriend. But then, by a person's concentration, focus, and belief, it becomes gradually more tangible until it is finally a sentient conscious being. Albert Sandy said that as tulpas learn more skills, they become more aware, and eventually they gain their own personalities and agency. Albert said they typically stick close to the template that they were envisioned with, but that they have their own sentience, will, and agency. Chirag asked what we should do now, and Dennis said we should get Roger to a hospital. Albert said his car was parked outside his building, and he gave Dennis the car keys. Dennis walked out of the bunker of Roderick, and asked if they would be safe. Wrigley said that they would be safe since this side of the forest was protected by gnomes. That didn't exactly give me much confidence, but it wasn't exactly like there was much I could do otherwise. I asked if there was any way we could defeat Manny's imaginary friends, and Tyson said that since Manny is using his imaginary friends to kill people, that we could create our own imaginary friends and give them the power to defeat Manny's imaginary friends. But Fergie said that the process of creating a tulpa is one that takes months. Fergie said he knew a way to defeat them, and it was through a ritual. First, we create a circle, then we bring the tulpa into the circle, and finally, someone will say a chant that will defeat the tulpa. Fergie said that there's no way to destroy a tulpa for good, but that they can be defeated. Fergie said that when the tulpa takes its first step into the reality, it is formed in a different layer of existence that is metaphysical in nature, and as it develops, it gradually manifests itself into the physical world. Fergie said that the ritual sent that tulpa back to its world and cut it off from the physical world permanently. Then, Fergie came up with a plan. He said that we'd find a place out of the way enough to be discreet, but close enough to Plainview to lure them out over there. Then,
We would make a circle there, and once we were done with that, we would use the fake audio devices that Fregley's been setting up to lure Manny's imaginary friends to the location, and once they're in the circle, Fregley will say the chant and banish them back to the world permanently. Fregley looked at Shrug and Tyson and told them that they could stay in the bunker if they wanted, but Shrug and Tyson had something else to say. We've made it through all of this. We're not just gonna stay behind. Yeah, we're coming with and we'll find to the very end. Fregley said that they were welcome to come along if they'd like, but warned them that what we were about to do was very dangerous and that one of us could easily lose our lives. Shrug and Tyson seemed to understand this risk and decided to come along anyways. Also, can I have a new pair of pants? My old ones got torn off. Yeah. Albert went and got a pair of shorts for Tyson to change into, and once Tyson changed, we began to prepare for the ritual. Now I'm here, writing in my journal for what might be the last time. I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no idea if any of us are going to make it out alive. But if we do go out, then we're going out fighting. Fighting for our town. Fighting for everyone's right to live in peace and to be rid of these creatures. To be rid of Manny. We're about to head out now. Wish us luck. So, there's a lot to unpack. I'm alive, as you can probably already tell. So I probably wouldn't even be writing in this book if I wasn't. So much happened, and I can go on about all the crazy things that happened tonight. But I figured the best place to start is the beginning. So me, Fregley, Tyson, and Shrug headed to this old abandoned building called Smith's Factory. It was this building from the 1800s, owned by this guy named Isaac Smith, and apparently the conditions for the workers were really bad. Fregley said that Smith worked many of his employees to death, and in addition to that, there were workplace accidents and even rumors of child labor. Fregley said it shut down in the 1910s, and that now it is haunted by many of the employees who work there, including Smythe or Smith himself. Fregley says the reason why it's never been demolished is because every time they try, the equipment stops working and strange things start happening on site because Smythe's ghost is so possessive of his factory. He said that this was the perfect place to do our ritual, though, and that Smythe's possessive ghost might actually work in our favor when it comes to fighting against the Tulpers. Fregley got a chair and drew a circle on the ceiling, saying that Manny's imaginary friends are possibly smart enough to know what a Tulpa circle is, so he's drawing the circle on the ceiling to make sure that the trap works. Now, I wasn't exactly sure how I felt about hiding out in a building that was haunted by some insane, possessive ghosts, but I could certainly take that over Manny or any of his imaginary friends. Fregley said Shrug and Tyson would set up a trail of fake audio devices leading to the factory, and that I would be the scout looking out for Manny's imaginary friends, since I knew them better than anyone here. So I would be able to recognize them and track them to make sure that they got to the factory smoothly. Then, Fregley took out a huge bag and unzipped it, and inside the bag were a bunch of audio devices. He told Tyson and Shrug that they would use the bag to carry the audio devices, and that once they got to a good place to put them, they would unzip the bag and set up the device. Then Fregley handed us each walkie-talkies and told us that we would use them to communicate with him and Albert. He said that Albert is the one controlling the fake audio devices with his computer back in the bunker, which has a map showing the location of every audio device that's been set up. Fregley said I'd use my walkie to communicate with Albert, and that once I see one of Manny's imaginary friends, I'll tell him so that he can activate the appropriate audio device to lure the Tulpa to the factory. Fregley took out his walkie and tested it, and sure enough it worked. Testing? Can you hear me? Testing? Yes, loud and clear. Then Fregley gave us the bag of audio devices and set us off. We walked through the factory to make our way to the exit, and as we did, I kept looking behind me to make sure that Smythe's ghost wasn't sort of following me. When we made it out of the factory, Shrug and Tyson set up the audio devices while I tagged along and looked out for any of Manny's imaginary friends. Eventually, we got to the more populated areas of Plainview and it was all going well. But then,
I noticed a figure in the distance. When I got a good look at it, I saw exactly who it was. What are these carcasses doing here all of a sudden? Danny! It was Danny! I told Shrug and Tyson to get down and we hid behind the garage dumpster. I took out my walkie-talkie and told Albert that we found an imaginary friend. I told him where we were, and soon enough, the audio device Shrug and Tyson just set up went off. Help! Someone help! Please help! Danny followed the audio and eventually he was on the path to the factory. I followed him as he got closer and closer to the factory, making sure that I was far away enough that he didn't see me, but close enough that I could keep track of him. I was following him for what felt like an hour, and I was worried that at any second I'd slip up and he'd see me, but that never happened, and eventually we made it to the factory. I alerted Fregley that we were at the factory, and he said he was ready. I watched him through the broken glass windows and waited for him to make his way into the hall before I snuck inside and made my way towards the hall to keep an eye on him. The thing is, remember how earlier I said that I was worried I might slip up and he'd see me? That's exactly what happened. I tried to run from Daddy, but then Daddy just teleported behind me. Whenever I would try to run in the opposite direction, he would just teleport in front of me or behind me. I took out my walkie-talkie and informed Freddie that I was in trouble, so he helped me out and activated some of the audio devices he set up around the factory. It distracted him for a little while, long enough for me to sprint down the hallway into Smith's old office, where the circle was. As soon as I got in, Danny appeared in front of me. Yummy, yummy, to my tummy. But little did he know, the joke was on him. Then Fregley came out of the shadows. He started saying the chant, and Daddy began to contort and writhe as he let out an inhuman scream. Be gone, demon! Be gone! Oh! Daddy contorted and screamed even more intensely as Fregley continued to recite his chant until all of a sudden he disappeared into thin air. Fregley said he was gone, and he got out his walkie-talkie and told everyone that Danny was defeated.
Tulpa Danny has been defeated.
Fregley said that I did a good job, but told me I needed to be more careful next time about being seen by Manny's imaginary friends. He said that it only took one wrong move for someone to get killed. He sent me on my way, and I made sure to be quiet as I snuck to downtown Plainview. Eventually I got there, and it was all going well at first, but then I heard noises. I hid behind a dumpster, and then the sounds got closer and closer. It was the sound of footsteps growing nearer and nearer by the second. Eventually, they stopped right by the dumpster. Carefully, I poked my head out from behind the dumpster to get a look at what it was, and when I did, I found out. Oh, Greg, thank goodness. It was just Tyson and Sharag. Sharag and Tyson set up an audio device where they were, and it all seemed to be going well. But pretty soon, I saw someone else in the distance. Joey walked closer and closer to Sharag and Tyson, and neither of them seemed to notice him. I wanted to tell them, but I didn't want Joey to see me. I watched as Joey inched closer to Sharag and Tyson. By the second, and pretty soon, Joey was standing right behind them. And no matter what happens, we are not running away like a bunch of cowards. Right on, brother. Then Sharag turned around and saw Joey. Sharag's expression quickly changed to one of horror, and he told Tyson to look behind him. Tyson did, and when he did, his face turned white. Uh-oh, he's right behind me, isn't he? I got out my walkie-talkie and quiet as possible, I told Albert about what was happening. Albert set off an audio device nearby, but didn't do anything. Help! Someone help! Then Joey opened his mouth to reveal multiple rows of sharp, pointy teeth. Hey, Shrug, I think now would be a good time to run away like a bunch of cowards. Joey lunged at them, and they started running and climbed over the fence. Joey chased after them, and he climbed up the fence before he continued pursuing his prey. Pretty soon, they were gone, and I just sat there for a while looking out for anything. The night was quiet, and it was really unearthing because I knew that something was not nasty could be hiding just around the corner waiting for its next meal. Pretty soon, I heard footsteps, and it wasn't long before I saw exactly what was making them. I carefully pulled out my walkie-talkie, and as quiet as possible, told Albert what was going on. Albert activated an audio device and I waited to see what would happen next. Someone, please help, someone. Sure enough, it got their attention. Well, Charles, what a treat. Indeed, Charles, it's fresh meat. They went to where the audio was coming from, and once they got there, they just stood there looking at the ground. Then they looked up at each other, and all of a sudden, they disappeared into thin air. I got out my walkie-talkie and told Albert about what happened, but just then, I could hear a voice coming from the other end of the walkie-talkie, and it wasn't Albert. Being on the computer all day can't be good for you. It was them. Say, Charles, how about we help our friend get in shape? They laughed a demonic, horrifying laugh, and it all came to a haunting conclusion. The walkie-talkie cut to static, and it was silent. I didn't know what to do. Since without Albert, there was nobody to man the audio devices. I was sitting there, and then I heard noises. I dreaded to see what it was, but I figured I'd best know what I was dealing with. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I noticed fluid gushing out of a corpse. A gnarled hand burst from the corpse, and the bug creature from before, who I assumed was Tiny Jim, clawed his way out of the corpse. I tried to be as quiet as I could, but apparently that didn't change anything, since Tiny Jim already knew where I was and died at me the moment he crawled out of the corpse. I knew how to get out of there, so as quickly as I could, I climbed over the fence and took off. I ran as fast as I could, and I could hear Tiny Jim chasing after me. I figured my best bet was to try and get back to the factory and lure Tiny Jim into the office room. I tried to find my way around to the path back to the factory with Tiny Jim close behind me. Once I found it, I made my way back to the factory with Tiny Jim round my tail. I ran for what felt like hours, and I started getting tired, but eventually I saw the factory in the distance. I used the rest of my strength to power to the factory, my entire body aching with cramps. I was right outside the door to the factory, but then all of a sudden, I collapsed and fell to the ground. I tried to get up, but my body just wouldn't move. I was glued to the ground, and I could hear Tiny Jim behind me. I managed to turn myself over, but then Tiny Jim started crawling on me, and if that wasn't enough, he went inside my mouth. I could feel him crawl down my throat, into my stomach. I knew that I had to get myself to the office room fast, or else I would be eaten alive from the inside. I desperately tried to stand up, but to no avail. So I used whatever strength I had left to crawl into the factory. I dragged myself across the floor, my mind flooded with panic and my heart pounding in my chest. I looked around as I crawled through the main factory area, and when I did, I saw men dressed in 1800s attire standing along the walls. They didn't do anything, just watched me as I dragged myself across the floor of the factory. Was this it? Was I this close to death that I could see the spirits of those who met their end here? Was I to share their fate? To die in this building? If I was, would I ever find rest? Or would I haunt this creepy old factory for eternity? Just like the rest of the souls who died there? No, I wasn't going to die. Not now. I was going to see this through. And I was going to make sure that neither Manny or his imaginary friends could hurt anybody ever again. I crawled with all my might, all of my strength, all of my willpower, and I was going to make it to that room. Eventually, I made it to the hallway leading to the office room, and against the walls of the hallway there stood even more spectres of those who died here, watching me as I used all of my last bits of strength to drag myself across the floor. I wasn't going to join them, and even when I began to see worse stuff, like these horrifying children lurking in the shadows, I didn't stop. I eventually made it to the office, and once I did, I wasted no time, since I knew that a mere second could be the difference between life and death. Fregley, start the chant now! Fregley seemed confused at first, but he started to say the chant, and when he did, I heard shrieking coming from my stomach, accompanied by kicking and flailing. Be gone, demon, be gone! As Fregley continued to chant, the screaming and kicking got more intense. I was worried my stomach was going to tear open, but eventually it stopped. It was all over. The kicking stopped, the screaming stopped, and it was quiet. Fregley held me up and walked me over to a chair, gave me a bowl of water and told me to stay here until I have enough energy to go back out again. Believe me, a nice, cool bottle of water was just what the doctor ordered. I spent a good while relaxing and drinking out of my water bowl. and it was all pretty calm. But then I heard screaming and running outside.
Eh.
Shrug and Tyson came running in, and soon after, Joey followed behind them. Joey tried to lunge at Tyson and Shrug, but since he was in the circle, he couldn't. Then Fregley walked over to Joey and told Shrug and Tyson to step back. Fregley started chanting, and Joey let out a horrifying demonic scream as he began to convulse and flail. As Fregley continued to recite the chant, his screams became even louder and his convulsing became even more intense. Eventually, Joey disappeared into thin air, and the screaming stopped. Fregley asked Shrug and Tyson if they would like a bowl of water. They said yes, so Fregley got them water bowls, and after that, they sat down. The next 10 minutes were spent chilling and getting our energy back. Nothing really happened at first, but then Albert spoke from the other end of the walkie-talkies. Hello, Greg, Fregley, Shrug, Tyson, guys, I'm okay. Apparently, Albert managed to get away from his would-be assailants and hid in a room where he drew a tulpa circle on the ceiling. They did inevitably find him, but when they did, they were trapped in this tulpa circle, and Albert said the chant defeated Charles Tribble and the other Charles Tribble, once and for all. After that, we just took sips from our water and relaxed until we had enough energy to go back outside and set up more audio devices. When we were walking through the hallway, I didn't see any ghosts there anymore. And when we walked through the main factory area, the specters of the men who died in the factory were gone. We walked outside and I asked Shrug and Tyson if they believed the story about the ghosts of dead workers haunting the factory. So do you guys believe the story about the factory being haunted? Shrug said no, but I guess Tyson didn't agree. Bruh, what do you mean no? What I think the story is bullcrap. As we walked further, Shrug and Tyson continued to discuss the subject. Bruh, how can you say it's bullcrap after all the crap we've seen? Exactly. We've seen it, we know it's real. We continued to walk further into Plainview, and we decided to be quiet once we were closer to downtown. While we were making our way through Plainview, we heard laughter in the distance. We hid behind a garage dumpster, and I took out my walkie-talkie and told Albert our location and to activate the nearest audio device. Albert said he was going to do it, and he prepared for it to activate and lure PT over, but nothing happened. I told Albert that nothing was happening, and he said that he activated the audio device. I said that he didn't, and he said he clicked the icon and that should do the trick. Albert said he'd try again, and we waited after that, but still nothing. I told him it didn't work, and he tried again, still nothing. I suggested that Albert activate another audio device nearby, and Albert said he would, but just like last time, and all of the other times, nothing happened. With no more options left, our only hope was to sit still and pray that PT didn't find us. Eventually, PT went away and we waited for a while just to be on the safe side. Before we did anything, after a while, we decided to go over to the audio device and see what was wrong with it. Something seemed to be crumbling out from inside the audio device, and when I took a good look at it, I saw that it was cookie crumbs. Then I noticed a piece of paper laying on the ground, so I picked it up, and when I did, I saw exactly what was on it. Tough luck, Bobby. We were basically screwed. Without the audio devices, we stood no chance against Manny and his imaginary friends. And while we have defeated Manny's friends before without the audio devices, now that Manny's gone wise to what we were doing, it was going to be a lot harder to trick them. However, I didn't have much time to contemplate this much longer, since I was about to find out exactly what would happen if one of Manny's imaginary friends saw us. There you are, Wimpy. I turned around and I saw Johnny Cheddar. You sly, slippery little flip eye. I didn't get to kill you all last time. Johnny went on. To think that I actually let you get away. Well, this time, I won't make that mistake. Johnny Cheddar lunged at us, so we started to run as fast as we could. Johnny Cheddar chased us, and it didn't look like there was any way to outrun him, so we split up in order to distract him. Surprisingly, he went after Tyson instead of me, and I sprinted toward the street until I found this alleyway with a garage dumpster, and I hid there. I don't know how long I was hiding for, but what I do know was that I was sitting there the whole time, hoping that none of Manny's imaginary friends would find me. I continued to sit there, trying not to let anything find me. Then, Tyson called my name. Greg, over here. Tyson wanted me to come inside the building. I didn't know exactly why, but he said that he found something. I looked around to make sure that the coast was clear. Once I made sure that none of Manny's imaginary friends was there to see me, I snuck over to the door and stepped inside. When I was inside, I didn't see Tyson. I was in a hallway, and I was about to walk down it. But then, Tyson stopped me. Dude, what are you doing? Close the door. Hurry, now. I closed the door, but when I looked back, I still didn't see him. He called me again, and his voice was coming from the other end of the hallway. Greg, over here. I walked over to the other end of the hallway, and there was an open door leading to a large room with dead bodies everywhere. Now, usually, this would be part of the course with Manny's imaginary friends, but this scene went beyond anything I'd ever seen from any of Manny's imaginary friends except of Johnny Cheddar. This was on a whole new level, and I still didn't see Tyson anywhere. I carefully stepped into the room to look for Tyson, but at first, I didn't see him. Tyson, are you there? Then he responded, right behind you, Greg. But when I turned around, it wasn't Tyson. The Grout? The Grout lunged at me. I started running as fast as I could. Since the front doors were locked, the only way out was through a broken window. The only option being to get eaten by the Grout, I decided to take my chance with the broken glass window. I got through without a scratch, and once I was outside, it didn't take long for the Grout to follow suit. The Grout chased me through the town, and I knew that I could only continue running for so long before I got tired. So I looked around and tried to find a place to take shelter. Had no luck at first, but eventually I saw the back door of an apartment building that was open. So I sprinted as fast as I made my way over there. Once I was inside, I shut the door behind me and locked it, but I knew that wouldn't keep me safe for long, since the apartment had a sink in it, and the Grout could just crawl through the drain and get in. Sure enough, the Grout popped out of the sink. The Grout charged towards me, and I ran as fast as I could to the bedroom and slammed the door. I didn't see a lock on the door, so I wasn't sure if I'd even be able to hold off the Grout, but by some miracle, it did the trick. I felt relieved. I felt like I was actually safe in there. That is, until I noticed something in the middle of the room. At first, I thought it was the Grout, and I was ready to make a bolt, but when I took a good look at it, I saw that it was just a chair with a bunch of clothes thrown over it. I took a while to think about what I was supposed to do now. I was trapped in an apartment building with the Grout, and obviously I couldn't stay here forever, so I had to think of something. Then, I thought I saw something move in the chair, and at first, I thought I was just seeing things, but all of a sudden, the Grout emerged from the shadowy, silhouetted chair. The Grout lunged at me, and I darted over to the door and got out of the room as fast as possible. I slammed the doors behind me, shutting the Grout in. I quickly realized that even though Manny was the one who brought the Grout to life, it was still born from my imagination, which meant I was responsible for its conception. But the thing is, this also meant that the Grout had to follow the same rules he was conceived with, even if I didn't think about it that deeply. Whenever my door was shut, locked, or not, I always imagined him doing stuff like impersonating my mom to try and get me to open the door. That explains why the Grout is never able to get in when the doors are closed. The Grout travels using pipes, which is consistent with how I imagined him. I once mistook a chair with a bunch of clothes thrown over it as the Grout, which is why he can travel through inanimate objects that vaguely resemble him. So even though the Grout is an insatiable killing machine, it still has limits, which I thought meant that I was safe for the time being, since there was no access to any pipes in the bedroom. But just then, something started to rise from the ground, and pretty soon, the Grout began to emerge. I bolted away and took shelter in the bathroom. I slammed the door behind me, but I wasn't even safe here since the Grout was just gonna get in through the sink. I was utterly helpless against this thing. It could emerge from the ground wherever it wanted to. It could just travel through any object that vaguely looked like it in the dark. It could chase you without getting tired, and the only thing keeping it out of the room was a door, which wasn't even going to do any good since I was in the bathroom and it could travel through pipes. It was all within the rules I unintentionally set for it back when it was nothing more than my overactive imagination. Since the chair incident meant that it was, in fact, possible for the thing to emerge wherever it wanted, even with the rules, if you could even call it that, the grout was hardly constrained. It could easily make me into its next meal. The only question was when. If I went out there, I would be dinner. If I stayed in here, I'd also be dinner. I have a path I take, it all would be the same, and I would be grout food. There was a shower in the bathroom, and in the shower was the mutilated body of a woman, a gruesome reminder of my soon-to-be fate. But then, after looking at the shower, I got an idea. I stepped into the shower and closed the shower door behind me. I closed the shower curtains to make sure that the grout didn't see what I was doing. And once I was finished, I took out my walkie-talkie and asked Fregley to tell me how to draw a toolpath circle, step by step. Now, I didn't have anything to write with, but there was a dead body in the shower, and some of the blood was still wet. It was disgusting, but it wasn't like there was any other choice. I took off the shower drain, and I started drawing this toolpath circle. I followed Fregley's exact instructions, word for word, as fast as possible since I knew the grout could pop out at any second and eat me alive. I heard the grout outside of the shower door, and it scratched on the window. It knew I was in there, and it was only a matter of time before it popped out of the drain. I drew the rest of the toolpath circle as fast as possible, every second being the literal difference between life and death. Eventually, I was done with the circle, and then the grout emerged from the drain. Once the grout fully emerged, he looked at me with a ravenous glare in his eyes, eager to sink his teeth into me and gut me alive with his sharp claws. But to the grout's nasty surprise, he wasn't able to do anything. The grout was livid, and it tried to slash at me and claw at me, but to no avail. Whenever it did manage to make contact with me, it just went right through me like a ghost. I got out my walkie-talkie and asked Fregley to say the chant word for word so I could say it with him. As Fregley said the chant, I repeated after him. The grout let out a horrifying screech as I chanted, and as I continued to do so, the grout's scream became even more intense, and he began to writhe and thrash. As I continued chanting, the grout's shrieking got even louder and its flailing even wilder until all of a sudden, the grout vanished into thin air. I told Fregley that the deed was done, and before I got out of the shower, I stood there for a good while and took a breather. The grout, my childhood nightmare, was reduced to being once again nothing, more than a figment of my imagination. Even then, I knew that the grout wasn't the true villain. The grout at the end of the day was just an imaginary monster, a childhood boogeyman that never had any bearing in reality. The true villains are not monsters we create in order to blame anything possible besides ourselves. The true villains are always human beings, and this was no exception. The true villain was never the grout or Manny's imaginary friends. Instead, it was Manny himself. But tonight, I was going to make sure that Manny had no way to hurt anybody ever again. No more imaginary friends that could kill for him, nothing. The only thing he'd be able to do is watch as everything went on without him. The first thing I did after I took a breather and got out of the shower was wash my hands as thoroughly as possible to get all of the blood off. I washed all of the blood off, and then I went into the living room and crashed on the sofa. Now, I know it's weird to sit on someone else's sofa in someone else's apartment, especially since, judging by the scene in the shower, the person who lived in said apartment was brutally murdered, but at the hands of Manny's imaginary friends. But flip it, I needed this after the night I've had. I figured that if I was going to defeat the rest of Manny's imaginary friends, then it would be a good idea to group back up with Chirag and Tyson so that we could defeat them together. I took out my walkie-talkie to try and contact them, but they didn't respond. I tried again some more times. No luck. Now, I didn't know if something happened to them or what, but clearly something was up. It made sense that Tyson might be in trouble or was trying to hide, since the last time I saw him, he was being hounded by Johnny Cheddar, but Chirag wasn't responding either. I decided I'd try and go find them myself. So I got up from the sofa and walked out the door. Once I was outside, I made sure to be as quiet as possible so that none of Manny's imaginary friends would find me. After a while, I ended up at this intersection, and when I did, I started to get the feeling that someone was watching me. I looked around to make sure that none of Manny's imaginary friends saw me, but nothing was there. I crossed the street and I could still feel something watching me. I didn't know if I was just imagining things or what, but not only did I still feel like I was being watched, but I could also feel a presence following me as I walked. It turned out I wasn't just imagining things. And just then, I got to see for myself what was following from me. Oh, jeez, what the flip? I got to see for myself what was following me. Ah! Standing before me on the sidewalk was the ghostly apparition of what appeared to be a young child. I was too shaken up to say anything at first, and I just stood there staring for a while. But then, the child spoke. I've been watching you. You're the one who's been fighting the bad things. I asked the child who he was, and he said that his name was Gerard. Gerard said that my friends were looking for me, and that he could take me to them. I wasn't exactly sure about this, but I didn't really have that many other options, so I decided to just follow Gerard. Gerard led me through Plainview, and I don't know for how long I was following the spectral child for, but eventually I found myself outside of a church. I took a good look at it, and I realized that this was the church where I defeated Manny almost a year ago. I saw Gerard standing in front of the entrance, and he walked into the church. I walked up to the church doors and I heard voices come from inside the church. When I walked into the church, Gerard, bro, they said church so many times. When I walked into the church, Gerard was nowhere to be seen, but I wasn't alone. There were two silhouettes, and it was difficult to see their features since it was dark, but they were certainly there. I wouldn't have to guess for too long, since I got a good look at them, and I saw who they were. It was Chirag and Tyson. Apparently I wasn't the only one who met Gerard, since Tyson asked me if I was led here by a ghastly kid named Gerard. I told him about how Gerard appeared to me and led me here, and Tyson told me that Gerard had appeared to both of them and led them here. Tyson said that Gerard appeared to him first. Tyson said he'd managed to hide from Johnny Cheddar, and he didn't know how many hours it had been. But at some point, Tyson felt a presence near him, and since he wanted to make sure it wasn't any of Manny's imaginary friends, Tyson took a look at what it was, and he saw a ghostly child. And he said his name was Gerard, and that the bad things couldn't hurt him now. He said they were trapped, and that he could take Tyson to where they were trapped, so he could make the bad things go away. He followed Gerard to the church, and Gerard told him to wait there so that he could find the others and defeat them together. Chirag said that after he got away from Johnny Cheddar, hid behind a dumpster in an alleyway, he said that after what felt like hours, he had a voice call out his name. He checked to see what it was, and he saw a ghostly child standing in the middle of the alleyway watching him. He said his name was Gerard, and that his friend was safe now. Gerard told him that he could take him to where his friend was, and Chirag wasn't exactly sure about the whole thing, but he figured he didn't have any options, so he decided to follow Gerard. Gerard led Chirag to the church, and sure enough, Tyson was there. Gerard told him to wait there with Tyson so that he could find the last one, and we could beat them together. I asked them if they actually knew what the deal with Gerard was, and they both said that they had no idea, other than the fact that he was a child named Gerard. Bro, I've heard this guy's name like 30 times, and I felt a presence in the church. And Tyson said Chirag could feel the presence too, judging by the looks on their faces. I asked if anybody was there, and at first, I didn't get a response. But just then, Gerard appeared. Gerard said that now we were all here, and we could make the bad things go away. Gerard said that he died in a car crash with his mom and dad, and that after he died, instead of going to heaven, he woke up in a cold, dark place full of lost souls. He said he sees things that happens in our world, and that he's cold, lost, and alone. He said that his dad comes down to check on him from heaven, but he can only stay for so long. He said he could see the bad things too, and that they scared him. He said that his dad trapped the bad things, and that now we can make them go away. I asked Gerard where his dad trapped them, and he told us to follow him. He walked through the church aisle and made his way over to a door before he walked right through it. Then the door opened by itself and there was a flight of stairs behind it. There was another door at the bottom of the stairs that opened by itself, and once we went downstairs, we stepped inside and saw Jared standing in front of Johnny Cheddar and Petey. Johnny Cheddar and Petey were motionless. I could still see Petey's eyes move around, which meant that they were obviously still sentient, but they appeared to be frozen in place. Jared said they weren't able to hurt us, and that they wouldn't be able to hurt anyone again. Then, he said that it was the time for us to make them go away for good. I forgot what I was supposed to say for the chant, so I took out my walkie-talkie and I asked Frederick to recite the chant so that I could follow along. He started the chant. I repeated what he said, but it wasn't doing anything. I continued the chant, but it didn't do anything still. Eventually, I finished the chant, but they were still here. Then, the door shut by itself behind me and Petey started laughing. I looked at the floor over where they were standing, and there was no tulpa circle. I looked up at the ceiling above them, and there was no tulpa circle there either. I looked at Gerard, and he stood in front of me with a blank expression on his face, staring at me. Then he started singing. 5 named Clive, 5 named Clive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named Clive. As he started singing, I got an intense feeling of dread. His presence began to feel evil, and the room became engulfed in an uneasy atmosphere. As he was singing, his appearance suddenly became demonic. 5 named Clive, 5 named Clive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named Clive. Then I found out who Gerard really was.
You sure I got it behind you, Bobby?
Maddie laughed and said that he had us right where he wanted us. He said we brought that Gerard bit, hook, line, and sinker. He said that we made it too easy and that now we're in his clutches. And since we took his friends from him, he wasn't going easy on us.
Come on, Bobby. You didn't really think I wouldn't get wise to what you were doing, did you?
Manny went on.
I've got to say, that's pretty low of you to go after a man's friends. But hey, if you want to play dirty, then I can play dirty too.
Manny continued.
Besides, I've still got 2 friends who are kicking, and speaking of which, they're the ones who are gonna kill you.
Manny laughed and went on some more.
Oh, it's poetic. You beat me at this church almost a year ago, and I'm gonna have you killed at this same church. Oh, how the tables have turned.
Manny told Johnny Cheddar and Petey we were all theirs, and they started to inch closer towards us, clearly enjoying our fear and terror. Then all of a sudden, Shark told us to run and pointed over to a large vent. We ran over to the vent, and we kicked the cover over before we scrambled inside just in time for me to avoid getting my leg torn off by Johnny Cheddar. Manny said that it's even more fun with a chase, and Johnny Cheddar couldn't get to us since he couldn't fit in the vent, but that didn't mean we were safe. Pretty soon, the laughter echoed through the vent, and when I looked behind me, I could see Petey's head. We crawled as fast as we could, and Chirag found a way out. Chirag banged against the vent cover, and he managed to knock the cover off in time for us to get out of there before we became Petey's next meal. We were in a hallway, and luckily for us, at the end of the hallway there was a flight of stairs that led to an exit door. We ran to the exit, and as we were running, Petey's head shot out of the vent. I could hear his laughter right behind me as I ran through the hallway, and when we made it up the stairs and Chirag opened the door, we wasted no time getting out of there. I was the last one through the door, and I slammed it shut before Petey was able to get out. We continued to run, and eventually, we got to the sidewalk. But then, Petey appeared in front of us. Tee! We ran away in the other direction, but Petey just teleported in front of us. We ran back in the other direction, but Petey teleported in front of us again. No matter what direction we tried to run in, Petey teleported in front of us. It seemed like Petey had trapped us. But then, we had a rescuer. I recognized them as Pete Jose and his gang, who tried to make me and my friend eat a moldy piece of cheese off the basketball court back in middle school. But since they saved our lives, it was all water under the bridge. Speaking of water, it didn't hurt Petey at all, but it distracted him and got him to ditch us so that he could chase after them. They shouted at us to run, And believe me, we did. We ran as fast as we could down the sidewalk, and they drove away as they flipped off PT, whose limbs stretched like a cartoon character as he chased after them. PT was off our backs, but that didn't mean we were safe, because pretty soon I heard laughter behind me, and when I turned around, I saw Jolly Cheddar scuttling towards us. We ran as fast as we could as Jolly Cheddar chased us down the street. Eventually, we found a grocery store that had its windows smashed open, so we took refuge there. We hid in an aisle, and pretty soon we could hear Johnny Cheddar scuttling around the store, trying to find us. Then we heard shrill, high-pitched laughter, and that was when we knew that not only was Jolly Cheddar in here with us, but so was PT. Our attempt at finding safety had just landed us in a tomb with the words "Produce Owl" engraved on it. We tried to be as still and quiet as possible, but I knew that eventually they would find us. And when they did, our insides would become the latest addition to the meat section. I thought it was only going to be a matter of time before they found us and subjected us to a horrific, gruesome death. And I was about to give up and accept that we were to be slaughtered in a grocery store. But then, I got an idea. I saw a shard of glass laying on the floor, so I cut myself with it before I took out my walkie-talkie and asked Fregley how to draw a tulpa circle. Again, I followed his instructions step by step as I drew the tulpa circle in my own blood. Eventually I was done and I almost made a circle when all of a sudden I heard Johnny Cheddar behind me. "You really thought you were clever with that, did you?" Then PT teleported in front of us and his shrill laughter pierced our ears. Tee, tee, tee. Jolly Cheddar and PT stood over us, ready to sink their teeth into our flesh and kill us. "End of the road, Wimpy. It's been fun, Wimpy. But like any game, there's winners and losers. It looks like you're the loser." Johnny Cheddar and PT launched towards us, but to their surprise, they couldn't move. They were rooted to their place, and upon discovering this, they were confused and belligerent. Then, they looked up, and when they did, they got to see the giant tulpa circle on the ceiling keeping them in place. "Actually, looks like you're the loser." See, before I started working on the half-finished circle on the ground, I took a ladder that I saw lying around and drew a much bigger tulpa circle on the ceiling. I got out my walkie-talkie and asked Fregley to recite the chant so I could follow along, and he did exactly that. As I chanted, Johnny Cheddar and PT writhed in agony and let out a horrific scream as they continued to contort and flail.
Be gone, demon, be gone, be gone.
Jolly Cheddar and PT continued to writhe and contort. Eventually, they vanished into thin air, and the screaming stopped. I did it. They were all gone. Every single one of them. They were all gone for good, and now Manny had no means to enact harm on the living. They vanquished, sent back to their world of thoughts and concepts, and how Manny was rendered unable to carry out his dark desires. A feeling of relief, of calm and peace washed over me. I told Fregley that they were all gone, and then I sat down on the floor and just lay there, staring up at the ceiling. After the week I needed a long, nice breather. Just a moment to lay there, do absolutely nothing, and recharge. I guess Taz and Shrug had the same idea, since they laid on the floor too. At first it was silent, completely silent, other than the chirping of crickets and the other sounds of the night leaking from the outside through the broken windows. Eventually Tyson broke the ice by asking the age-old question of whether Mickey Mouse, by keeping Pluto as a pet on a leash, is technically guilty of owning a slave. I pointed out that humans are basically animals in our universe. It's just that we evolved and become more intelligent compared to other species. So I argued that maybe mice and ducks were the animals that evolved in the Mickey Mouse universe and not dogs, thus making a mouse having a pet completely normal. Shrug pointed out that Goofy was a dog, and Goofy was intelligent in the way that a human is. Therefore, Pluto being a dog is no explanation for why he is kept as a pet by Mickey. Tyson countered by saying that Goofy is actually a cow. Wait, what? Which is a fact that I did not know until then. And if true, changes everything about how we look at Mickey Mouse lore. Eventually, we had enough energy to stand up and we walked out of the store and out on the street. Despite the fact that the streets were filled with bodies, it still felt peaceful. Manny's imaginary friends were gone for good, and Manny had no means for hurting anyone else. It was safe, all was well. Me, Strug, and Tyson talked about just whatever came to mind as we walked through the streets. And no matter what we came up with, we were always entertained. Blah, blah, blah. Hey guys, top 10 baddies in Plainview? Ooh. I like that conversation, Chirag. Despite everything we had been through, I can honestly say that we had a lot of fun. Strug said that there was a new movie called Mind Max and asked if we wanted to see it with him. He said that it's about a kid in middle school who becomes a drug lord, and the movie follows his rise to power in the illegal drug industry. The movie sounded pretty interesting, so I said I'd be glad to see it with him. Tyson also said he'd come and see the movie, and it was settled. We'd see the movie on Sunday, since that was when most of us had the day off. And that was that. We continued to walk and talk, and we were having fun. But then, out of nowhere, my walkie-talkie turned on. Screaming and crashing erupted from the other side of the walkie-talkie. I could hear people scrambling, objects being thrown, and the same people who were scrambling to get to safety being torn apart. It sounded like an apocalypse, and at first, no one said anything, with only the sounds of screaming objects being thrown and people being brutally mauled emitting through the walkie-talkie. But then, someone spoke, and guess who it was?
Hello, Bobby.
My blood ran cold and my heart sank. My breathing became quick and shallow, and my hair stood on the back of my neck. I thought Manny had no more ways to hurt anyone. I thought Manny was powerless, just an evil spirit unable to do anything other than throw objects, scratch people, and make the lights flicker. But clearly, he was still able to do much more than that. Manny went on.
You didn't think the party was over, did you, Bobby? No, it's only just started. I may be unable to use your vessel after you severed my attachment to you, but with Roderick's fair game.
Manny went on.
All I had to do was wait for Roderick to fall asleep, and now I have control over his nightmares. Oh, I have such great plans, Bobby. I'm gonna turn the world upside down. It's gonna be a living nightmare, a hell on earth. You're gonna love it.
Manny laughed, and as he laughed, his laughter became demonic and horrifying before the walkie-talkie cut to static. Then, Shrug told us to look up, and when we did, we could see thousands of gaseous, wispy, misty things in the distance rising up from the ground and into the sky. When they got to a certain height, they descended downwards like vultures lunging at their prey, and when they got close enough, I saw exactly what they were. Souls. Millions of human souls descending upon the streets of Plainview. I didn't recognize all of them, but the ones I did recognize were all known SCX offenders and people famous for committing some other heinous crimes. So needless to say, it was bad news. Then, some other things started emerging. Things that looked like a black smoke, and even from a mile away, I felt an inhuman evil emanate from them. Whatever these things were, they were worse than all the horrible SCX offenders and criminals who were flying over the streets. They reeked of sulfur and rotten flesh, and some of them began to take shape to reveal horrific, hideous, inhuman forms. It was something straight out of a movie, and the only thing me, Shrug, and Tyson could do was watch as the damned souls and demons ran amok the streets. The streets, my bad. Is that William Afton? I don't even know. Isn't that Greg's teacher at the top left? The spirits and demons would start to descend towards all the mutilated corpses scattered lying around on the streets of Plainview. And when they got to the bodies, they disappeared. Then the bodies started to rise up from the dead. Walking corpses roamed the streets of Plainview. It was obvious that they were out for blood. Wicked men and demons finally gave their chance to enact their darkest desires in the world of the living, and it didn't take long for them to get a good look at us. When they did, they started walking towards us, no doubt eager to kill us and do all the horrible and depraved things to us and they couldn't do in life, to actuate their horrific fantasies that they were prevented from making reality until now. We ran, and it might seem easy to outrun a bunch of walking corpses, but the problem is that they're everywhere and rising up every second, so that makes outrunning them a lot harder. We ran down the streets of Plainview, walking corpses right behind us and itching to do whatever their twisted minds wanted. We looked for any buildings we could take shelter in, but we didn't have any luck until we saw that the back door to the old-timey ice cream parlor was open. We darted over to the open door, and as soon as we got in, we slammed it shut behind us. At first, we thought we were safe, but then I began to get an overwhelming feeling of dread, and I could tell the others did too. With the feeling of dread came an oppressive, evil presence, and I was no stranger to evil presences, but this was unlike any I felt before. The evil that emanated from this presence was suffocating, like being in jello. Soon, a horrible smell accompanied by the presence, like sulfur and rotting flesh. Then I heard a guttural growl come from the other side of the employees' lounge, and all of a sudden, something started banging on the door. The door burst open, and out from the other side walked the old-timey Tobias mascot. I couldn't tell if there was anyone wearing the costume, but if there was, they were definitely not alive anymore. And they definitely weren't controlling the costume. Old-timey Tobias threw me across the room by not doing anything at all, and when I landed against the wall and slumped on the floor, I felt a searing pain in my chest. And when I pulled up my shirt to look at my chest, I saw 3 huge scratch marks. When I got up, me and Chirag and Tyson made a run for it, and we eventually found a vent, pulled it open, and crawled into outside. We ran down the street with walking corpses along with the old-timey Tobias mascot chasing us, and as we were running, I looked back and saw something else among the hordes of undead. I can only describe it as a huge amalgamation of body parts and corpses strewn together to make it one horrifying being. We ran through downtown Plainview as the walking corpses chased us, and eventually we were closer to the outskirts of town. We looked for places to take shelter, but we couldn't find anywhere. Eventually, we saw that the gate to the cemetery was open, and the corpses were a little ways behind us. So we made a run for the cemetery. We sprinted through the gates and scrambled over to the control booth. The door was already opened, and there was a dead body laying on the floor, but we didn't have time to worry about that. The corpses were getting closer. Eventually, I found an instruction manual, and after reading it as quick as possible, I closed the door. It all seemed well, but then all of a sudden, the dead security guard laying on the floor jumped out at me. Tyson took the swivel chair in front of the controls and whacked the security guard across the head. Damn. And while that wasn't enough to stop him, it got him good enough for me to be able to steal his keys and run out the door with Tyson and Chirag. When we got out, I locked the door behind me. I could hear the security guard banging on the door, and I saw that the horde of corpses, including the amalgamation and old-timey Tobias, were getting closer. Pretty soon, the corpses started climbing over the fence, and we took off running. We ran as fast as we could until we got far away enough from the corpses that we could stop and think of something to do. I noticed I don't even know how to say that, mausoleum in the distance, and said that we could take shelter there. Chirag and Tyson seemed to agree, but before we could run over there, Manny appeared behind Chirag and impaled him in the stomach with his hand.
Hard to stomach, isn't it, Bobby?
Guys. Manny laughed and threw Chirag effortlessly like a rag doll. He landed against a gravestone, and then Manny shoved me to the ground before Tyson started to levitate. I tried to get up and help Tyson, but I was rooted to the ground. Manny laughed and started gloating.
You took my friends from me, so now I'm gonna take yours, Bobby. First one was Shorty over there, next is this guy, and once I'm done with him, I'm gonna kill you and take your soul to hell.
But then, Tyson fell to the ground. I didn't know what was going on, but it seemed that Manny didn't let Tyson go, at least not by his own violation. Then I felt something stirring and I could feel multiple presences around us. The presences felt angry, but not at us. In fact, they had no intention of hurting us. Then, spirits started appearing all around us, and by the time they had all appeared, there was about more than a dozen. Most of them were young women and some of them were boys in their teens. At first I had no idea who they were or what they wanted, although they seemed familiar. But then, I took a good look at them. And that's when I realized who they were. They were Manny's victims. All the people that Manny killed in life were surrounding us, eager for revenge against the ones who wronged them, the one who took their lives. I could hear ghostly whispers saying things like, "Are you ready? It's payback time. And are you ready to know how it feels?" Manny seemed to be shocked and confused, maybe even a little scared. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem for Manny, but now something seemed to be blocking his powers. Then the spirits started circling around Manny, and as they did, the whispers became louder and louder, and their appearances became horrifying like corpses. Then they grabbed Manny. The ghosts were pulling Manny towards something, and pretty soon I saw that it was a grave. Then I took a good look at it, and I saw that it was his grave. Manny fled and struggled, but to no avail. When they got to the grave, Manny let out a scream as they pulled him under. Once the spirits pulled Manny into the spirit world, the screaming stopped. Then it started to rain. And as the rain started to hit the hordes of walking corpses that were now in the distance, they began to flail. That's when I realized that this wasn't just any ordinary rainwater. This was holy water. The corpses flailed and convulsed on the ground while letting out horrifying demonic screams. And once they stopped flailing, damned souls and demons were ejected from the corpses before being pulled into the ground by some invisible force, sent back to the hell from which they came. Once all the demons and damned souls were expelled from the corpses, the rain stopped. Then I saw the same woman I saw earlier in the woods. I looked at her for a moment before I went to check on Tyson. When I got over to him, he said that he was fine. I looked back at where the woman was, and she was gone. Then, me and Tyson went over to where Shirag was, and he wasn't looking good. He was bleeding out, and he was barely conscious. We waved our hands in front of Shirag and tried to get him to respond, and eventually, he said hi. I told him that I was so sorry for getting him into this mess, and I never wanted him to get killed. He said it was okay. I told Tyson that we should try get an ambulance, but Shirag said he didn't think he was going to make it anyway. Look, this wasn't fun. I'm not going to pretend that it was, but if I had to do any of this, it'd be with you. And if I had to die, I want to die with you. Thanks for everything, pals. Then Shirag went limp, and he died. Tyson started bawling, so I put my arm around him as he sobbed around my shoulder. So as he sobbed into my shoulder, I briefly turned on the walkie-talkie to tell Fregley that it was over, that Manny was gone, and that everything that came with him was gone. And with most regret, I told him that we lost Shirag. Fregley said he was sorry for our loss, and asked us if we wanted to meet up at Albert's bunker. I said we needed a while to ourselves first, and Fregley said okay. Then we hung up, and I sat there and held Tyson as he cried. Eventually, we started heading back to Albert's bunker, but when we got there, both Albert and Fregley were there. Fregley said that he told the police what happened and that they would clean up the scene and make sure Shirag and all the other victims got a proper burial. Then Fregley said that a horde of the damned went in the factory and attacked him, but then none other than Isaac Smythe himself fended them off.
Taste my wrath, you infernal heathens.
Apparently Smythe fought them off all by himself. Fregley said that eventually the damned souls were pulled into the ground, presumably sent back to the hell in which they came from. Then the walkie-talkies turned on, and then it spoke through the other end. He said it was wild, and that something attacked the hospital, but that Roderick's in stable condition now. Dennis said that Roderick can rest now, and that he's going to stay with him to make sure nothing happens. Then he hung up, and Freddie asked us if we wanted to go home. I told him that I personally needed some time to process all that happened, and Tyson agreed. Once we processed everything that happened, we headed out. As I was on my way, I saw something that looked like a small gnome dart behind the trees. Who knows? Maybe Freddie wasn't crazy about the gnomes after all. As I walked through the forest, it was quiet, peaceful. When I walked through the town with all the dead bodies scattered around the streets, it was peaceful. The nightmare was over. Manny was gone. Eventually, I made it to Plainview Heights and got to my car. I took out my car keys, unlocked my car door, stepped in my car, started it up and drove home. When I got home, the first thing I did was take a nice long shower. When I was done with my shower, I put on my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and now I'm here, writing in my journal. I want to go to sleep now. And let me tell you, I want to sleep well tonight. Saturday. When I woke up this morning, the first thing I did was take a nice long shower. And when I was done in the shower, I shaved my face for the first time in a week. That's not that long. Once I was done shaving, I put on some clothes and headed out. I got breakfast at this place called Pastry Train. And when I was done with breakfast, I headed to Slacksville to visit Roderick in the hospital. When I got there, Dennis was there, and he said that at some point last night, the hospital got attacked. He said that there were objects being thrown, people levitating, and then being killed in the most horrific ways you can imagine. He said it was like a living nightmare, and that everyone was taking cover. He said it continued for who knows how long before eventually all of a sudden it stopped. He said that it happened after Roderick fell asleep, but he assured me that he's okay now. I thanked Dennis before he left, and then I stepped into Roderick's room. I said hi to Roderick, and he said hi back. I told Roderick that I heard about how the hospital was attacked yesterday and asked him if he was okay. Roderick told me it was Manny, and that after he fell asleep, Manny appeared in his dream and took it over. He said he was performing for a Loaded Diaper concert when all of a sudden he saw Manny's face in the crowd, only it was burned and demonic. Then he said the scenery changed the hospital in real time, and he said he could see his body. Then a doctor came in to check on him, and when he did, a demonic tentacle burst out of the wall. Before the wall split open horizontally to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. The mouth ate him, and then Manny appeared and said, "Wasn't that a show, Roderick?" Then Dennis came in and Manny tried to throw a table at him, but he took cover. Then a giant ball of tinfoil rose out of the ground, and Manny impaled Roderick and mounted him onto the tinfoil spike. Oh, that thing. He said he could feel all the pain, but he couldn't die. Then he said the tinfoil ball was on fire, and horrific, maggot-like creatures came out of cracks in the giant tinfoil and started boring into his flesh. He said he could feel all of the pain, being burned alive, being gouged in the chest by a giant tinfoil ball spike, having his flesh being eaten, his back being pressed against the smoldering tinfoil. He said he was fully conscious and aware of what was happening to him the whole time, and that he never lost his mind because that would be an escape, and Manny didn't intend for there to be any escape. He said that Manny stood in front of him, laughing. Manny said that it would be 10 times the fun when it was over, and he took both me and him to heck. Then Manny said, "If you think that you have it bad, just wait until you see what I have in store for Greg." He said Manny told him that he controls his dreams and that he needs his body alive, but that just because his body is alive doesn't mean that his soul needs to be in his body, and that once it was all over, he would take Roderick and me to hell where he would have fun with us. He said that Manny disappeared and said he'd see him around before disappearing. He said the torment continued for who knows how long, and that during that time he saw people getting killed out in the hallway. He said that he saw one girl levitate and have her bones and body contorted as she bled out through her eyes. He said he saw another girl have her stomach cut open, and then a hand that had a mouth with sharp teeth burst out of her stomach and started eating her flesh, and more hands started bursting from the wounds and started eating at her flesh, and the cycle went on until she was completely engulfed in clawing, ravenous hands that were eating her flesh. He said this continued until all of a sudden he felt a benevolent presence wash all over him, and then it was all gone. The tinfoil ball was gone. People stopped being killed. It was all gone. He said, looking back on it now, the benevolent presence entered the dreams in the same way that Manny did, and that it took control of the dream so that it could put an end to Manny's apocalypse, once and for all. He said that after it stopped, he continued dreaming like normal. He said that he's okay now, and that now he's just recovering from his wounds. Me and Roderick talked some more, and once we were done, I said goodbye to Roderick and headed out to get some lunch. I stopped at this burger place and realized that was the same place I met Chirag at almost a year ago. Ate my burger before I got back on the road. And once I was home, I changed into a suit and tie, and at 2 o'clock, I headed to Chirag's funeral. At the funeral, Fregley was the officiant, and he gave a speech about how despite the fact that our loved ones' bodies die, their spirits live on, even if we can't see them. Once the service was over, we headed to the cemetery as Chirag was buried. After that, me, Tyson, and Dennis sat together, and me and Dennis comforted Tyson. I said that if there's one good thing that came out of Manny, it's that we know that people live on after they die. I told Tyson that if Manny lived on after death, then so does Chirag, and that somewhere out there, Chirag is still there. Then, Dennis asked me and Tyson if we wanted to come to Crunchy Fingers tonight, and we both said that sounded great, and we hung out for a little while longer before we all parted ways and headed home. When I got home, I changed back into a more casual pair of clothes and turned on the TV. The news was on, and they were talking about what happened last night. Apparently the explanation for it was a mass murdering cult whose members were shot by the police, and now they're all dead. They talked about how it started at Bryce's wedding, and then they brought Bryce on to hear what he had to say. After I stayed behind to make sure my wife made it to safety, I went back and tried to save as many people as I could, but it pains me to say that I couldn't save everyone, and that fact breaks my heart. After the news was over, I flipped through the channels until I found this show I liked called Empty Man, which was about a 43-year-old data entry clerk named Francis, who's dissatisfied with his life, and in particular, his kids. Honestly, he reminds me a lot of my own dad. I watched Empty Man for the rest of the evening until it was time for dinner, and I headed over to Crunchy Fingers. When I got there, I took a seat where I usually sit and ordered a beer and chicken tenders. I've got to be honest, it was pretty weird just seeing Chirag's spot empty like that. It felt wrong, like it couldn't be real. It shouldn't be real, but it was. Chirag was gone, truly gone, and he wasn't sitting where he used to sit. He wouldn't ever sit where he used to sit. One day, he was sitting there like he always did, but the next day, he wasn't, and he never would be again. At first, it was super awkward. We barely spoke a word to each other, but eventually, I broke the ice by asking Tyson and Dennis if they liked Empty Man, and Tyson said he loved it, and Dennis said he sometimes watched it too. We talked about the newest episode, the deep, complex themes in the show, and it being a metaphor for the hardships and disappointments in adult life. Tyson said that Chirag used to love it too, and brought up a story about him and Chirag watching it, and how during an otherwise serious scene, Chirag farted really loudly, and they were laughing their ass off. Oh my days, I love where I am. Chirag farted really loudly, and they were farted really loudly, and they were laughing their ass off after that for the rest of the night. Thing is, when we were talking about Chirag, it wasn't weird or awkward. He said it was like reminiscing on an old friend, one who is still with us in the memories we have of him, one who lives on in the good times we had with him, and one who, despite passing into the next life, is very much alive in the memory of who he was to us. Then I proposed something, that we have a toast to Chirag. Tyson and Dennis seemed to like the idea, so we all had a toast to Chirag. To Chirag! We hung out there until it was time for us all to head home. And when I got home, I brushed my teeth and changed into my pajamas before getting ready for bed. Today was the first normal day I've had this entire week. I know that Manny is still out there, and is probably planning something, but wherever he is, F him. I'll deal with him when he comes back. But for now, I'm just going to enjoy my life. Sunday, Roger came home from the hospital today. The doctor said for him to get some rest and to not do too much, which I think is fine with him, since his favourite thing to do besides practicing with his band is sleeping. I turned on TV to catch up on The Bachelor of Crossing High, and I watched the whole rest of the season, all up until the finale. After the finale, they showed a teaser for season 2, and all in all, it looks pretty good. It's not coming out until the next year though. But at least I've got Empty Man to keep me entertained.
Will Rupert get back with his toxic ex? Find out next season.
Eventually, I did over to Crunchy Fingers to get some lunch. I ordered chicken fingers and a beer. And once I got my food, I ate my lunch and talked with Dennis and Tyson. Apparently, Tyson's been having strange stuff going on in his house. He says that the lights flicker, items get moved, and sometimes he can feel something aggressively tapping on his shoulder. He chuckled and said that if Chirag was here, he'd probably say that it was just faulty wiring, and that the rest was just his imagination. Tyson lamented that, in a way, Chirag really is still with us, even if we can't see him. Then, Dennis said that speaking of Chirag, he made a little something he thought we might like. Then he pointed to the wall at the back of the restaurant, and on the wall was a mural dedicated to Chirag. Now, if you ask me, it was a little over the top, but I had the spirit. Never forget. Damn bro, R.I.P. Chirag, bro. We hung out there and talked about Empty Man until it was time for Tyson to go home. I hung out there for a little while until I decided to go back home too. I don't have much to say about the rest of the day. I relaxed, ate dinner, and eventually took a nice long shower, put on my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and got ready for bed. Now I'm here, writing this in my journal. I don't think I'm back on my feet quite yet. I'm still living with Roderick. I haven't found a job yet. But I have a feeling things are going to be looking up. What I do know is that I won't have to deal with Manny's imaginary friends anymore, since it's clear that wherever they were banished to, they're not coming back. Damn. Well, this sucks. As for Manny, I know he's still out there, and I know he will come back one day. But when he does, I'll just beat him again, like I did before. Anyway, I'm about to go to bed, so I guess this is the end.
I guess that's it for Greg. But I don't think the story's over just yet.
My reign of terror was legendary. Women and children missing all over Plainview, and nobody knew who did it. They called me the Plainview Slasher, and I loved it. I loved every bit of it. I loved how they screamed. I loved how they struggled. I loved how they squirmed. I loved how their life faded out of their eyes as they died.
And most of all, I loved what happened afterwards. Now this guy's cooked, bro. What the actual flip?
But one day, some nosy hikers found the bodies in the woods behind my house and reported them to the police. The DNA implicated me as the killer,
and then they came for me.
I wasn't gonna go out without a fight, so I got a .22 caliber handgun and shot at the police. I shot 2 officers, but they shot back and I was killed in a hail of bullets. But that wasn't the end of my story. In life, I may have been a bit of a ploopy. Serial killer has killed more than a dozen victims, authorities say. Manuel Heffley, who was responsible for a dozen murders. But in death, I became something much, much worse.
The stuff nightmares are made of. I crawled my way out of heck, made my way back to the world of the living, and I found a way to attach myself to my older brother Greg. I managed to enter his dreams and make things that would otherwise be impossible, things that are only possible in dreams, happen in the real world. Yeah. And that's when the fun really began.
5 Nick Live, 5 Nick Live, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Nick Live. Hello, Bobby.
But then, Greg found a way to sever my attachment to him, rendering me unable to use his dreams to affect the world of the living. But I always find a way. I created tulpas of my imaginary friends from when I was a child so that they may go forth and do my work. And they did my work beautifully. Wherever they went, carnage followed. They made me so proud. I even managed to join in the fun after I attached myself to my other brother, Roderick's vessel. I let out the worst of the worst damn souls and demons to come out and play, and it was hell on earth. But then, Greg found a way to get rid of my imaginary friends.
Be gone, Glenn. Be gone. Be gone.
Jolly check. And to add insult to my injury, he somehow managed to summon the ghosts of my victims so that they would take me away.
Oh no!
Then, he severed my attachment to Roderick, and my party was ruined. After that, I was left to roam the earth without a vessel. I tried to look for vessels, but everyone had some sort of protection in their house. I was forced to watch my prey go by, unable to kill them. It was agony. But now, I think I found my ticket back to the world of the living. And when I come back, oh Bobby, you'd best buckle up, because you're in for one hell of a ride. To be continued in Diary of a Wimpy Kid, The Evil from Within.
Okay, it's just evil from within, but
Yeah. Monday. It's been more than a year since I've moved back to Plainview. I've gotten back on my feet, got my life together, and have a job. I work an office job, which to be more specific is a designer for a company. I get paid pretty decently. I live in a fairly nice apartment, and all things considered, I get by just fine. I go to Crunchy Fingers whenever I have time off to hang out with Tyson and Dennis. Whenever they're not available and I don't have work-related stuff to do, I just watch TV. Of course, there are some cons as there are pros. Since I work an office job, that means me and my team have a supervisor, and as it turns out, it's someone I know. In fact, it's someone I've known for a long time. Guess who it is? That's right, it's Patty Farrell. Damn. Now, you'd think that after all these years, Patty would have agreed to leave the past in the past and move on by now, but apparently she hasn't. She set out to make my life a living heck at work. She always stands behind me while I'm working, and she'll find just about any reason to gripe with me. She always gives me extra tasks, and these aren't just any old tasks either. These are always the worst ones that nobody wants to do, and she knows that. She's always criticizing and belittling my work. Whenever she does give me a compliment, it's always something backhanded. Other than that, there's not much going on. There is this new Plainview Megaplex that just opened. It was apparently designed by Bryce Anderson and has a bunch of stuff to do, like an arcade and a movie theater. I'd like to check it out sometime, but for now, there's not much else to say. All in all, my life has been pretty normal. Nothing strange has been going on, and nothing all that crazy has happened. I'll write about anything that happens tomorrow, but for now, I'm out. Tuesday. My morning started off fairly normal. I woke up, brushed my teeth, put on my clothes, and got myself some breakfast. After I was done with breakfast, I figured I'd read the morning paper before I left for work. So I sat down on the sofa and opened the paper. And when I did, I was not prepared for what I saw. Huh? It was the headline of the front page, and when I saw it, I froze. The Daily Herald. Famed cartoonist who grew up in Plainview returns home. After a good 10 years of living up in Boston, famed cartoonist Raleigh Jefferson has returned to Plainview along with his son Robert, now 10 years old, to work somewhere closer to home. You know, I love it up there in Boston. Great people, great food, great everything. But it can get loud up there, you know? And that's fine. I love it. But I liked somewhere more quiet to raise my son. Jefferson spent a good portion of his adolescence in Plainview after moving from Ohio, and even saw the start of his career here. But after the tragic death of his wife and his unborn son in a fatal car accident, he moved away. I'll always miss Holly. I miss her every... Oh, he didn't finish it. I haven't seen Rowley in years. Not since. In case you didn't know, before Rowley got famous, me and him used to create comics together. But one day, me and Rowley had a falling out, and we never spoke to each other again. And now he's back in Plainview. I don't know what I'd say or do if I ran into him, but I hope that doesn't happen. I was distracted by this for pretty much the rest of the day, as I'm sure you can imagine, Patty made a stink about it. In fact, she called me out in front of the entire team and said that whatever's on my mind must be so captivating that I'm dying to share it with the rest of the team. After work was over, headed to Crunchy Fingers to try and get my mind off things. When I got there, I greeted Tyson and Dennis and took a seat. I asked Tyson how the ghost was. In case you didn't know, we have a half joke about a ghost in Tyson's house, but it may as well be an actual ghost, because according to Tyson, strange crap goes on at his house. Tyson said it's the usual, and then we ordered our food and drinks. As we were waiting for our food, the new Plainview Megaplex came up in our conversation, and he asked me if I wanted to hang out with him there. We agreed to meet at the Megaplex after both of us were done with work tomorrow. And when Dennis came back with our meals, Tyson asked him if he wanted to come with us too. But he said he couldn't because he had to work at Crunchy Fingers. After we finished eating, we hung out and talked some more until we decided to head back home. I was driving home and at first, nothing much was happening. But then, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, and when I looked over at the side of the road, I saw someone standing there watching me. Now, it was dark out, so I didn't get a good look at them, but they seemed to be wearing a mask or a bag over their head. They also appeared to be holding something in their hand, like a broken glass bottle. The figure just stood there and stared at me, and I turned away, and when I looked back at where the figure was, they were gone. When I got back home, I turned on the TV to watch the evening news. They were talking about the new Plainview Megaplex and how Bryce Anderson designed it himself. Now, I never really took Bryce for an architect, but good on him, I guess. Then, I smelled smoke. My first thought was that something was on fire. So I checked the apartment to make sure that nothing was on fire or that the stove was on. Nothing was on. There was no fire. But the smell persisted, and pretty soon the smell of smoke was accompanied by a horrendous new smell. The smell of burning flesh. Then, I got a horrible feeling, like death was all around me. Then he appeared. It was the same figure I'd seen on the sidewalk, only this time he was in my house. He just stared at me, and then the lights started to flicker. The horrible smell and the awful feeling got more intense as the flickering of the lights became more intense as well. Then the lights shut off, and the scream of a woman pierced through the apartment. Then the lights turned back on, and the figure was gone. After I'd gone over the shock of that, I tried to tell myself that I was just seeing things. That since I saw that guy on the sidewalk, I was seeing him in my apartment when he really wasn't there. But deep down, I knew what was really going on. I got a drink. I tried to distract myself by watching some more TV. Eventually, I decided to call it a night. I went to bed. And that's when I had the dream. I dreamed that I was on an empty street in the middle of the night. It was dead silent. No cars. No nothing. Not even the chirping of crickets. A mile from where I was standing, in the middle of the road, was an altar with a water basin on top of it. I walked up to the basin, and when I got there, I saw that the basin had inside it not water, but another liquid. And pretty soon, I realized that the liquid inside the basin was alcohol. But that wasn't all. There was something that was laying at the bottom of the basin. And when I got a closer look at it, I saw what it was. It was a dead fetus. Then I heard car alarms all around me. They were coming from no particular direction or source, almost as if they were disembodied alarms. Then I got the same horrible feeling as before when I saw the figure in my apartment. I could smell smoke accompanied by the same horrible smell of burning flesh. And then I saw the figure. The figure was standing right where I was at the beginning of the dream. And this time, I got a better look at this figure. His skin was disfigured, scarred, and pale. His left hand had long, clawed fingers, and I saw that he wasn't holding the glass bottle with his right hand. Rather, the glass bottle was painfully molded to his arm, where his right arm should be. He walked towards me, and I was frozen in place, unable to move as the figure inched towards me. The smell got more intense, and the car alarms blared all around me. He got closer and closer, and after he walked up the steps, he was in my face. Then, I woke up. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't, so I decided to get myself a glass of water and turn on the TV to watch the news. Nothing new, just some more stories about the Plainview Megaplex. I turned off the TV, and now here I am, writing in my journal. I don't know what's going on, if this is even real, If it's just in my head, if it's you know who, it could be him, having given me a year to feel safe, only to once again make my life a living heck. But I don't think it's him. Call it premonition, instinct, whatever. But I just have a distinct feeling that whatever this thing is, it isn't from him. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is from him. Maybe this is just some spawn of heck that Manny sent to torment me. But something in my gut tells me that it isn't from Manny. That is something completely different. I'm going to try and go to sleep now. I'm not going to let this ruin my day at the Plainview Megaplex with Tyson tomorrow. I need that break from everything. Wednesday. After work, I changed into a more casual pair of clothes, and I met Tyson at the Megaplex. The first things we did was go to the arcade. We played Twisted Wizard there for a while before we eventually got bored and decided to do something else. Tyson got us tickets to see this movie called Guilt, and until then, we just hung out at the food court. The thing about this place is that it was big. It's the type of thing you'd expect to see in a big city, not a town like Plainview. When it was time for the movie to start, we headed to the theatre and took our seats. It was about the ghost of a woman who was murdered by her husband so that he could marry his mistress. And the woman's ghost haunts him and causes all sort of bad stuff to happen until he confesses what he did. Say it with your mouth. Tell them what you did. In the end, the guy confessed and got arrested. The woman's body was given a proper burial and she was laid to rest. After the movie, Tyson had to use the bathroom, so I waited for him in the food court. While I was waiting, I figured I may as well get something to drink. So I went over to the vending machine to get myself a drink. But as I was walking over there, I bumped into someone and it didn't take me long before I realized who it was. Oh, sorry. Wait, Rowley? It was Rowley. Thankfully, I think I got away before he could get a good look at me, and I ran until I got to a bathroom. I stood in front of the sink and started washing my face. I did that for who knows how long, until I calmed down. Then, the lights started to flicker in, and I began to smell it again. The smell of smoke coupled with the smell of burning flesh, and that feeling, the awful feeling of death all around me. Then he appeared. He appeared in the mirror and stared back at me, and then he spoke. You can't hide forever, Greg. Pretty soon you're gonna have to come out and play. Then the lights shut off, and when they turned back on, he was gone. I stood there, my breathing shallow and my heart pounding in my chest. Eventually, I managed to collect myself, and when I did, I had a phone ring in one of the stalls, and the person in the stall spoke. What the flip is it? I'm trying to use the bathroom here. I heard someone from the other end of the phone. It sounded like a woman, but I couldn't make out what she said. Then the man responded again. So what? It's probably just some random loser jacker. That's how people like that get their kicks. Then the woman said something else, and this time I could hear anger in her voice. The man responded again. No, it's not Tiffany. I broke that off months ago. Look, it's not Tiffany, okay? If it was, I'll know. The lady said something again and the conversation continued. Of course you always have to find a way to bring up Tiffany in every conversation, even though that crap was months ago and I broke it off. But you just can't let things go, can you? So now I've got to listen to Tiffany. This Tiffany that, frick me. Okay, so there's a severed goat head, a pair of burnt pants, and a note that says liar, liar, pants of fire. Sounds to me like you're run-off-the-mill jack with nothing better to do. For the last time, it's not Tiffany or anyone else I've had a thing with. I broke all that stuff off. Oh, you can't just let the past be in the past, can you? It's every day with you, always bringing that crap up every single chance you get. I broke it off. What more do you want from me? No, I'm not coming home. I have a thing today for the Megaplex. Nothing is going to happen to you. It's just some jackoff who has nothing better to do. I don't know. Figure out your own crap instead of dragging me into your irrational bull crap. You know what? No, I'm not dealing with this right now. Bye. Then he hung up and walked out the door. He looked like he was in a hurry, and he either didn't notice me or he didn't care that I was standing out there listening to his conversation. He was wearing a suit and a tie, so he was obviously doing something formal. He walked out of the bathroom and then I heard the toilet in another store flush before the door to that store opened and Tyson walked out. Oh, hey Tyson.
Hey, Greg.
We talked about the argument that guy had for a while, and then Tyson said he just needed to wash his hands and he was ready to come out. As he was washing his hands, I used that time to take a peek outside to make sure Riley wasn't anywhere in sight. Nowhere. Eventually, Tyson got gone washing his hands, and we walked out of the bathroom together. Tyson asked me what we should do next, and I was about to tell him that we should go, when the voice sounded through the megaplex. Attention all you lovely people, gather round. It was Bryce Anderson. Can I have your attention please? Alright, seeing as this is the first week that the Plainview Megaplex has been open, I figured we'd celebrate it with a little ceremony, if you will. Bryce went on. Now, as you all know, I designed the Megaplex and came up with the idea all by myself, but I couldn't have done it without my amazing project leads. Everyone give them a round of applause. Then, the project leads came up on stage, and I recognized one of them as the guy in the bathroom from earlier. After the project leads went off stage, Bryce continued with his speech. Now, next up, we have someone else I'd like to bring up here with me. This is a very special guest, someone who has touched hearts not only here, but across all the world. When I found out who the special guest was, I froze. Everyone, please give it up for Rowley Jefferson. My breaths were quick and shallow as Rowley walked up on the stage, and I tried to make sure I wasn't seen. Now, me and this guy go way back. We went to the same middle school and high school. In fact, we were practically inseparable. Oh, those were the good old days, right, Rowley?
Yeah, totally.
And now that Rowley's come back to Plainview, he's agreed to donate a handsome sum of the money he's made from his amazing books to the Megaplex for our startup phase. Then Rowley started talking.
You know, I think what you're doing is really great, Bryce. It truly is. You're bringing people together from all over Plainview, and that's all we really need in the world, isn't it?
And if you don't mind me asking, Rowley, how does it feel to be back in Plainview after all these years?
It feels great to be back here, Bryce. I mean, this is where I grew up. This is where I got my career started. You remember? Underpants, man? Right?
I prayed that Rowley wouldn't notice me as he was saying this. Then he said this. I left Plainview after Holly passed away because I couldn't deal with the pain associated with what happened here. But I don't think we should run away from our past. And I don't think that's what Holly would have wanted either. So I can say today that I'm happy I'm here in Plainview with both the good memories and the bad. Because at the end of the day, Plainview is where I'm from. It's where I grew up. Plainview is my home, and there's nothing that can take that away from me. Everybody started clapping, including Tyson, and I tried to hide in the crowd to make sure that Rowley didn't see me. As I was hiding in the crowd of people, looking away from the stage and trying not to be seen by Rowley, I noticed a fishy looking person standing amongst the massive crowd. He was wearing a black hoodie and some kind of mask. I figured he was just some guy fresh out of Party City or Hot Topic, but still, something about him seemed weird. After the applause died down, Bryce finished off his speech. I know this has happened years ago, but I can't state enough how sorry I am for your loss. I know too well the pain that comes with that, and it never goes away. But from the bottom of my heart, I am glad you're back in Plainview. We're all glad to have you back in Plainview. And I wish you and your son the best of tidings for not only this first year of being back in Plainview, but for the many more to come. And in honor of Holly, I had a tree planted outside the Megaplex for her, along with a memorial set up by the tree. We encourage you all to pay your respects there. After the speech was over, I tried to convince Tyson that it was time for us to go. But I guess he didn't hear me, and he went to get some ice cream. I followed him, and I figured it wouldn't hurt to stay for a while and get some ice cream as long as I made sure that Rowley didn't see me. But then, as I was in line, there was a bunch of commotion, and I could hear a mix of confusion, mild panic, and apprehension in the voices of all the people around me. Eventually, security was there, and I tried to get a good look at whatever it was that set off all the commotion in the first place. And I saw that someone had written something on the window to the food court. It read, "Retribution is coming. Now, I didn't know what the meaning behind all of that was at the time, but I knew it was obviously nothing good. People continued to stand there and chat amongst themselves about the graffiti on the window for a while. Eventually, the police came, since, believe it or not, writing retribution is coming on the window is considered a threat. That was about the time me and Tyson decided to head out. We said our goodbyes, and Tyson headed out to his car. I was about to head over to my car, but then I noticed a tree outside the megaplex, and something compelled me to go over to it. And when I got over to the tree, there it was, the memorial for Holly. Just like Bryce said, it was a plaque on a pinkish coloured rock with a photo of her smiling. Now, in case you didn't know, Riley and Holly actually ended up getting married. Holly actually had a thing for Riley all the way back in middle school, but admittedly, I stopped anything from happening between them. Maybe I didn't want to see my friend get heartbroken by a girl, or maybe it was jealousy, maybe a little bit of both. But years down the line, they would rekindle, and when Riley found out I wrote in his yearbook, he was a little peeved, but I convinced him that it was all in the past, and that we should let bygones be bygones. So, Riley and Holly would go on to get married, and they had their first child, Robert, while we were doing Underpants Man comics together. The last time I saw Holly was on the day she died, the day before the night of the accident. She was pregnant with what would have been her and Riley's second child, a boy, when the accident happened, but he could barely tell. She was in her early stages of pregnancy, so it wouldn't really show as much as it would during the later stages. Still, the baby was in there, and he died with her. Now, all that was left of her was a photo, immobilized, a still shot for all eternity. I continued to stand and look at the memorial for a while before I decided it was time to head back home. The rest of the day wasn't that eventful. I did some stuff for work at home, had dinner when it came time, and watched some Empty Man after everything was done. Eventually, after Empty Man was over, I took a shower, brushed my teeth, flossed, headed to bed, and fell asleep. That's when I had another dream. In the dream, I was in a cemetery, and in front of where I was standing was Holly's grave. It was raining outside, but other than that, there was not a sound. There were no crickets, nothing. I stood in front of the grave as the rain poured down, and nothing happened at first. But then, something grabbed at my leg. I looked down and saw Holly, her rotting hand latched onto my ankle, and she was on fire. Holly pulled me down as she clawed her way out of the grave, dragging me closer and closer to the grave. As this was happening, I could hear car sirens blaring all around me, with no specific cause. Then, I began to smell burnt flesh, but it wasn't coming from Holly. I got a horrible feeling, the feeling of death, and then I looked up and I saw him. He staggered like a drunkard as he got closer and closer to me, and as he did, the smell of burning flesh, the horrible feeling, and the blaring of the car alarms all got more intense. I could feel the back of my shirt catch on fire as Holly pulled me into the grave, and when I was about to be pulled on the ground, pulled into the burning place of rest, I looked up and saw the figure standing over me. I held onto the crumbling dirt and grasped for dear life. I felt my fingers slip, slowly by surely, losing my ability to hold onto the unsound earth. I looked down where Holly was about to drag me into, and I saw a burning abyss. Then, my fingers could not keep up with the act anymore, and I felt them loosen. Knowing with every fibre of my body that what would come after was sure to be the inevitable plunge into the flaming abyss. Then, I woke up. I was in my bedroom. There was no gravestones, no Holly, no figure. After I got myself together, I went to the kitchen to get myself a glass of water. I figured I wasn't going back to sleep anytime soon, so I decided to sit on the couch and watch TV to get my mind off things. Neither Empty Man or any of the shows I liked were on, so I turned on the news to see what was going on. When I did, I was immediately greeted by a picture of that guy I heard talking to his wife on the phone in the bathroom. The reporter said that he and his family were kidnapped, and that his neighbor reported that their house looked like the house was broken into and that nobody was there when he checked the house. The report went on to say that when police investigated the home, they found evidence of a struggle, and when they interviewed residents of the neighborhood, many said that they had seen a suspicious masked figure walking around the neighborhood by the house where the victim lived.
Breaking news, okay? Jace DeMarco, one of the project managers who helped with the designing and planning of the recently opened Plainview Megaplex, is suspected to have been kidnapped. DeMarco's wife and their 2 kids, Jace and Lena, have also been reported missing.
I thought back to the masked figure in the crowd, how Jace's wife thought they were being targeted, and the message on the wall, retribution is coming. Was this the retribution? Then the broadcast came on. It was the same masked figure at the mall, and he was standing in a dimly lit room with the camera pointed at him. It was obvious by now that this had something to do with the kidnapping of the project manager, and I watched to see what was going to happen. Then the man spoke.
Good evening, Plainview. You may call me the architect. I am here because I have been wronged by people you consider heroes. Bryce Anderson and those involved with the Megaplex are nothing more than frauds who have built their empire off of deceit, thievery, and treachery. But in the end, all empires fall, and tonight will mark the beginning of the fall of Bryce Anderson's once mighty empire of lies.
Then the camera panned to a different direction, and it landed on Jace DeMarco, chained up in some kind of tank. He was bound so that his arms were stretched upwards and his legs were stretched to the side, and there was a device that was forcing his mouth and holding his tongue out, stretching it outside his mouth.
Then the architect spoke. We shall start with those with the least egregious sins, and then end with Bryce Anderson himself. But little or big, you have all wronged me, and you will pay. This man has lied as all the others have, has helped to hide the truth by use of his tongue, and has knowingly covered up for their wrongdoings. He has used his tongue to slander, defame, and discredit, as have all his kin. So tonight, he will be removed of the instrument in which he used to spread his poison.
A saw attached to some kind of contraption was lowered until the tip of its blade touched the bottom of his tongue. Then the saw started hacking off his tongue. Blood started oozing from his tongue as he let out a choked out scream. This continued until his tongue was sawed off and blood was oozing from his mouth. Then the architect spoke again.
But we cannot forget that DeMarco's lies served a purpose, that purpose being to cover up for the wrongdoings of Bryce and his ilk. What substance do you use if you truly want to cover up for something, to make it gone for good? What substance do you use to dissolve something? That's correct, acid.
Then the camera banned down to the bottom of Jace DeMarco's glass tank, which was quickly filling up with acid. Pretty soon, the acid started burning DeMarco, and he screamed as the tank continued filling up with acid, and the acid levels got higher and higher. DeMarco's face burned off as the acid filled up, and pretty soon the whole tank was full. The camera stayed on Jace DeMarco's dead, burned body for a while before it turned back to the architect, who had one final message for tonight.
Tonight may have been the end of this man's life, but mark my words, this is only the beginning. And to Bryce Anderson and all those who associate with him, know this, your time is soon. You, all of you, will pay for your wrongs.
The broadcast ended, and they returned to the news, which was run on their broadcast. I turned off the TV because, frankly, I had enough. I just sat on the couch trying to figure out what was going on. This was obviously the same guy who mailed the goat's head to Jace DeMarco's house, and it's pretty clear from what he had said that he has some kind of grudge against Bryce Anderson. I wonder what Bryce could have possibly done to make him so angry. And more importantly, who was this guy? What kind of relationship did he have to Bryce before he did whatever he did to warrant a revenge crusade? Either way, this clearly wasn't the last of him, and it seemed like he planned on taking out pretty much everyone involved with the Megaplex, including Bryce himself. I was thinking about this when all of a sudden, I had a bunch of commotion coming from downstairs. I looked out the window and I saw a crowd gathering outside the apartment building. I went downstairs to see what was going on, and when I got outside, I heard people saying that there was a murder. I made my way through the crowd, and eventually, I got a good look at the scene. When I did, my blood ran cold. There were body parts and limbs nailed to the wall, all spelling out a message. And the message said,
Back, Bobby.
with all that's happening, now my brother, my demonic, depraved little brother who should have died 2 years ago, is back and is gonna do who knows what. When I eventually broke out of being frozen by shock and terror, I ran back to my apartment room and locked the door. I sat on the couch, my breathing heavy and shaky, trying to think about how this was even possible. He obviously found a new vessel, but who? I severed my attachment to him, and Roderick's attachment was severed by the rain of holy water that came after Manny was defeated last time. I could only imagine what Manny would do now, the horrors and depravity he would inflict on whatever unsuspecting victim he came across and decided he wanted to have his fun with. Then I began to fall asleep, but not because I was tired. Instead, it felt like some external force was forcing my body to fall asleep, and I had no control over it. Then I had another dream, and this time it didn't involve the bag-headed man. I was in what looked like an apartment. I saw a man making himself a hot dog. He made the mustard line go from the top to the bottom of the hot dog, like most people do. Then the man had to go use the bathroom, and while he was gone, the placement of the hot dog line changed by itself. When the man came back, he was confused and tried to wipe off the mustard with a napkin and do the line again. But as soon as he put the mustard bottle down, it changed again. The man was genuinely startled and stood back. He stared at his hot dog in disbelief. Then, the hot dog started to contort, and pretty soon, the top of the hot dog had Manny's face.
Hot diggity dog.
Then Manny started growing in size until he became bigger than a fully grown man. As he did so, the man began to shrink until he was the size of a hot dog. Then, Manny grew arms and legs and picked the man up before ripping his arms and legs off like the wings of a fly. Manny got out a hot dog bun, put the limbless man in the bun, took the mustard bottle and proceeded to squirt a mustard line across the man horizontally in the same shape as his. And then he opened his mouth, held the screaming man in the hot dog to his mouth and ate him. After Manny ate the man, he burped with satisfaction. Then I woke up. In addition to all of this, there had been a killer on loose and some other unknown entity attacking me. Manny's back. I don't know whose dream he's using or how he's managed to get back into mine, but none of this is good. I don't know what I'm going to do now. I dread to go back to sleep, but if I don't, I'm going to be miserable and tired tomorrow, and I'm going to need to be on my highest alert for tomorrow and the rest of the following days now that Manny is back. Thursday, after work, I went to Albert's and told him that Manny's back. Thursday, after work, I went to Albert's and told him that Manny's back. I told him how he left that message for me behind my apartment building and how he forced me to have that dream, which shouldn't have been possible. Since I severed Manny's attachment to me when I defeated him almost 2 years ago, and he's no longer able to attach himself to me. Albert said that Manny didn't use my dreams to make me experience that nightmare, and that instead, he was likely using someone else's dreams. No doubt, the same person he used to make the message by my apartment to force me to experience this nightmare. I told him about how I was also having experiences with another entity, and that I had been seeing it both in the walking world and in my dreams. I brought up how I don't think he's necessarily related to Manny, and I described to Albert the smells associated with it. The smell of smoke, the burning flesh. Albert said that it sounded demonic, or at the very least, something negative. Albert said that there are a plethora of different negative entities, with demons being one of the deadliest examples of a negative entity. He said that the smell of burning flesh and smoke made him think that this was something demonic. He said that in order to defeat Manny, we need to find out who Manny has attached himself to. And once we do that, we bring Fegley to them, and he will perform an exorcism on them. casting Maddie out of them once and for all. Albert said that he'd assumed that whoever Manny's possessing would be more than willing to get him removed from them. What about this person that actually wants to work with Manny? That'd be an interesting twist. Albert told me that he'd get in contact with Fregley, and that in the meantime, I should stay vigilant, maybe get a Bible and a crucifix just for safekeeping, and to try and stay calm, even when it seems scary, since harmful entities feed off your fear. After we were done, I was thinking about who Manny could have possibly attached himself to in order to do all of this. I assumed that once we find them, they'd be more than happy to be relieved of him. But what if it's some crazy cultist or witch who gets powers off of him or something? I figured it'd be best for me to get my mind off of this since, like Albert said, bad entities feed off of fear and negative emotions. So I went to Crunchy Fingers to have some lunch and unwind. When I got there, both Dennis and Tyson were there, but there was also someone new. It was Christopher Brownfield, another person who went to my middle school back in the day. He looked like he was happy to be here, but exhausted with life in general. I got the impression that he recently suffered from some major loss, like a breakup or a demotion. I took a seat and me and Christopher started talking and catching up. After high school, Chris got married and now has a wife and 2 kids. He said he likes Empty Man too, and we started talking about our favourite episodes and all of the complexities behind its carefully woven narrative. I also mentioned how the guy who created the show had another show called Monster Apocalypse, and Christopher said he'd been binging it whenever he didn't have work to do. He said that even though it's a very different genre from Empty Man, it still has the same peak writing, recognizable from the creator. Anyway, we were talking about that when Tyson decided to say this. Did you guys see the broadcast with the architect last night? In my mind, I was trying to think of ways to change the conversation, since the last thing I needed was for this to empower Manny or whatever the other entity is. Christopher, however, had a different demeanor. He seemed unfazed in a way similar to that of a prison guard who hears of a child molester getting his handed to him by the other inmates. A face that says, this was bad, but he had it coming to him. Christopher said that he wasn't surprised that this happened. He said that that murder is never okay, that he feels kind of sorry for the family that got kidnapped as well, but that he feels no pity for Jace. He said that he worked as an engineer for the Megaplex, and said that Bryce and those in his circle are scumbags of the highest order. He told us they constantly screw over people and take credit for the ideas of employees who are lower on the company's social ladder, and that they don't give a single damn about the safety of their employees or their customers. He said that there are probably multiple safety violations and unstable structures in that megaplex, but that they're good at covering up. He said that was the reason why he got fired. He said that the rails on the balconies in the megaplex, particularly those of the higher stories over the common area, were unstable. He said that it just takes one strong push and it will collapse. He said that he wasn't even exaggerating. Christopher said that he kept trying to get the project managers to do something about it, but they wouldn't listen. Eventually, Christopher was fed up with them and threatened to report them if they didn't fix the railing. Christopher said that, coincidentally, the next day, he was fired for unprofessional and disruptive conduct, which he says was bullcrap. And the real reason why they did that was to discredit him in case he did report them. Christopher said that the only thing that Bryce and his higher-ups care about is money, and in Bryce's case, maintaining his status as Plainview's golden boy. We hung out for the rest of the night until we all decided to call it a night and head home. We said our goodbyes, and I got in my car and headed home. While I was driving, I must have taken a wrong turn because I ended up on a different road than the one I usually take to get home from Crunchy Fingers. I tried to find my way back to my usual path, and for the most part, things worked out. But as I was making my way back to the main path, I drove through an area that I didn't think I'd be driving through. It was the spot of Holly's death. It was that very same place where the accident happened, where both Holly and her unborn son lost their lives. I tried to stay calm as I drove through there, but then I got that same horrible feeling I'd been accustomed to for the last 2 nights, the feeling of death. Then I began to smell the smoke, following by the burning flesh, and then he appeared. Now, There could be a myriad of reasons why I freaked out. Could be just the simple fact that he appeared. It could be that he appeared suddenly. All of those reasons could be an explanation to why this particular encounter freaked me out so much. But I think the real reason why I was so shaken up and unnerved was because he appeared exactly in the spot of the accident. I slammed the gas pedal and drove away as fast as I could. When I got home, I thought to myself that I needed anything to calm me down from this, lest my fear give Manny or this thing any power. I turned on the TV and sure enough, Empty Man was on. I watched and it was good as usual, but what happened was still on the back of my mind. Eventually, I began to relax and ease in a little. The encounter with the bag-headed man was in the back of my mind, but I was starting to freak out about it less. Then, the broadcast came on. Good evening, Plainview. It's time for the second round of the game I like to call Weed Out the Rats. This time, it will be starring a new contestant. I turned the TV off, but then it turned back on by itself. I turned the TV off again, but did the same thing. I kept turning it off again multiple times and it did the same thing. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is obviously Manny or the bag-headed man trying to make me watch the broadcast so that I get scared and therefore it makes me vulnerable to them. And I normally would agree with you. But there was something in my gut telling me that this wasn't the case. Now, obviously, whoever this was, it was trying to get me to watch the broadcast. But something told me that this wasn't Manny or the bag-headed man, and that whoever it was wasn't doing this for malicious reasons or to scare me, but because for some reason, watching this would provide me with information that would be helpful down the road. So, reluctantly, I watched the broadcast. Whatever this spirit thing is, it better be right that I'm gonna need this down the road. Because what I saw in that broadcast was horrific. The camera shot changed to a man hanging above some hatch. Our newest guest is Trent Stilton. He is the chief financial officer of Bryce Anderson's company and oversaw all of the investments related to the Megaplex. He was in charge of the finances they made from lies and treachery. And just like his ilk, he helped to cover up said lies and treachery. They say a man should die doing what he loves most. And tonight, I shall gift dear Trent with such a death at the hands of the thing he truly loves the most, money. The hatch under Trent opened, revealing a pit full of molten metal, and it didn't take me long to piece together where the metal came from. Coins, melted pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters all melted to create an ironic and excruciating execution. The chain slowly lowered Trent into the pit, down to the molten metal. As Trent got closer to the molten metal, he caught fire, and he began to scream and writhe in pain, flailing like a fly caught in a spider web. Eventually, he got to the molten metal, and as he was slowly lowered into and submerged into the liquid, his skin began to melt off, revealing bone and other melted tissue. Trent was alive way longer than he should have been, screaming in complete and utter agony the whole time. When he did finally bite the dust and stop screaming and failing, almost all his skin had melted off. Then, the camera turned back to the architect, who had one final message for the night. And thus concludes the story of Trent Stilton, a man who loves money so much he died in it. That is all for tonight, Plainview. Good night, and to you, Bryce Anderson, and all who are in his circle, your time is coming. By the end of the week, you'll all be dead. Then, the broadcast ended, and it went back to regular TV. I turned the TV off, and this time, it didn't turn back on by itself. There was one peculiar detail though, and it was so innocuous that I most probably wouldn't even notice it. But I wanted to point it out because it stuck out to me, mainly because it was so out of place. It was a Lego piece. A small Lego piece laying on the floor next to the hatch to the boiling molten metal. Was that the thing that would help me later on? A Lego piece? I wasn't sure exactly how a Lego piece was supposed to help me later on, but I guess I'll find out. To be honest with you, though, it probably doesn't mean anything. It just stuck out to me, mainly because it was so odd. A Lego piece in a torture chamber? Eventually, I got tired and decided I may as well go to sleep so that I'd be well rested tomorrow. But of course, It's never that simple. I had another dream, and in the dream I was on a straight road, with a wall of fire to both my left and my right. I began to get that awful feeling I always get whenever the bag-headed man is there. And sure enough, I began to smell smoke, not coming from the walls of fire around me, and soon the smell of burning flesh began to accompany the smell of smoke. Then, he appeared. He staggered towards me like he was drunk, and the whole time I could hear a disembodied car alarm coming from seemingly everywhere at once. Eventually, the back-headed man disappeared, and after a minute or so, he reappeared, and this time, he was closer to where I was. He staggered like he was drunk as he walked closer towards me, and eventually, he disappeared again. And a minute later or so, reappeared. This time, he was really close to me. He once again staggered as he walked towards me as if he was drunk, and pretty soon, he was right in front of me. Then, he disappeared. He didn't reappear, and at first, it seemed as if I was all alone, but then, I heard something behind me, and when I took a look, I saw what it was. It was Holly. She was on fire, and her flesh was rotting and decaying. She chased after me, and I ran as fast as I could. I kept running as she pursued me, and eventually, I spotted something far off in the distance. I got a good look at it, and I saw that it was a door. I ran to the door, and eventually, I made it to the door and slammed it shut behind me before Holly could get to me. I had a feeling that I was supposed to wake up once I made it through the door, that the bag-headed man intended for the dream to end once I slammed the door shut behind me. But that didn't happen. Instead, it turned into another dream, and it felt almost as if it was being hijacked by something else. That now that the bag-headed man's dream was over, something else decided it was their turn to mess with my head. In the dream, I was in a man's bedroom. The man was sleeping, and nothing really seemed to be happening. Then, Manny's voice came from his closet.
Knock, knock.
This startled the man awake, and he demanded to know who was there. There was no response, and eventually, the man left the room, and a minute later, he came back with a shotgun. He demanded that whoever was come out of there or else he'd blow their head off. There was still no response, and pretty soon, he burst the door open to the closet. He was confused at first, since there was seemingly no one in there, but then, he looked down, and his face turned to disbelief when he saw what it was that was hiding in his closet.
Your underwear.
The underwear with Maddie's face flew into the air and landed on the man's head, covering it with the underwear. Then Maddie began to eat his face from his underwear. The man screamed and struggled as Maddie did this until eventually the struggle stopped and the man was silent. No more screams. Maddie continued eating his face even after he was dead. And eventually, he decided he was full and remarked about how delicious he was, saying he wouldn't want to be where the other pair is. Before laughing, the laugh slowly turned more demonic and horrifying as it got louder. And then, I woke up. When I woke up, the first thing I did was go to the living room and turn on the TV to watch the news. I dreaded to see what I would find, but I needed to know whether this was real or just some vision Manny conjured up to scare me. Sure enough, there was a report of a murder, seemingly unrelated to the work of the architect. The victim was found with his face mutilated and a pair of underwear laying on his head. Then, they showed a picture of the victim's face. It was the exact same man I saw in my dream. Friday, since I barely got any sleep last night, I was tired and miserable the whole morning, and that also meant that I was running late for work. After I got breakfast, took a shower, and got dressed, I got in the car and headed to work. It was during this tired and exhausted drive to work when someone would communicate with me through the car radio. I had my car radio off because I was tired enough as it was, and I figured it would just make my eye hurt. But as I was driving, the car radio turned on by itself and turned off again. It was very brief, and when it did, it always turned on to a different channel with only one word spoken before it turned off again. It did this 4 times, but it was quite clear that it was something trying to send me a message. It said,
"Can you hear me?"
I said yes, and I listened intently for whatever it had to say. Sure enough, the radio turned on and off and on and off again until I had spoken its message.
Manny using architect for his vessel. Dreams come to life. Pretended. Familiar face. Promised. Revenge. Let him in.
Now, the message was pretty clear. Manny was using the architect as his vessel and using his dreams to make things happen in the real world. He promised the architect revenge against Bryce and the higher-ups in his company, and that the architect actually let Manny into his life willingly because of Manny's promise. I'm not quite sure what it means by pretended and familiar face. The only thing I can think of in relation to that was when he pretended to be a child to lure me, Tyson, and Chirag in almost a year ago. Chirag, that was the night when he died. Despite that, I figured I had a clear enough picture of what was going on here. I didn't know what it was that was talking to me, whether it was a spirit or someone using a radio transmitter or something. But I got a feeling in my gut that it wasn't evil, that I was trying to help. The problem was that even though I knew now that Manny was using the architect's dreams to make things happen in the real world, that didn't exactly help to crack the case. The architect wore a mask over his face and a hood over his head, and whenever he talked, he had a voice disguiser. Still, there was no information on this guy other than that he was probably a disgruntled ex-employee of Bryce Anderson, and that he likely got screwed over by the latter. But if what Christopher said is to be believed, then that's about every employee that worked for Bryce other than the higher-ups. And heck, even they probably tried to screw each other over on an occasion. But the spirit, or whatever it was communicating with me, wasn't done, and the radio started turning on and off again, creating a new message.
Families. Power. Give. Power. Stronger. Sacrifice.
I had no idea what the spirit or whatever it was meant by this, but clearly it was nothing good. Then the spirit said its goodbyes before going.
Goodbye. For now, I must go. We will talk again some other time.
Then the radio turned off, and it was just me driving to work. When I got to work, Patty took this as an opportunity to single me out. She went on to the entire team about some team members think they can show up whenever they feel like it, and said that I was an example of how not to act.
Mr. Heffley seems to believe he's above following the same rules as everybody else, that he can show up half an hour late to work, and that this behavior is perfectly acceptable. Then Patty announced to the entire team that I was going to be working on the weekend to make up for the time missed and any inconveniences caused by my misguided belief that I have no obligation to show up to work in a timely manner. Then she apologized for any setbacks my disregarded for the bare minimum of workplace timelines has caused. She also said that I would be staying to work late this evening to make sure I know that I'm a part of a team and that my behavior won't be tolerated. So, as Patty loudly proclaimed in front of all my co-workers, I stayed late after everyone else went home to do the most boring and excruciating task that no one else wants to do. The whole time, Patty was breathing down my neck, making sure to reprimand me for every little error I made and making me do the whole thing over again. Eventually, I was done, and Patty let me go for the evening. When I left work, I went to Albert to tell him about the message I'd received earlier during the drive to work. I told him that I think that he is likely a disgruntled ex-employee of Bryce Anderson, but other than that, I have no leads that might help me find out who he is. Albert said that he had a friend who's a dark web hacker and that he could hack into Bryce's company's database and find the employee records. He said his friend could make a copy of the employee records and send them to me through email. He said it'd be best that I use a different email than the one I usually use in case Bryce and his company decide to take legal action and the authorities track me down. Honestly, all of this seemed a little risky, but the only other option was to let Manny keep killing more people, so I decided to take my chances. Albert said that even if we do find the identity of the architect, that breaking Manny's attachment to him presents a unique challenge since the architect willingly let Manny into his life so that he could attach himself to him. Albert said that in order for a demon to attach itself to a person, the person has to let it in some way. He said usually people get tricked into letting it in when it pretends to be a friendly spirit or something that the person isn't aware of. He said, for example,
The way that I let money in was because of my headspace and paranoid thinking patterns, which left me with a spiritual vulnerability that opened the door for demons and other negative spirits to attach themselves to me. Albert said that in this case, however, the person knowingly and willingly let money in, which meant that he likely wasn't going to get his attachment removed willingly. I said that maybe he didn't let Manny in knowingly, and pointed out that whoever was talking to me said something about pretending and a familiar face. So maybe he tricked the architect into letting him in by pretending to be a friendly spirit, perhaps of someone he knew. Albert said maybe so, but that in the end, the architect's only goal was revenge, and that he likely wouldn't get if it was Manny's spirit, Ted Bundy's spirit, or Ted Cruz's spirit helping him as long as he achieved his ultimate goal, which was killing off Bryce Anderson and all of his associates. He said that for now, we should focus on finding his identity, and that once we do that, we can come up with a plan to capture him and remove Manny from him, one way or another. By the time I said goodbye to Albert and headed off, Crunchy Fingers had already closed. To give you an idea of how long Patty had me stay after work, so I just headed home. When I got home, I turned on the TV, knowing I was eventually going to be greeted with, but it was a necessary evil. At first, I just watched some Empty Man, since I figured I'd at least try to enjoy myself before the inevitable happened, and I'd be forced to watch Song get brutally murdered. I got through a few episodes, and at first, not much happened, and I even started to feel relaxed a little. But then, the program was interrupted and the broadcast came on. Good evening, Plainview. It's time for round 3 of our little game. The camera turned to a man in a glass cage. Only his head was visible, which was sticking out of something similar to the pillory from medieval times. Tonight, we welcome Jerome Matthews, the PR manager for Bryce's company, the one responsible for his company's squeaky clean image. His job was to help Bryce and his company save face in the public eye, to avoid any scrutiny, and to his credit, he did with his job exceptionally well. But that's not what we want. We don't want to help him save face. We want to peel off the mask from Bryce and his higher-ups and reveal what is truly underneath. So that is exactly what we will do. We will peel off the face that this man helped Bryce Anderson to craft, and to mark this, we will peel off Jerome's literal face. Then, a scalpel lowered inside of the glass cage until it was right in front of Jerome's face. Then, it started peeling off his face, and Jerome screamed in pain as his face was slowly and painstakingly removed by the automated scalpel. Eventually, the process was finished, and the result was nothing short of horrifying. And of course, just like the rest of his ilk, Jerome Matthews knew full well of the wrongdoings done by Bryce and his higher-ups, but chose to cover it up. He simply buried it, made it appear like it never happened, burned it away, you could say, made it dissolve. Do you remember from round 1 what dissolves things? That's correct. Acid. Then, acid slowly started pouring from the top of the glass cage and onto Jerome's face, getting into his eyes and causing what was left of his face to start melting off. He tried to scream, but he couldn't, only managing to let out an agonized splutter. I don't know how he was alive for so long. I don't know how he was even alive after his face was torn off. But eventually, the agonizing noises stopped, and he died. The camera stayed on his burnt, melted face for a while until it turned back to the architect, who had one final message for the night. And so concludes the story of yet another pile of filth in Bryce's upper echelons. And to the rest of you, your time is soon. Good night, Plainview. Then, the broadcast ended and I returned to normal programming. I turned off the TV and tried to think about what to do. I figured I'd need a burner email for when Albert's hacker friend gets the employee records from Bryce's company. So I got out my laptop and set that up. After that, I just got myself a drink of water and tried to think of what to do to calm myself down. I knew I wasn't going to go to sleep since I definitely wasn't ready for whatever Manny and the back-headed man were going to throw at me in my dreams after seeing all that. I figured I'd try and find a show I liked and watch it. And after I turned the TV back on, I flipped through the channels until I got to Fox, which was airing Family Guy. I figured that'd be perfect for getting my mind off of things, so I settled for it. I got a good while into the episode, and I was starting to feel relaxed. somewhat at ease. But then, the TV started glitching out, and pretty soon, Family Guy was interrupted by something completely different. It seemed to be a live video of a woman sitting on her couch watching TV. She seemed unaware that she was being filmed, and she just sat there while she watched the TV. Then, the camera turned to face the TV, and I saw what she was watching. Family Guy, the exact same episode that I was watching before this came on. I got a bad feeling about this, and I tried to turn the TV off, but then that's when I realized that I couldn't move. Some force was keeping me glued to the couch. I couldn't even blink. All I could do was watch what was playing on the TV screen in front of me. The camera turned back to the woman watching TV, and then I heard something in the background. I heard footsteps in the background, and they were getting louder and more audible as they drew closer. Then I saw the source of the footsteps. That was a fun time, wasn't it, Jekka? Jekka responded, "Oh, I forgot you were here." "So, what time does your husband come home?" "Not for another hour. He's a doctor, so he works late." Other than the fact that this lady was obviously being filmed on her property without her knowing, there was really nothing too out of the ordinary. But that soon changed when the Family Guy intro song started echoing through the room the woman was in, with seemingly no source.
Seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV.
Then, the Family Guy intro became distorted and demonic. The Family Guy intro progressively got more and more demonic. Then, Peter Griffin's signature laugh could be heard, but unlike the Family Guy intro, it had a source. Then, Peter Griffin stepped out of the shadows. He had the proportions that he did in the cartoon, but he had real human flesh, real eyeballs, and teeth. It was a horrifying mismatch of cartoon and reality, and as he stepped out of the shadows, he continued to bleat out his signature laugh. Then, Peter spoke.
Holy crap, Lois, this is worse than the time I went to hell. But hey, at least I got to become a cool demon out of the deal.
Then, Peter's head grew bigger and his mouth stretched to an impossible size. Jack and the guy in our house ran, and the realistic, fleshy Peter Griffin chased after them. His head still huge and his mouth wide open. Jekka pushed the guy towards Peter in order to give herself time to run away, and the guy fell down and was swallowed whole by Peter Griffin's gaping mouth. Screaming as he disappeared into the darkness, Peter continued chasing after Jekka, and eventually an invisible force pulled Jekka down to the floor, sliding on her back as she was pulled towards Peter Griffin. Then, Jekka was pulled into the gaping mouth of Peter Griffin, and she let out a scream as she disappeared into the darkness. After Peter was done eating Jekka, he turned back to his normal size. Then, he changed shape, and Peter Griffin revealed his true form.
Crap, Bobby. This reminds me of the time that I was Peter Griffin.
Manny laughed, and his laugh turned horrifying and demonic as he did. Then, the broadcast ended and the programming returned to Family Guy. I checked the news to see if anyone else had received this broadcast, but they weren't talking about it, so it must have just been me. I turned off the TV and I got myself a glass of water to help me calm down. I sat down on the couch, no TV on, to just process everything I had just seen. Eventually, I decided to get some rest so that I'd be awake for tomorrow. I figured that Manny's already had his fun for tonight, so he'd probably leave my dreams alone. I took a shower, changed into my PJs, brushed my teeth, and went to bed. That's when I had another dream. In the dream, I was in a small hallway. To my left was a door to a bathroom. Behind me was the door to an apartment, and in front of me was the apartment living room. The place looked familiar to me, and at first I couldn't put my finger on it, but then I realized where I was. I was in Riley's old apartment. It was Riley's old apartment he used to live with Holly in back when we were making Underpants Man comics together, and where he lived when Holly died. I couldn't quite see what was inside the living room, so I carefully stepped inside, and when I did, what I found was horrifying. It was Holly. She was suspended mid-air with her stomach cut open, her unborn fetus hanging out by its umbilical cord and floating as well. It was a horrific sight, and I could only stand there and stare at what was in front of me. Then I got that feeling I get whenever he comes. Not long after, I began to smell smoke, followed by the smell of burning flesh. Then he appeared. He just stared at me, and I was frozen in place, unable to do anything. The smells and the horrible feeling got more and more intense, and it felt like I was suffocating. Then I woke up. I tried to go back to sleep, since I figured this thing's already had its go for tonight. But I found myself unable to. So now I'm here writing in my journal. It doesn't seem like any of this is going to stop anytime soon. In fact, it's probably just gonna get worse. So I guess I'd best buckle up, because I'm gonna have a bumpy week ahead. Saturday. So, like Patty proclaimed yesterday, she made me not only work on the weekend, but also work extra hours. It was just as unbearable as you'd expect. She'd constantly talk down to me and nitpick anything I did in my work. And if I got even the smallest thing wrong, she'd have me do it all over again. The only other person there besides me and Patty was the janitor. And whenever he could make his rounds where we were, she would constantly complain about me to him and make sure that I could hear it. When I was finally done and able to go home, I paid Albert a visit and gave him the name of my burner email. He said he'd make sure to write it down and send me a link to the employee records when he got them. After that, I went home and turned on the TV, knowing damn well what would eventually be on, but deciding to suck it up and watch it anyway to see if I could get any clues on who this guy is, or if not immediately obvious hints, then maybe things that would make sense with context once I got the employee records. I turned on the news, and at first, there wasn't anything on related to the architect, and instead, it was just a story about some escaped prisoner. We have reports that Plainview Penitentiary inmate Billy Rotner has escaped from prison. He was in prison for armed robbery and has a long rap sheet. Billy Rotner has reportedly broken out of prison. Rotner is serving a 15-year sentence for armed robbery. Rotner is a career criminal with a long criminal history. If you see this man, please contact the authorities. But that didn't last for long, because soon enough, the news was interrupted and the broadcast came on. Good evening, Plainview. It's time for round 4 of our little game. And tonight, we have a very special guest. One that not only lied to save his and his colleagues' own reputations, but did so at the expense of others. Everyone, please welcome Ned Henry Stillman. Ned was a project manager for the Plainview Megaplex, and like the rest of them, helped to cover up Bryce's and the company's misdeeds. Ned was a project manager for the Plainview Megaplex, and like the rest of them, helped to cover up Bryce and the company's misdeeds. But he didn't just lie, he slandered and destroyed the reputation of those in the company who did not have a voice to defend themselves. I was a victim of the lies of Bryce and his company, and in particular, Ned and 2 others slandered me by painting me crazy. He and these other 2 men, one of these men being Bryce Anderson himself, made claims that I was violent and mentally unstable. The purpose of this lie was to discredit and defame and to ensure that my word would not be taken seriously by anyone. In fact, they even went the extra step and got me admitted to the psych ward. I spent months in that place. The conditions were awful. It was a living nightmare. Well, now, Ned Henry Stillman, you get to live my nightmare. You get to experience a fraction of what I went through every waking moment at that facility. Then, the architect came and strapped those devices he used for electroshock therapy onto Ned's head and turned the voltage up to the highest it could possibly go. Ned screamed as the electrical current burned through him, burning his skin, and he struggled and writhed on the table as this went on. Then, the electrocution stopped, and the architect had something else to say. But let us not forget what Ned Henry Stillman did is what psychology refers to as gaslighting. Gaslighting is the act of deceiving someone into thinking that something didn't happen by making them think that they're crazy. To illustrate my point, I will demonstrate to you what he did by gaslighting him. So to speak, Then, the architect poured gasoline all over Ned Henry Stillman before he lit a match and set him on fire. Ned Henry Stillman writhed and flailed as he burned alive, and slowly but surely, he died. When he died, the flaring and muffled scream stopped, and the camera stayed on his burnt corpse for a while, until it turned back to the architect, who had one final message before the night was over. And with the conclusion of the story of Ned Henry Stillman, we near the end of our game. Tomorrow will mark the end of Bryce Anderson and his reign as Golden Boy of this town. It will be a special heartfelt finale reserved only for special people. It will feature Bryce Anderson and the final project manager we have yet to erase, a man who donated his money to Bryce Anderson's Megaplex, and a very special guest who thinks I don't know of who he is and what he's been doing. He will have a chance to be on this show very soon. But until then, good night, Plainview. And to you, Bryce Anderson, no matter how much security you implement, you will pay your dues. Then, the broadcast ended, and the news came back on, which, you guessed it, was talking about the broadcast. I turned off the TV and sat down to think. The architect has killed off pretty much all the project managers of the Plainview Megaplex except for Bryce and the other project manager. I guess this broadcast has provided me information about the architect that I didn't have before, that Bryce Anderson and two of his higher-ups, including the one that just got killed, had framed him as mentally unstable and got him sent to a psych ward. I mean, judging by what I've seen of him so far, it might not be that far off, but clearly they had a goal in mind when defaming him, to discredit him for some reason. But why? What for? What are they trying to cover up? And he referred to a man who has donated to the Megaplex, too. I was thinking about this, and it didn't take me long to piece two and two together. It was Rowley, my former best friend, who I'd gone through middle school with, was in danger of dying a horrific death for something I know he didn't even do. I know Rowley, and I know that he would have never supported Bryce and his company if he had known that they were doing the things that they had been doing. And the last guy, someone who thinks the architect doesn't know who they are or what they've been doing. I tried to think about it, but I had no idea who that could be referring to. Know who they are and what they have been doing? Who are they? And what have they been doing? Wait, I'll cut that. I think he's talking about Greg. I figured that this stuff would be best thought about with a clear head, so I figured I'd go to sleep and try to get some rest. I took a shower, put on my pajamas, and brushed my teeth. Then, I went to bed. Turns out, I wouldn't be able to get much rest. In the dream, I was in an alleyway. There was a couple walking together, seeming to have a good time. But then, someone jumped out of the shadows, and things took a much different turn. Hey, this is a stick-up. Give me your money. Oh, please don't hurt us. Bill demanded that the couple put the money in the bag, and after the couple did so, he ran off. Then, my point of view followed Bill as he ran through the streets and alleyways until he finally stopped in a dark, dingy alley to catch his breath and go through his stuff. Then, the street lamp started flickering. He did this until, eventually, it stopped and became normal. It was silent for a while, nothing else out of the ordinary. Bill was clearly unnerved, looking at the light to see if something else would happen. Then, I felt the sensation of something invisible flying past, and apparently so did Bill, judging by his reaction. It happened again, this time in the opposite direction, and it continued for about 2 times before it stopped. Nothing happened for a while, just Billy Rottner standing seemingly by himself in the dark, dingy alleyway, unnerved and freaked out. Then, I heard Manny's disembodied voice. Faster than a serial killer on the run. I felt the same sensation of someone flying past as I did before, and so did Billy. He demanded to know who was there, unable to hide the frantic terror in his voice. It was silent at first, and then I felt something fly past again. Billy was shaking, clutching his gun and holding it up to the seemingly empty dark of the night, anticipating his unseen attacker the way a child anticipates a shot at the doctor's office. Then, Manny spoke again. More powerful than a demon from hell. I felt something fly past me again, and Bill turned the other direction, still pointing his gun. Then, I felt something fly past me again in the opposite direction, and I could hear Bill breathing heavily and see sweat trickling down his skin. Then, Manny appeared. It's Super Manny. Bill shot at Manny frantically, and as the bullets hit Manny, he screamed and fell to the ground. He lay there, silent, lifeless, and limp, seemingly dead, but I knew better than to believe that. Then, Manny sprung back up. Billy, stunned and in disbelief, shot at him frantically again, but the bullets deflected from him. Then, Manny's eyes started glowing, and laser beams shot from both of his eyes at Bill. Bill screamed and fell to the floor as lasers melted his skin, writhing on the ground as Manny continued to melt his skin off, laughing as he did so. Manny continued melting Bill Rotner's flesh with his laser beams until, eventually, Bill went still and he died. Told you comic books was bad for ya. Manny laughed, and as his laugh turned more and more demonic as he did, then the dream ended. Now, I think Manny would have had his fun with me for tonight, that I was supposed to wake up after the dream, but I didn't. Once the dream Manny put me through was done, something else hijacked my brain and took control of my dreams. It was his turn to have fun. In the dream, I was in the old studio me and Riley used to make comics in back when we worked together. It was dark, empty, and quiet. The only source of light was moonlight shining through the windows. However, it did more than enough to illuminate the room, giving it an eerie, ghostly vibe. I walked over to my desk where I used to do my share of the illustrations for the comics, and I saw a drawing of Underpants Man. Underpants Man was the most notable comic we made, and it was basically of a superhero who wears a pair of underpants as a mask and fights crime using his abnormally stinky farts, which he also uses to propel himself so that he can fly. Then I noticed something else. It was a mask of Underpants Man. More specifically, it was part of a costume of Underpants Man. I wore to a Halloween party, a party that took place on the night that Holly died. Something about the mask seemed familiar though, not pertaining to something associated with the party, but instead it reminded me of something I had seen recently. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it, but then it clicked. The Underpants Man mask from the Halloween party was the same mask the bag-headed man wore. Then, the drawing of Underpants Man started changing to a drawing of the bag-headed man. Then, back to Underpants Man. Then, back to that bag-headed man. Then, I heard the sound of car alarms, disembodied and with no discernible source. Then, the whole room caught fire, and there were flames all around me. Then, I got that horrible feeling that I was all too familiar with, followed by the smell of smoke, but not coming from the flames, then followed by the smell of burning flesh. Then, he appeared. He just stood there for a second. Then he changed his form to be me wearing the Underpants Man Halloween costume that I did at the party. Then it changed back to its original form, and it kept doing this for a while until it just stopped. It just stared at me for a good minute, and then it raised its arm and pointed at me. Then I woke up. I went to the kitchen and got myself a glass of water. Needless to say, I wanted me getting a good night's sleep. Now I'm just writing this. I have to find some way to save and warn Riley before it's too late. Hopefully, I get those records as soon as possible tomorrow, so that way maybe I can figure out who this guy is and put a stop to him before he goes through with the final segment of his plan. Sunday, so where do I start? I suppose a good place to start would be at work today. When I got there, Pi made sure to give me a nice warm greeting by informing me that due to my lackluster performance yesterday, I was going to be working today until 12 a.m. Save this some next level abuse. Honestly, I'm not sure that's even legal, but there was no way to argue with Patty. I tried to get out of it by making up an excuse that my dad was dying of cancer and that today was the last day I could see him before he passes away. Honestly, I wasn't sure if she would even believe it, but it was worth a shot. She believed me, but that didn't change the result.
Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you decided to half-hour your work, Greg Heffley.
So I went back to work, and the whole day was basically the same day as yesterday at work, doing the most demeaning of tasks, and Patty talking down to me whenever I mess up and making me do them again. Eventually, Patty left, and when she did, I opened up a new tab and got into my burner email, and sure enough, the employee records had been emailed to me. I opened the link in the email sent to me, and sure enough, I had access to a ton of employees. Bartholomew Leonard Eugene Plunterson the third. What does he do? Position, graphic designer. Reason for firing, as he puts it, rambunctiously jiggling, exposing himself in front of management. I looked through the records, and sure enough, there was Christopher Brownfield, position engineer. Reasons for firing, unprofessional and disruptive conduct. I kept looking through the records, and none of them really stood out to me or struck me as noteworthy, at least in relation to all that's going on with the architect. But eventually, I found something. Maddox salesman. Something like that. Position, engineer. Reason for firing, mentally unstable. Had a violent episode where he attacked one of our employees for no reason. Additional notes. Maddox has been institutionalized shortly after his employment was terminated. I actually met this guy before when I was in middle school, and he was a strange kid to say the least. I'd think that maybe he's changed since then, but apparently that wasn't the case. The thing is, though, that the last part about him being institutionalized lines up exactly with what the architect said. Furthermore, Maddox was an engineer, and all the traps that the architect made was not something that your average Joe could just make on a Tuesday. I was pretty confident that I had found our guy. I was about to send an email to Albert, but then I heard a voice behind me.
Aha! Caught you, Greg Heffley.
It was Patty. She said that the email I was using didn't look like my work email. Then she noticed my other tab open, and when she grabbed the mouse from my hand and clicked on the tab, something on her face lit up. A type of malevolent glee.
Well, Greg Heffley. Looks like what you've been doing is very illegal.
She tried to look mad, but I knew underneath that facade of anger, she was overjoyed. Overjoyed that she finally had something she could ruin my life with. She said she was going to call the police, and I stood up and begged her not to. I told her that someone I knew was in danger and that I needed to do this to stop someone bad, but she just laughed in my face and said that I could explain that to the police. I begged her not to call the police. I told her that I needed this job and that if she told the police, my life would be ruined. Patty started laughing, and as she did, her laugh turned more and more hysterical. Then she said this.
Oh, Greg Heffley, nothing would bring me more joy than to see your life ruined.
Patty went on.
Oh, I have waited for this day for so long, Greg Heffley. The day when I would finally be able to ruin your life, to make you into nothing. I will call the police, Greg Heffley, and rest assured that when I do, you will go to prison. And when you do, I'll be keeping my ears peeled for updates. I'll be praying that a big scary inmate makes you into his own professional SEX toy. And when it does, I will celebrate. And if you even make it out, I'll be watching you, and I'll contact every job you try to apply to and tell them why you were in prison. I'll make sure that no employer ever hires you, that you're forced to live on the streets. And when that happens, I'll come visit you just so I can laugh at you. And when you finally rot away and die, whether it be on the streets or in prison, oh, Greg Heffley, nothing on this earth will ever bring me joy like that day will.
Damn. Some next level hatred, bro. Patty got out her phone to dial 911, and I thought that this whole thing was over, that I would be in prison, and that the architect would succeed in killing Rowley, Bryce, and the other project manager. But then, all of a sudden, Patty's phone shut off by itself, which is strange, because I could see that it was at full power when she was dialing 911. Then, the phone turned back on again by itself, and when it did, demonic imagery flashed on the screen. Images of monstrous creatures, people being tortured and burned alive in hell. Images of goetic demons. It was stuff that not even your worst nightmares could come up with. Patty freaked out and accused me of hacking her phone, but I told her I didn't do anything. Then the lights in the office started flickering, and I could tell that Patty was starting to get really unnerved. I could feel an evil presence envelope the room, and then a voice came from her phone.
5 Lane Clive, 5 Lane Clive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Lane Clive.
The singing got more and more intense and demonic, and eventually it stopped. The room was silent. The lights still flickered and the demonic imagery still flashed on Patty's phone. It continued like this for a while, and as it did, we waited, terrified to see what would happen next. Then, Manny appeared. Patty is a fatty. Then Patty lifted up in the air, and she started getting fatter than humanly possible. Eventually, I could hear her bones snapping, her tendons being crushed, and she couldn't even scream cause the fat was clogging her vocal cords. Her skin burst open with blood and fat leaking out, and blood began to ooze out of her mouth before her eyes popped out. Eventually, Patty died. I got out of there and I made a run for it. But Manny wasn't too keen on letting me get away from him. Where do you think you're going, Bobby? The fun's just started. I ran as fast as I could until I got out of the building and got to my car. I started up the ignition and slammed the gas pedal, going as fast as I possibly could to get away from Manny. It was dark outside, and I raced through the streets trying to get home, and I'm surprised I didn't get pulled over by a cop. But eventually, I got home. When I got home, I turned on the TV to make sure that I wasn't too late to stop the architect. I dreaded what I would find, but I needed to see if there was any way I could put a stop to this. I flipped to the news, and sure enough, there was a report about an abduction linked to the architect. Kevin Winton, the assistant project director for the Plainview Megaplex, has reportedly been kidnapped. This incident is thought to be linked to the architect. Kevin Winton has been reported to have been abducted earlier this evening. Neighbors reported a figure lurking around his house. Police suspect the architect, who has been targeting members of Bryce Anderson's company, is the culprit. The news reporter kept talking about the story, and it was pretty obvious what was going on. At least one of the architect's targets had been kidnapped, and I didn't know if he had gotten Bryce or Rowley yet, but pretty soon my question was answered. This just in, Bryce Anderson has been abducted and his house broken into. The bodies of his security were found mangled on the floor. Reports that windows were broken, objects smashed and thrown, security all found dead. Sergeant Polston describes it as like a wild animal attack. Then, a new report came in, and my worst fear came true. And now we're getting reports that Raleigh Jefferson and his 10-year-old son, Robert, have been abducted. Rowley and his son, Robert Jefferson, have reportedly been taken from their home. Neighbors reported seeing someone in the neighborhood around the time the abduction happened. The abduction is suspected to be the work of the architect, who is suspected to have abducted Bryce Anderson as well. Now, this was already bad enough. But then, the reporter went on. Furthermore, a disturbing message was left at the scene. Then, they showed the message.
Best friends forever, die together.
At first, I didn't know what that meant. But then, I realized. Remember how the architect mentioned a very special guest who doesn't think he knows who he is and what he's been doing. And only when I realized what the message meant did I realize who the special guest was. It was me. Then, my TV shut off by itself. And when it turned back on, it shut back off immediately. It did this 3 times, each time turning onto 3 separate programs. But in doing so, it made a message, and the message was pretty clear. He's here! Run! Then, I heard something in the apartment. I looked around and I saw nothing at first. Then, he came out. He sprinted towards me, and I ran as fast as possible. He was blocking the door, so I ran out to the balcony and did my best to climb down from there, but it was messy. Eventually, I got to the ground, and pretty soon, the architect climbed down and chased me. I ran through the streets, and even the architect continued to chase after me. Eventually, I hid in a trash can in an alley, and I was safe. Or so I thought. Then, he got me. The last thing I remember after that was briefly being barely conscious for 1 second as he was loading me into a car trunk, and then it went to black once again. When I woke up, I was in what looked like some kind of hole. My hands were tied behind my back. There was sharp metal stuff all around me, and from what I could see above the hole, there was what looked to be a giant metal mallet above me. Underneath my feet was something that seemed like it was supposed to propel me upwards whenever it was activated. Overall, I was in a tight space and it was difficult to get out. I tried to think of a way to get out, but I couldn't think of anything at that moment. Then, I heard a whirring sound as lights came on above me and the architect spoke. Good evening, Plainview. Welcome to our grand finale. I could feel something unhinged and maniacal in his voice, different than the calculating and flat tone he usually used. He was excited. He had waited for this for a long, long time, and nobody was gonna get in his way. I listened with dread to hear what he would say next, and sure enough, he began his speech for the evening. You didn't know this, but for the longest time, there has been a mole poking his nose into my affairs, trying to find out who I am, even trying to stop me. Now, it didn't take a genius to figure out who he was talking about, but pretty soon, there would be no question. His name is Greg Heffley, and wouldn't you know it, he was best friends with Rowley Jefferson, who donated to the Megaplex. Imagine what skeletons he has hiding in his closet, eh? If you ever been to a Chuck E. Cheese as a kid, you might remember playing a game called Whack-A-Mole. In this game, the moles pop out of their little holes and you whack them with your mallets so they go back down. Personally, my mother never let me go to Chuck E. Cheese growing up, so I've never played it. But that's what we are going to do tonight. We are going to whack the mole. Whack, whack, whack him until he dies. Then the architect started laughing maniacally, and it was one of the most horrifying laughs I had ever heard in my life. I frantically tried to find a way out of my trap, and at first, it was to no avail. Then, I felt a surge of pain from one of the sharp metal things, no doubt added there to make my torment extra unbearable. And that's when I got an idea. I grated my restraints against the sharp metal stuff. I did this with panic and haste, as I knew I only had so much time before the plate underneath me shot me up to my huge metal mallet-shaped grave. I also did this quietly and in secret, as I didn't want the architect catching on. Eventually, I untied my bonds, and I waited for the plate to shoot me upwards. Then, I would dart out of the hole at the right moment, right before the mallet came down on me, and escape. Eventually, the plate did just that, and at the right moment, when I was high enough to get out of the hole, but right before the mallet came down, I scrambled out of there and narrowly avoided meeting a sticky and splatty end at the hands of a giant metal mallet. As soon as I got out of there, I ran as fast as I could. I could hear the architect screaming and yelling with rage. I couldn't even understand what he was saying because it was so nonsensical, if he was even saying anything at all, but I could hear items being thrown around. I sprinted out of the room and through the hallway, and I knew that the architect would be looking for me, so I looked for somewhere to hide. Eventually, I found a door to a room with a desk, so I ran in there, shut the door behind me, and hid under the desk. I tried to think of what to do. I observed my surroundings, a dark and dingy basement area. There was no doubt Bryce, Kevin, and Rowley were being held in some other rooms, but where? Then, I heard something in the room. I carefully peeked from under the desk to see what it was, and I saw an etch-a-sketch lying on the floor, its canvas propped to face me. Then, it began writing by itself, and when the writing was finished, it said, "Can you see my writing?" I nodded my head. It wrote again. "I can help you find them." It erased by itself, and then wrote again. "I will draw a map of the basement layout. I will show you each room in which they are being kept in. I will show you where you are. Follow my lead. When you get to a room, I will open a door for you. Be careful." Then, the entire schematics of this basement were drawn on the etch-a-sketch. I said thanks, and then, out of curiosity, asked my mysterious aide, "Who are you?" Right on cue, it responded by writing in the bottom right-hand corner of the etch-a-sketch, "Shrug." Something about the fact that my friend was watching over me even after death warmed in my heart, but I didn't have time to dwell on that. Mere seconds meant the difference between life and death for Rowley, Bryce, and Kevin. I picked up the etch-a-sketch with the map still drawn on it and snuck through the hallway to find Rowley and others. The rooms, each of them were being held in were marked with a letter for their names. R for the room Rowley was in, B for the room Bryce was in, and K for the room Kevin was in. Bryce and Kevin were in the same room, and it was the one closest to me, so I figured I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone and then come for Rowley. I snuck through the walls on the lookout for the architect or Manny, and eventually I came across the door to where the map said the room holding Bryce and Kevin was. Sure enough, the door to the room opened by itself, or more accurately, by Shirag, and I stepped inside. In the middle of the room was a throne, and in the throne sat Bryce, handcuffed by restraints fastened into the throne's armrests. He had an apple gag in his mouth like a pig, and on his head he wore a crown with the words King of Lies engraved into it. To the left of Bryce hung Kevin Winton, and behind him was a giant metal knife prepared to stab him at any moment. I looked around the room to see if there was any controls that could release them or anything I could free them with. To the right of Bryce was a table with an axe laying atop it with the words, "To taste the head of the king." To taste the head of the king engraved on it. Bryce read that twice. I used the edge of the axe to first cut off the chains of Kevin Winton and then cut open his restraints, since he was the one who seemed to be in the most immediate anger. Once I freed him, I used the edge of the axe to separate Bryce's restraints from the armrests of his throne, and Bryce was freed. But just then, another door, different than the one I went through, burst open, and the architect came through, screaming in rage. Bryce shoved me to the ground as he ran to the door. Bruh, this is Bryce guy. I went through before he slammed it shut behind him. Kevin, however, seemed a lot more open to working with me. The architect was in a blind rage, so it was easier to outsmart him by running around the room in circles. When the time was right, running through the door he went through and slammed it shut behind him. I still had the axe with me, along with the Etch-a-Sketch, which was a lifesaver, because it wasn't long before the architect burst through the door running after us. As he ran towards us, I whacked him across the head with the axe and he fell to the floor, out cold. Kevin asked me if I knew how to get out of there. I told him I had the schematics and he said that it was time to use them and get the F out of there. I said that there was still someone here and that we needed to get them before we left the basement, and he said I was flipping insane. I said we were getting Rowley whether he liked it or not, and he seemed to reluctantly give up and agree. But then, without warning, he kicked me in the gut and grabbed my Etch-a-Sketch and axe. As he ran off, he said that if I wanted to be a bleeding heart, then that's my choice, but that in the end, the sharks are the ones who survive, and the fish end up as seafood. But shark or fish, he wouldn't make it very far before he ended up being levitated into the air, dropping the axe and Etch-a-Sketch as this happened. What's happening? Help! Help! Please, I'm sorry, help! Then Kevin's head was torn off, his blood gushing like a fountain, and his limp and lifeless body fell to the floor. Then, Manny appeared. They say you ought to keep your head in the game, eh, Bobby? I ran in the opposite direction to get away from Manny, but that only seemed to give him more fuel. Oh, I love a game of tag. I ran as fast as I could, and eventually, I found a door that led to some room and ran through it. I slammed the door shut behind me, and it seemed like that I had gone away from Manny, or maybe that's just what he wanted me to think. I looked around, and I saw that I was in a control room. There were monitors for every room we were being held in, including mine, Bryce, and Kevin's, and a giant piggy bank. I saw one monitor with Rowley crammed up in some dark, tight space. At first, I had no idea where Rowley was supposed to be other than some cramped, tight space. But then, I saw an unlit fire pit under the giant piggy bank, and I put 2 and 2 together. I remember learning about the brazen bull in history during high school, a torture and execution method so cruel and inhumane that legends say after the man who designed it presented it to the emperor of ancient Greece at the time, he had him thrown into the bull and burned alive inside it until he was half dead, then thrown into the ocean. It burned you alive, not with fire, but with the hot metal surrounding you. And as you screamed from the inside, the metal made it sound to those observing like that of a bull. In front of the monitor were the controls, buttons on the categories for every trap I had seen used to kill and torture the architect's targets. They were listed by name. There was Jace, Trent, Jerome, Ned, one for my own torture trap, Kevin, Bryce, and finally, Rowley. Under Rowley's category were 2 buttons. One I was sure to activate the device, the other I didn't know the purpose of at first, but then I noticed a hatch on the top of the giant piggy bank, so I figured it was to open the hatch, and in turn, freeing Rowley. The only problem was, I didn't know which was which. I tried to take a guess, but there was really no indication as to which did which. Only the architect knew, and something told me he wasn't too keen on helping me out. Eventually, I just decided to just hope for the best, and with my fingers crossed, I pressed the button. The hatch of the giant piggy bank opened. Carefully, Rowley crawled out, confused, shaken, scared, and probably tired. He looked around the room, maybe to see if there was anybody who could help him, maybe to make sure that there was nobody to hurt him. Then, I noticed a speaker on the controls for the intercom, so I turned that on and asked Rowley if he could hear me. Greg? Is that you? What's going on? I told him that I was here to help. I said that I would explain everything once I made sure he was out of there and safe. But for the time being, I told him to stay where he was so that I could come and find him. Wait, my son! He took my son too! Do you know where my son is, Greg? I told him that I tried to find his son, but for the time being to stay where he was so that he would be safe. I said to lock the door if he could, and if that wasn't an option, I suggested that he barricaded the door with whatever he could find. I didn't have my Etch-a-Sketch with me anymore after Kevin took it from me, so I looked around the room for a map or something I could use to find out where in the basement this control room was at. As I was looking, I saw 2 pieces of paper lying on the floor. I picked them up and started reading, and I got a pretty good idea of the architect slash Maddox salesman's story. Yeah, this is going to be hard to read. I hate them, I hate them, I hate them. They stole my ideas, my designs, my work. They took credit for something that was never theirs. The Megaplex was my idea, my brainchild. I designed it, conceptualized it, I put it onto paper and into blueprints. I presented it to Kevin Winton and he seemed to like it. I was glad they seemed to like my idea. But days later, they would announce the Plainview Megaplex, and Kevin and Bryce claimed it as their own. They said they designed it, they conceptualized it, which was not true. I designed it, I conceptualized it, I put it onto the blueprints. It was my idea, not theirs. I confronted Winton about it, and he denied it. He acted like he had no idea what I was talking about. He acted like we never had a conversation where I pitched the Megaplex to him. He said he didn't even know who I was. He called me a liar and said I was trying to take credit for his invention. I snapped, I attacked him, and they called security. They restrained me, and half an hour later, I was informed that my employment at the company was terminated. Then, they had me taken away to the mental hospital where I was tortured for months on and with shock therapy. Now, I see them on TV claiming that my idea is theirs, lying to everyone without a shred of care or shame. I hate them, I hate them. My deceased mother appeared to me last night. I began to get the feeling that something wasn't right, and I soon realized that whoever it was that I was talking to, it wasn't my mother. I confronted it on that, and it told me that I was quite perceptive. The demon told me that it appeared to me in the form of my mother so that I would be comfortable speaking to it. I asked it what it wanted, and the demon said that it knew of the injustices done to me by Bryce and his higher-ups. The demon offered me revenge. It promised me the power to take retribution against Bryce and all those in his circle who wronged me. In return, it asked that I allowed it to use my body as a vessel. It also asks of me that I give it to the families of those who I kill as a sacrifice. The demon said that I may have the souls of the guilty, while it will have the souls of the innocent. I gladly accepted this deal. I will at last get revenge on Bryce Anderson. I will at last make all who wronged me, all who stole from me, and took credit for my idea pay. I didn't realize where Rowley's son might be. I hoped that it wasn't too late, that the architect or Manny hadn't already killed him. Then, I heard a tapping sound. When I turned to the direction of where the sound came from, I saw a door, different to the one I had come in from. Then, the door opened by itself, and behind a door was a staircase going downwards. It was dark, so I couldn't see what was going on down there, but I'm pretty sure Shrug wanted me to go down there. I did, and when I got to the bottom, I was greeted by something truly horrifying. All across the floor lay the severed heads and bodies, parts of women and children surrounded by candles. It looked like the scene of some sort of draconian satanic ritual. The families of the higher-ups, no doubt their innocent blood Manny required. But why? For what horrific purpose could Manny possibly need these innocent family members killed for other than his own sadistic amusement? Then, I saw something move in the back of the room. Carefully, I stepped forward and I got a good look at what or who it was. It was Riley's son. I said hi and I carefully approached him. I slowly walked through the sea of severed heads and body parts, and as I did, I told him that I was here to help and that everything was going to be okay. I'm not sure how much of the last part I believed, but hopefully it helped reassure Robert. I told Robert that I knew where his dad was and that I was going to help him find him. He said that the bad man kidnapped him and his dad and that he woke up here with all the dead people. I told him that I was gonna make sure that he was okay. I told him that he needed to trust me, and I asked him if he could do that. He nodded his head yes, and I took his hand and led him to a door in the back area of this room, which thankfully meant we didn't have to walk through that pile of severed heads and body parts. But before we could even do that, the door locked by itself and all the candles blew out. Then, the candles started lighting up again by themselves one by one, and as they did, I felt an evil presence envelop the room. I stepped in front of Riley's son to shield him, and I could tell that he could feel the presence and was getting really scared. Then, Mandy appeared in front of me.
I see you stumbled across my collection. Pretty neat, isn't it, Bobby? I
asked Manny what purpose having these families killed could possibly serve. Manny laughed and responded,
Despair not, Bobby. They may be gone, but their memories live on the side of us. Literally.
Then Manny unbuttoned his shirt and flashed his chest and stomach, and writhing in his burnt flesh were faces, the faces of the families, all trapped inside him and being tormented as they writhe and try to scream, but to no avail, day and night with no rest.
Somebody What's that? Where am I?
Manny laughed and unbuttoned his shirt back up. I asked him why? Why do this? And he said he'd gladly explain it to me.
Let me take you for a science lesson, Bobby. What you call a soul is simply a consciousness without a body. And consciousness is made out of energy, so a soul is pure energy. And as you know, the more energy something has, the more powerful it is. But you might ask, why kill all those innocent families? Why not just take the souls of the targets? Well, you could kill a bad person, but that's nothing. Their soul is already tainted, so you're just ridding the world of another scumbag. But to kill an innocent person, and not only to kill them, but to rip their soul away from its intended path and consume it, defile it, and keep it in a state of torment. That creates an energy of evil like no other, an energy that fills me like nothing else. As these souls continue to exist in a perpetual state of torment, their agony continuously creates this energy. And as I feed off this energy, I become stronger, more able to affect things in the real world, even without dreams. Of course, I can't do any of the crazy dream stuff, but I can still snap some necks and twist some limbs. In fact, that's how I managed to kill all of Bryce's security.
Manny laughed, and then he wrapped things up.
Anyways, I have things to do and people to kill, so I'll leave you free to it.
Then Manny disappeared. It was just me and Riley's son standing in a dark room. At first, I didn't know what Manny meant when he said you free, since as far as I knew, me and Riley's son were the only people in the room besides Manny, which was 2 people. But it didn't take me too long to find out when the architect whacked me in the back of the head with the axe I had used earlier. As my consciousness faded out, I saw the architect take Riley's son. Then, as I faded more and more out of consciousness, I saw him standing above me. He switched from me wearing the underpants man costume to his usual form. Then, just like in the dream I had, he pointed his finger at me, and then I faded to black. That's when I had the dream. In the dream, I was surrounded by pitch blackness. I walked through the blackness, and as I did, I could hear whispers all around me. liar, user, selfish, liar, user, liar, selfish, manipulator, selfish. As I continued to walk through the darkness, my surroundings began to take shape, and pretty soon, I was in a place that seemed almost familiar. It was a museum dedicated to me, a place I used to fantasize about, but was twisted, turned into a way to mock me and point out my deepest flaws. I walked through the exhibit, and hung on the walls of the exhibit were framed pages of my diaries, started all the way back in middle school, all showcasing my worst moments. I met Rowley a few years ago when he moved into my neighborhood. His mom brought him this book called How to Make Friends in New Places, and he came to my house trying all these dumb gimmicks. Knock knock. Huh? Famous. Excuse me. There must be some way to tickle your funny bone. Say what? I guess I kind of felt sorry for Rowley, and I decided to take him under my wing. It's been great having him around, mostly because I get to use all the tricks Roderick pulls on me. Did you know that if your hand is bigger than your face, it's a sign of low intelligence? Really? Ha, gotcha. But do I have low intelligence? Let me check again. January, Wednesday. I found a way to have some fun with the big wheel Rowley got me for Christmas. I came up with this game where one guy rides down the hill and the other guy tries to knock him off with a football. Rowley was the first one down the hill, and I was the thrower. Watch out, Rowley. It's a lot harder to hit a moving target than I thought. Plus, I didn't get a lot of practice. It took Rowley like 10 minutes to walk the big wheel back up the hill every trip down. So I knew he must be hurt pretty bad. Hey, look at me. I'm your dad. Da 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 da. I'm Mr. Jefferson. Monday. Christmas vacation's over, and now we're back at school. And remember Rowley's big wheel accident? Well, he broke his hand, and now he has to wear a cast. And today, everyone was crowding around him like he was a hero or something. Does it still hurt, Rowley? You poor thing. A little, I guess. I tried to catch it on some of Rowley's new popularity, but it totally backfired. I'm the one who broke his hand, by the way. You meanie. Yeah, jerk. At lunch, a bunch of girls invited Rowley over to their table so they could feed him. What really takes me off about that is that Rowley is right-handed, and it's his left hand that's broken, so he can feed himself just fine. Here comes the airplane.
Yummy yum.
Tuesday. I realized Rowley's injury thing is a pretty good racket, so I decided it was time for me to have an injury of my own. I took some gauze from home and I wrapped up my hand to make it look like it was hurt. It's a raging infection caused by a splinter that was left untreated. I couldn't figure out why the gauze weren't swarming me like they were swarming Rowley, but then I realized what the problem was. See, the cast is a great gimmick because everyone wants to sign their name on it, but it's not exactly easy to sign gauze with a pen. So I just came up with a solution that I thought was just as good. Would you like to be the first one to sign my sympathy sheet?
No.
That day was a total bust too. My manager did end up attracting attention from a couple of people, but believe me, they were not the type of people I was going for.
Can I peek at your infection, Greg?
Go away. March, Wednesday. Me and Riley were enjoying our hot chocolate in the cafeteria with the rest of the patrols today, and there was an announcement on the loudspeaker. Rowley Jefferson, report to Mr. Winsky's office immediately. Rowley went down to Mr. Winsky's office, and when Rowley came back 15 minutes later, he looked pretty shaken up. Probably Mr. Winsky got a call from a parent who said they witnessed Rowley terrorizing the kindergarteners when he was supposed to be walking them home from school. Mr. Wanky was really mad about it. Rowley said Mr. Wanky yelled at him for about 10 minutes and said his actions disrespected the badge. You know, I think I might just know what this is all about. Last week, Rowley had to take a quiz during 4th period, so I walked the kindergarteners home on my own. It had rained that morning, and there were a lot of worms on the sidewalk, so I decided to have some fun with the kids. You better run. Well, some neighborhood lady saw what I was doing and she yelled at me from her front porch. It was Mrs. Ernie, who was friends with Rowley's mom.
She must have thought I was Rowley because I was borrowing his coat, and I wasn't about to correct her either. Rowley Jefferson, the principal's going to hear about this. Yes, ma'am. I forgot about the whole incident until today. Anyway, Mr. Wangi told Rowley he's going to have to apologize to the kindergarteners tomorrow morning, and that he's suspended from patrols for a week. Then I told him there were lessons we could both learn from this. I told him I learned to be more careful about what I do in front of Mrs. Ernie's house, and that he learned a valuable lesson too, which is this: be careful about who you lend your coat to. I guess this has been a learning experience for both of us, eh, Rowley? To be honest with you, my message didn't seem to be getting through to Rowley. We were supposed to hang out after school today, but he said he was just going to go home and take a nap. I couldn't really blame him, because if I didn't have my hot chocolate this morning, I wouldn't have had much energy either. Framed on the walls were journal entries starting in middle school, going all the way through high school, and my years working on Underpants Man with Rowley. March, Monday. So it turns out Underpants Man was a huge success, bigger than either me or Rowley could have anticipated. Almost all of Plainview loves it, and the Daily Herald offered to pay us to put it in the daily comic strips. Me and Rowley divided up the pay evenly, of course. If you ask me, I should be getting most of the pay, since between me and you, my contributions to the comic strip are way more valuable than Rowley's. And finally, ended with my journal entry on the night of the Halloween party, Tuesday. So, a lot happened. I went to the Halloween party dressed in my Underpants Man costume, and of course, Rowley was there. Well, so were many more people. But most noticeable of all these people was Holly, and boy, let me tell you, she was looking fine. After I got to the journal entry for the Halloween party, the landscape changed, and I was in what looked like one of those Hall of Mirrors attractions you see at carnivals. At first, I was alone, just my reflection staring back at me from every conceivable direction. But then, I got that horrible feeling, the feeling of death, and soon after that, I smelled smoke, soon followed by the smell of burning flesh. Then, he appeared in the mirror in front of me. He constantly switched his appearance from me wearing the Underpants Man costume to his usual form. Then, whatever dim lights there was turned off, and when they turned back on again, he was gone. Then, they turned off again, and when they turned back on again, he was in all the mirrors. The lights turned off and on again, and he was gone, at least from the mirrors. Then, the lights turned off and on again, and he appeared in front of me. I ran in the other direction, and he just appeared in front of me there. Every time I would run, he would just appear in front of me. He played this cat and mouse game with me for who knows how many minutes before he appeared in front of me and stabbed me in the stomach with his broken glass bottle hand. When I fell back, a shaft opened up underneath me and I fell in, pummeling into seemingly endless darkness. Eventually, I landed on some kind of surface, and the environment became clearer. I was in a stone room, and when I looked down at my stomach, my wound was gone. I stood up and looked around the room, and at first, there was nobody else there. Then, the bag-headed man appeared. The bag-headed man stood in front of me, switching his form from me wearing the Underpants Man costume to his usual tattered form. After a while, he stayed in his tattered form, and he simply stood in front of me, staring at me. The horrible feeling of death he emitted growing all the more intense as did the smell of smoke and burning flesh that came with his presence. Then, I asked the bag-headed man who he was and what he wanted. And at first, he was silent, just staring at me, the horrible feeling he emitted becoming even more engulfing. Then, he responded, "Do you really want to know who I am? But then again, I have a feeling you already know. Regardless, I will reveal myself to you." Then, the bag-headed man took off his mask, and I saw who it truly was underneath. It was me. I am you, Greg Heffley. I am every lie you have ever told. I am every dark secret you have hidden in your closet. I am every time you have used and manipulated someone, for which there have been many. You have tried to run from me for so many years, to hide from me, but there is nowhere left for you to run.
Now you will finally have to face the truth, to face what you are, to face me. Before you die, you will know your soul, and you will see yourself for who you truly are. Then, the environment changed and I was in a room full of people. There was a fruit punch stand, people were dancing, and they were all wearing costumes. That's when I realized when I was at. I was at the Halloween party. I looked around and pretty soon I saw myself in my underpants man costume going up to Holly.
Meow.
Hey Greg.
Pretty neat party, isn't it?
It sure is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So how's Robert doing? Oh, he just started teething. Aw, poor little guy. Also, I hear you guys are gonna have a new little bundle of joy. Yes, we are. Aw, how precious. Do you have any ideas for what his name's gonna be? We're not sure yet. We're thinking maybe Holland or Joshy, but I don't know. I said Joshy. Aw, well, I'm so glad to hear that you're gonna have a new member of your family. Aw, thanks, Greg. Anyway, I know a way we can make this party even better. Really? Yeah, it's better than anything Rowley could do. What do you mean? Heck, we don't even have to be at this stupid party anyways. What do you mean, Greg? I'm saying that we can throw our own party in the bedroom or closet maybe. What kind of party would that be? The kind of party where we get into bed and strip naked? That sounds like a fun time, right? Then we can turn the lights off and we can... Greg, I'm a married woman, Greg. I don't know why you're saying this to me. But we're friendly with each other. You can't say we don't have something. Greg, I think me and you have a very different idea of the type of relationship we have. You're my friend, Greg. And to be perfectly honest, it would be more accurate to say that you're my husband's friend. That's why we're friendly. But we can still have sex, just don't let Rowley know about it. I should go, Greg. Then, Holly left, and I was alone. Since I lived through it, I remembered everything that went through my mind as that moon replayed again in front of me. I was disappointed that Holly rejected me, of course, but I was more worried about the fact that Holly might tell Rowley what happened. I stood there in anticipation, and at first, nothing happened. But then, my fear came true.
Greg, we need to talk. Now.
I nervously asked Rowley what was up, and he made sure to let me know. He asked me if I had tried to flirt with Holly, and I tried my best to give him an answer that would get him off my back, but he didn't seem to buy it. Well, it all depends on context. See, what might look like flirting to one person might be something completely different to another person. So eventually, I just decided to tell him things how they were. Yeah, I did. So what if I flirted with her? Well, he's a pretty woman. Do you just expect me not to flirt with an attractive woman? Heck, you should be taking that as a compliment. That means your wife is attractive, bro. In fact, I think it's pretty selfish of you to just have a pretty woman there and not let your best friend hit, especially after all I've done for you. You know what, Greg? You're not a good friend. No, how could you even say that? I'm a great friend. If you were a great friend, then you wouldn't have tried to flirt with my wife. Okay, one thing you can't get mad about.
You only care about yourself. You hate Underpants Man when I first pitched it to you. You make fun of my ideas. You disrespect Joshy. And you try to take credit for everything. Your comic would be nothing without me. I'm the reason why your comic is even halfway decent. If you can't see that, then you truly are a reader. Don't call me. Don't come by the studio. We're done. You're no longer working on the comics with me.
What? You can't do that.
Yes, I can. I started making comics by myself until you joined in. And now I'll continue making comics by myself.
Fine, ditch me. But just know that you'll be nothing without me.
You won't last a week on your own because you're too stupid to come up with good material by yourself. When that happens, you're going to be begging me to come back. Begging. And when you do, I'm going to tell you to F right off and eat a deer.
That's cool, Greg. Now get the flip out of my party. Fine, I'll gladly do so. Goodbye, asshole. I saw myself storm out of the party and to the exit. It was just Rowley by itself. And he just stood there for a moment, peed, until he went back to the party and tried to enjoy himself. Then he spoke. But that's not the only thing that happened that night, was it? Then the environment changed again. And when it finished, I was standing on the side of the road with the demon. Pretty soon, I realized where I was. I was at the site of the crash. I saw Rowley's car in the distance, getting closer and closer to where we were. Then, I saw a silhouette in the distance, and when I got a good look at it, I saw who it was. It was me. I was staggering, drunk, and I got closer and closer to where we were at, closer to the road. Pretty soon, I was at the side of the road, and Rowley's car drove by. You'd better believe that I saw it, and when I did, I said, "F you, Rowley!" Then I threw the bottle of beer I had in my hand at Rowley's car, and the car swerved and crashed into a tree off the road, erupting in flames. As soon as I saw this, I saw myself look around the scene before running off into the night. The car still sat there, burning, car alarms blaring as the vehicle continued to burn. Then he spoke. "But it wasn't Rowley who was in the car, was it?" Then he grabbed my wrist and walked me over to the burning wreckage. Eventually, we stopped outside the window to the driver's seat, and I got a good look at who was at the steering wheel. It was Holly. At first, she was silent, still, burning in the flaming wreckage, her skin peeling and her body slowly falling apart. But then, she jolted up, looked at me, and started screaming, "Murderer! Murderer!" Then, I was surrounded by a flaming pile of cars, with Holly burning in each one of them, all screaming the same thing. And atop the pile of burning cars was a statue of me, wearing a crown displaying my crime.
Murderer! 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 Murderer!
I just stood there, staring up at the statue made in mockery of me and my crimes. Then, he spoke. "Now you have been given the gift of seeing yourself for who you truly are, of what your actions have led to, the legacy you will leave behind. You are no better than your brother, and when I finally shut you down forever, you will burn in hell with him. But before that happens, I'll give you the opportunity to set things straight, to get the weight of keeping secrets for all these years off your chest. Then you can die with a little less weight." Then Rowley appeared, but I can tell this wasn't just a part of the dream. This was actually Rowley. He brought him here. "What? Where am I? Greg, what's going on?"
That's the question, isn't it, Greg? What's going on? What went on? This is your chance to finally do right by this man for once in your life, so for the sake of your own conscience, I suggest that you take it.
So, I told Rowley the truth. "Rowley, there's something I need to tell you." I told him everything, about how I threw the ball that hit the car, how the car swerved and crashed and killed her, how I never meant to kill her, but I ended up doing so anyway. I told Rowley that I was so sorry that I wish I could take it back, but I can't. At first, Rowley just stood there, processing all this. Then, he ran up to me and tackled me, beating me up and bashing my face in every which way. He had an unrestrained fury I'd never seen before in him. But underneath that fury was anguish, hurt, and despair. He continued pummeling my face in left and right, and even though it was a dream, it still hurt like hell. Eventually, my face got so numb that I couldn't even feel it, and he kept bashing me in with unbridled fury until at some point, he just stopped and fell to his knees, sobbing. Eventually, I managed to get up. When I got up, I looked around, and the demon, my dark reflection, was gone. It could just be that it disappeared and would show up again later, but I had a feeling that it was truly gone, that it fulfilled its purpose and was now relieved of its duties. There were no more secrets. Everything was in the light. Rowley still stood there, kneeling on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. I tried to go over there and put my hand on his shoulder, but Rowley quickly put a stop to that. So I just stood there, watching Rowley as he continued to hopelessly sob, and then he said something.
"Flip you, Greg. You're a flipping parasite. You take from everyone around you until there's nothing left, until their lives are ruined. Flip you, Greg."
I continued to stand there for a while as Rowley sobbed. Then I woke up. am I now? I was tied up, and I was in some kind of cage. Sharp blades surrounded me except for in front of me, where there was a glass door so that I could see the outside. Then, lights in the room outside me turned on. A giant timer turned on, counting down to my demise. Then, the architect's voice spoke from an intercom.
Hello, Gregory. You have put up quite the fight, but now is your final round. Above you is a lead tank full of sulfuric acid. Once the timer stops, the hatch will open and you will die. It's been fun, Gregory, but as always, all games must come to an end. Goodbye, Gregory.
The clock tickled down to the moment of my demise. I looked around to try and find some way to free myself, and then I got an idea. I rubbed my back against the sharp blades surrounding me, careful to do it in a way that I didn't cut my face. It took longer that way, and by the time I had freed myself, there were only seconds left, but I had freed myself nonetheless. Then I opened the glass door, which thankfully was not locked, and then ran out of the glass cage. As I ran, I could hear the acid pouring out of the hatch, sizzling through the glass. Then I got to the door and I ran out into the hallway and shut the door behind me. After I ran a bit further down the hallway, I looked around to make sure that the architect wasn't there or something. Nothing as far as I could see. The hallway was completely empty. I tried to navigate the hallways and find an exit, but at first, I had no luck. Then I came across Kevin Winton's body lying on the floor, with the Etch-a-Sketch lying right beside it. I picked up the Etch-a-Sketch, now blank, and asked out loud if Chirag could hear me. Then he responded, "Yes." I asked him if the architect was nearby, and he answered, "No, the architect is long gone. He left the building. His message was pre-recorded." Then Chirag started writing some more. He took Robert and Rowley to the megaplex, where he plans to execute them. You must act fast if you want to save them. I asked him to show me a way out, and the Etch-a-Sketch erased before a drawing of the schematics of the basement area started to be drawn on the Etch-a-Sketch. There was a dot where I was, and then a line starting from where I was leading to the exit. I thanked Chirag and started following the path until I got to where it said the exit was, and standing in front of me was a wooden door. The door opened by itself, and behind it was a flight of stairs going upwards. I went up the stairs, and pretty soon, I came into a nice room full of bookshelves. Something about the room seemed familiar to me, and that's when I realized that the house I was in was the same house I went to meet up with Maddox at back in middle school. I looked around the room for a phone, and eventually, I found one and called Albert. I told Albert about what happened, and that the architect is now at the megaplex with Rowley and Robert, and that I needed him to come pick me up and drive me there as soon as possible. Albert said he'd be on his way, and that in the meantime, he'd call Fregley to let him know what was going on too. He said to wait outside the house for him to get there, and then he hung up. Eventually, Albert pulled up in his car, and I got in and started driving to the megaplex as fast as possible. Now I'm here, sitting in the passenger seat of Albert's car, writing in my journal. Every second, we get closer and closer to the megaplex. I don't know how this is going to go down, if we will even make it in time to save Rowley and his son, if I will even make it out alive, but I have to try. I owe Rowley and his family that much. I can see the megaplex in the distance. This is it. Wish me luck. A lot happened. Let's start when I arrived at the building. The doors had already been opened, and by open I mean locked down, and definitely not by the architect. So I went through and got in the building. When I was in the megaplex, I looked around the building for any signs of where the architect, Rowley, and Robert could be. Eventually, I got to the atrium, and I saw something move on the top balcony. Quickly, I sprinted to the elevator, pressed the button to the top, and I went up. When I got to the top balcony, I snuck around as quiet as I could, and sure enough, I found the architect with Rowley and Robert. I waited behind the corner for just the right moment, and when that moment came, I ran up and attacked the architect. Let them go! But before I could do any damage, the architect kicked me in the balls and I fell to the floor. My manhood. At first, the architect got really mad and started freaking out on me. You're supposed to be dead, You ruined everything! But just as quickly as he started freaking out, he went back to calm and monotone. But then again, your pathetic display just now indicates that you are no threat. At first, I just sat there and I didn't know what to do. But then, I got the idea to do something that only an insane person would do. I tried to reason with the madman. Maddox, I know who you are. I know why you're doing this. You're a Maddox salesman. You are an engineer at Bryce Anderson's company. You originally designed the Megaplex, and they took credit for your ideas. So, you managed to figure me out. I suppose I'll give you credit for that. Let's talk face to face. Then, he took his mask off. Look, I get that you're mad at Bryce and his company for taking credit for your ideas, but Rowley had nothing to do with this. He didn't know. His money still helped to fund their filthy company. He's guilty. Look, I get it, but this isn't the answer, especially since I'm pretty sure Rowley... Shut up! You don't get it. You will never get it. You're right. I don't get it. I can understand by some twisted stretch of logic why you want to kill Rowley. But why involve his son? He's literally 10. He probably eats his lunch out of a Transformers lunchbox. What could he have possibly done to you? It's simple. Bryce Anderson and his company took my ideas. They took my credibility. They took everything from me. So now, he will know what it's like to have his everything taken from him. Then, Maddox went over to Rowley and Robert and brandished a knife. Watch, and cry as your little boy does. I gathered as much strength as I could, and my balls still hurting. I stood up, ran up to Maddox, and grabbed him to try and stop him from getting any closer to Robert. My goal was that even if I didn't stand a chance against him, I'd at least be able to distract him enough so that he wouldn't get closer to Robert. As soon as I grabbed him, he stabbed me in the stomach. He tried to get back to going after Robert, but I wasn't giving up that easily. I mustered all my strength and continued to grab onto him in order to try and stop him from getting to Robert. That really peed him off because he started screaming that I was ruining everything and that the blood of Rowley and his son that will stain the floors of the Megaplex will be a message to all representing the tainted legacy of Bryce and his company. Then he got a hold of me and slammed me into a pillar near the balcony. He started slamming my head into the balcony repeatedly, screaming uncontrollably like a madman as he bashed my head into the pillar. He bashed my head in enough times to give me a concussion, probably even worse. Then, he started stabbing me over and over again in the stomach, chest, ribs, shoulders, everywhere. But I wasn't just gonna let him win like that. Not without giving him a little something of my own first. So I gathered every last bit of my strength I had, and with everything I had left, I kicked Maddox right square in the balls. Maddox lurched back and stumbled as he tried to walk around, but he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and pretty soon, he fell against the railing. I remembered what Christopher Brownfield told me about the railing at Crunchy Fingers, as right in front of me, the railing broke from behind Maddox and he fell off the balcony and plummeted all the way down to the ground floor. No! Pretty soon, I heard the sound he made when he hit the ground, and it was not a pleasant one. I was too weak to do anything else from my wounds, so I collapsed to the ground. As I lay against the pillar, my head spun and I began to feel woozy. Then, I began to feel myself slipping out of consciousness, but it wasn't natural, like passing out. No, this was something forcing me out of consciousness. That's when I felt an evil presence envelop me, and I realized that just because Maddox fell to the ground didn't mean that he would be immediately dead, but he would likely be unconscious, which was exactly what Manny wanted. And since Manny was still attached to Maddox, he would use his powers to keep his vessel alive. And now, I was in prime condition for Manny to force into unconsciousness, into a dream where he was in full control. I sank deeper and deeper into unconsciousness, and the evil presence continued to envelop me. Soon, I slipped completely out of consciousness and into the claws of evil. I was in Manny's clutches now. In the dream, I was in an abandoned, decrepit church. There were spiderwebs and litter everywhere, and from what I could see from the windows that were in the church, it was completely dark outside.
There was a coffin at the altar of the church, and standing in front of it on the pulpit was Mandy dressed in priest's robes, or more accurately, a mockery of priest's robes. At first, I didn't know who the person in the coffin was supposed to be, but I had a sneaking feeling. But then, Mandy spoke, and there was no doubt who it was.
Today, we gather here to celebrate the life of Greg Heffley. Greg Heffley was more than just a man. He was a son, a brother, and definitely not a husband or boyfriend.
Then, something that sounded like a demonic laugh track could be heard throughout the room, with seemingly no source, and the sound coming from everywhere at once. Eventually, it subsided, and Manny continued with his speech.
But most importantly, he was a friend. One you could always count on to stab you in the back to get what he wanted. Just ask Rowdy Jefferson, he knows.
Then, the demonic laugh track sounded again, and Manny continued his speech.
And now, a kind word given by Greg's brother, Manny. Then,
just like magic, Manny's appearance changed from his priest robe to his normal outfit.
Oh, the loss of Greg Heffley is so devastating to me. We've done so many fun things together. I'm so sad that it has to end. But even though Greg's body is gone, his soul lives on. And one day, we will see him again on the other side. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do after this is over. Oh, me and Greg are going to have so much fun together for all eternity.
Manny laughed and said,
and speak of the devil.
An invisible force shoved me to the ground, and I tried to get up, but to no avail. Frantically, I looked around the room, and I saw a mirror. In the mirror, I saw Maddox lying on the tiled floor of the megaplex, mangled and bloody, his bones all likely broken, but still alive. The mirror was some kind of window to the real world. Mandy laughed and appeared in front of me, grinning with his sharp, jagged, yellow teeth, and looking down upon me with sadistic delight.
I've got to say, Bobby, I knew you had something about trying to cheat with Holly, which is why Rowdy wants nothing to do with you. But until I eavesdropped on your dream of your creepy evil bag twin, I had no idea that you're the one who crashed her car. You are heartless. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Bobby.
Mandy fake cried before he went on.
But on the bright side, you'll fit right in at the cool kids table where we're going.
Then, I saw something that wasn't there before. A door at the back of the church. It wasn't a big door, nor was it particularly fancy. There were no ornate decorations or intricate wood patterns carved into the door. It was just a simple, wooden, red-painted door with one rusted knob, and the paint faded away, and on the door, one word was written on it with black paint. Then, the door opened by itself, and behind it was a decrepit, downward stone staircase leading into nothing but pitch black. The blackness it led into was blacker than black, pure pitch. The darkness down those stairs wasn't the absence of light. It seemed to be entirely its own substance comprised of pitch, nothing but pure, pitch foreboding blackness that was blacker than any black on this earth. It was the blackness of hell. Then, Mandy laughed.
It is ironic. You spent your whole life chasing status and popularity, and now in hell you will be legendary. We fought and struggled, but now our game must come to an end. It's bittersweet, in a way. And now, after more than 2 years of butting heads and constant conflict, I will finally take your soul to hell.
Why? Why do you want to take my soul to hell so bad?
Oh, it's not just me, Bobby. It's dumb.
I asked him what he meant by that, and he answered,
The sons of evil, the ones who gave me the power to return from perdition and continue my work, they've seen the darkness in your soul, and they believe that you'd make an excellent soldier. But before that, you need to be in the right state of mind. And that's where I come in. Oh, we're gonna have so much fun, Bobby. And it's gonna be a long, long time. Like the song.
Then, an invisible force started pulling me towards the door, towards the pitch blackness, towards hell. I struggled and kicked, but to no avail.
and Manny and laughed as I failed about while being pulled closer and closer to the door. I kept being pulled towards the door, and I thought this was the end, that I would be taken to heck and fall into the clutches of whatever archaic beings Manny was talking about. But then, Shrug appeared. Shrug charged at Manny, but in hindsight, that probably wasn't the smartest move, since Manny just stopped him in his tracks and lifted him up into the air without so much as touching him. Didn't I already kill you? Shrug was enough to distract Manny so that I was no longer being pulled towards the door, but I was still rooted to my spot, and Manny made it clear that he had no intention of letting any of us go. Oh well, I guess I'm gonna have to help you move on to the light. Except, it's more like moving on to the dark. Besides, you know what they say, the more the merrier. I don't think they have any use for you, but you can be my plaything. And unlike Bobby, our fun will be forever. Alright, it's time for you two to say goodbye, Earth, and hello, heck. Then, I was pulled towards the dark door once again, and so was Shrug. I kicked, flailed, and thrashed as I was pulled closer and closer to the door, but to no avail. I started to think this was it, that this was really it. Me and my friend were going to hell to be tormented in gruesome, horrific, unimaginable ways, and there was nothing we could do about it. Then, as I was being dragged closer and closer to the door, I saw someone walking up to Maddox, still alive and unconscious, in the mirror, and pretty soon, I got a good look at them, and I saw who it was. It was Fregley. Fregley took out a bottle of holy water and poured it on Maddox. Manny took notice of this, but by the time he did, it was too late, and Manny let out an agonized scream. We stopped being dragged closer towards the door, and we could move again. We were in Manny's grasp no more. Then, Manny started burning up and fell to the ground, screaming in agony as he continued to burn. Pretty soon, as he did, something started bursting from within his chest, as if it was trying to escape. As I looked closer, I saw that there were multiple things about to burst from within his chest, and soon, I realized what they were. They were souls, the souls of the families of Bryce's higher-ups, who the architect had sacrificed to Manny, were trying to get out. Now that Manny had been weakened, they actually had a chance, but they still seemed to need an extra push. Then, I saw a broken glass of Diet Coke bowl laying next to a used Jimmy, so I picked up a shard of the Diet Coke bowl glass, went over to Manny, and stabbed him in the chest. Manny screamed as I cut him open from the chest to the stomach, and then a gnarled, fleshy hand burst from inside of his stomach. The hand was reddish, veiny, like the adult version of the flesh of an infant who has not yet been fully formed in the mother's womb, or that of someone who has been skinned alive. The hand tore at his flesh, and Manny screamed as it did so. After it tore off his flesh, another hand burst out of the area where it had been torn. The cycle repeated, and as it did, Manny's flesh began to melt, either from the holy water burning him up, or from the hands tearing at the flesh continuing to weaken his spiritual state, or maybe both. Pretty soon, their hands were bursting from all over his arms, torso, and neck, and were clawing at his face. Then, the hands coming from Manny's face grabbed his upper and lower jaw, and they tore him open. As he did, misty wisp flew out of him, up into the air. The souls, they were finally freed, rising up from the flesh of their captor, ascending up to heaven, where they can finally rest in peace. Once every last spirit was out of Manny and ascended into the light, Manny crumbled to the ground like dust, and all that was left of him was his clothes and shoes. Manny was no more. Rest in hell, Ploopy. I don't know why I said that, but damn, it felt good. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the crumpled, shard pile that was left of Manny. And then, Shrug came up to me. He's finally gone, Shrug. It seems he is. Hey, thanks for, standing by me, even in death. No problem, man. That's what friends are for. Yeah. Besides, it's not like I can move on to the next life anyway, so I may as well do some good here. So, what now? I don't know. I'm the one keeping the dream going, by the way. Since Manny's gone, I'm making sure Maddox stays asleep. Why? Dude, you got stabbed like 12 times. You'll die if you wake up. You know what? I accept that. Really? Yeah. I'm tired of running from things, good or bad. I'll take what comes to me. I understand. Well, so long, Greg. I hope you make it through this. So long, shrug. And if not, I hope you make it to heaven and rest in peace. But if you don't, you can always hang out with me in the ghost plane. That's the real thing. Really? Yeah, man. The afterlife is crazy. Tell me about it. Well, I should probably let you, wake up. Yeah. Goodbye, Shirag. Goodbye, Greg. Me and Shirag hugged, and Shirag smiled before he disappeared. It was just me, standing there alone in the church for a second. Then, I woke up. When I woke up, the pain shot up all at once. I was laying against the pillar, bleeding out, my head throbbing and in pain beyond belief. I crawled over to the edge of the balcony, and when I looked down, I saw Maddox lying there, now unconscious and awake. His body was mangled and mashed up. His bones were probably all broken, just like I saw in the mirror, and he did not scream or even moan. He could not scream or even moan. But his eyes were aware, excruciatingly aware, and he was in unimaginable pain. He would twitch constantly, unable to move or scream, only able to lie there in unbearable agony. It was worse than dying on impact, because at least then there was an escape. For Maddox, there wasn't, or at least not a quick one. Maddox continued to just lay there and twitch while staring up at the ceiling, his eyes conveying excruciating agony. I could see blood gurgle from his mouth when he tried to scream, but to no avail. He just kept twitching and staring up at the ceiling for a while until, eventually, he stopped twitching and he died. Then, I just laid back for a while, bleeding out. Now, I'm here, writing this. Write down everything that happened. This might be the last entry that I've written here, ever. I can even feel myself slipping out of consciousness. But this time, it isn't Manny. This is natural. I don't know if I'm gonna go to heaven in spite of my sins, or if I'm gonna go to hell like Manny. But I guess I'm gonna find out, whether now or years later when I'm finally old and grey. I'm fading to black. I don't have much longer to write in this. I'm sorry, Riley. I'm sorry, Holly. I'm so sorry.
Hi, I know it's weird to write in someone else's diary, but I felt that this needed a resolution of some kind. So here we go. I'm Fregley. I believe Greg has written about me in here before, so you probably know enough about me to get a good picture in your head. After everything went down, police came down to the megaplex to clean up everything, get things in order, investigate. They freed Rowley and his son and got them medical attention, and now they're doing relatively fine. As fine as they will be after enduring all of that. I spoke at Maddox's funeral. Nobody except for a few relatives came to his funeral. He doesn't seem to have a lot of loved ones or anybody really close to him. After the funeral, I blessed his coffin, and then we went out to the cemetery to bury him. Maddox did terrible things in the last days of his life, but it's not my place to judge where he goes. Only God can do that. As for Bryce, people started digging amongst this architect drama, and they found out through that and the testimony of a few other disgruntled employees of Bryce that what the architect said was true, that Bryce and his higher-ups did in fact screw over low-ranking employees. Of course, nobody except for a few fringe groups are worshipping the architect as some kind of hero or trying to protect that what he did was even remotely okay. But let's just say that Bryce's reputation has taken quite a hit.
Okay, some of what has been said might be possibly, partially, somewhat true, but it's mostly just a big exaggeration, okay? I didn't do all of that. It's just petty behavior.
Really? Well, it just came out that Bryce isn't actually self-made and his parents were some of the richest people in Plainview. They just used their inheritance to start the company. They just weren't as famous as Bryce, so it was easy to keep people from finding out. I guess that's out of the picture now, though. I've been taking it easy after Maddox's funeral. No new possessions or demonic attacks anywhere nearby, so that's nice. As for Greg, well, he's not dead, but that's not saying much. Greg is in a coma from his injuries. He has been in the hospital since last night. The doctors say that he's just barely alive. It's strange. However, when they showed the scans, his body was working, his brain was working. It was just like his consciousness was just not there, like it was somewhere else. Almost as if it was in a different world. When I visited Greg in the hospital, this afternoon, his mother and father were there. His mother remarked how another child of hers has been victimized by senseless violence after doing nothing wrong. Keep in mind, she still believes that Manny is innocent.
He was only 32. He was gone too soon. My baby.
Okay. Greg's father seemed less convinced, but if that were true, he seemed to keep it to himself. I visited again in the evening, and when I did, I saw somebody that looked like Rowley Jefferson walk out of Greg's hospital room, although I'm not sure since I didn't get a good look at his face. When I went in the room, I saw a get soon card sitting at Greg's bedside that hadn't been there before. When you fall down, you get right cat up. I know Rowley put that, but I wonder if there's any symbolism behind. Out of curiosity, I decided to take a peek inside it, and in the card there was a message for Greg. Dear Greg, if I'm being honest with you, I don't know where we stand as for now. There is a lot of stuff I have yet to come to terms with, and the baggage between us that I don't think can ever be truly reconciled. But the fact still stands that if it wasn't for you, neither me nor someone I care very much about would be alive right now. I truly do wish you healing and the very best, and I hope that one day you can find fulfillment and maybe somebody of your very own to settle down with. Take care. Sincerely, an old friend. Yeah, that must have been Rowdy. After I was done reading the card, I said a quick prayer for Greg by his bedside before I noticed his diary and figured that it needed a proper conclusion. And now, here I am. I don't know what's going to happen next. I want to be optimistic, but things are looking grim for Greg. I'll pray for Greg every day. But in the end, it's up to God to decide what happens to him. As for Manny, I know he's still out there, somewhere. But something tells me we aren't going to be hearing from him in a long, long time. Well, that's it from me. So I guess this is the end.
To be continued in Diary of Wimpy Kid Between Modes.
Yeah, I can't lie. That's probably that's probably the best fanfic story-wise that I've read so far. It generally felt like when you're reading it, it just feels like a proper book. It may not look as interesting compared to all the other ones I read, but this one's is a sleeper that people are sleeping on. That is very, very good. But yeah, well, I might go back to read Evil Never Dies because I realized that I didn't even read that. I just started with Evil Returns because I didn't even know that was there. But yeah, can't lie. This is a 10 out of 10 fanfic right there. Everything's just perfect in my opinion.